We open on pure chaos, a concrete wasteland, where bloody survivors scramble from a colossal, towering leviathan. It bulldozes through the rubble, unhinging its massive jaw to unleash an earth-shattering roar, while panic hits fever pitch as mutated zombies swarm the streets, tearing into anyone begging for mercy. Cut to a rooftop, where our boy is taking a brutal beating from two familiar faces. The chick dumps a chemical cocktail right over him, coldly smirking that she'll catch him in the next life, while the dude next to her casually tells Yuan to let it go, claiming it's a dog-eat-dog world, and everyone's just looking out for number one. Sprawled out on the concrete, our bleeding hero can only choke out one name, Yun. Flexing his powers, the traitor summons a massive spirit bear, cruelly dropping the ultimate bomb. His precious little sister was just ripped apart by a zombie horde right in front of him. Why? Because she totally refused to cough up their family emblem, plus her unique plasma was just too valuable to pass up. Hearing that, Yin completely snaps. Down below, the desperate crowd spots the towering beast and instantly recognizes Shujun, the absolute unit blessed with god-tier abilities. Thinking he's their savior, they cheer, while Shujun pulls his toxic girl close, mocking our boy about his fear of fire, before flicking a lit Zippo straight onto his soaked body. While the spirit bear squares off against the giant leviathan, trading shockwaves that literally shatter the sky, our boy is roasted alive, vowing that if reincarnation is real, he will never be a victim again. Suddenly, an eerie voice echoes out that the system is rebooting, and his heart violently jumpstarts. Boom! The protagonist violently gasps for air, waking up in a random bed completely disoriented. The phantom pain of being scorched alive still lingers, yet his skin is absolutely flawless, not a single burn mark in sight. Questioning his own sanity, and that mysterious voice, Yan snatches his phone and stares at the screen. July 1st. He just time-traveled exactly 3 days before the entire world goes to hell. Still, tripping out over this cosmic reset, he stumbles to the mirror and freezes. Literal golden flames are dancing deep inside his irises. Focusing on his right eye as he realizes, this has got to be the primal seed of fire that fused with his soul during his fiery execution. Pushing the front door open, Yan steps into the glaring sunlight, heavily vibing with the irony that these clueless NPCs have zero idea their reality evaporates in exactly 72 hours. He remembers the incoming nightmare alien gods descending massive zombie outbreaks, and absolute zero response time from the government instantly morphing entire cities into brutal slaughterhouses, where humanity goes full savage just for scraps of loot. His mind immediately shifts to the venomous betrayal of his girlfriend Rulan, and his so-called ride-or-die bestie Shujun. Right on cue, his phone buzzes. It's the toxic ex herself screaming into the speaker about why he took so long to pick up, immediately pulling her classic manipulation tactic of threatening to end things. Yan rolls his eyes, knowing this is her go-to move whenever she doesn't get her way. She drops the breakup ultimatum. In his past life, he would be sweating bullets, desperately begging for her forgiveness. But this time, he just hits her with a flat bet, making her completely short-circuit and demand he repeat himself. Yan coldly drops the mic, officially dumping her and stating he is done, permanently resigning from his role as her personal simp. Shoving the phone into his pocket, he strolls down the street, finally tasting absolute peace, while planning his next power moves. Meanwhile, back at Rulan's crib, she literally yeets her phone across the room, absolutely raging that this supposed loser had the audacity to block her. Chilling shirtless on her mattress, Shujun casually wonders if our boy finally caught onto their sneaky side link. Rulan scoffs, swearing it's impossible. To her, Yan was just a mindless lapdog who wouldn't dare breathe without her permission, let alone play detective. Brushing it off, Shujun redirects the vibe, mentioning an urgent text from his billionaire dad, ordering him to hoard ancient relics packed with spiritual aura, because a massive global shift is about to drop. That sparks a memory for the gold digger. She recalls Yan owning this dusty, ugly-looking family crest that screams ancient history. Shujun's eyes instantly lock in, demanding its location, only to find out his little sister is holding on to it. Flexing her toxic ego, Rulan bets that once Yan's little tantrum ends, he will come crawling back to beg, and she will easily finesse the emblem right out of his hands. Shujun flashes a wicked, punchable smirk. Plan secured. Cut to the other side of town. Yun is clutching that exact heirloom, totally baffled as to why her big bro just demanded it out of nowhere, dropping cash on a 30-kilometer cab ride on his day off. Plus, his intense, traumatized gaze is totally freaking her out. Locking eyes with her, our hero simply asks if she trusts him. Without missing a beat, she nods, declaring they are ride-or-die orphans and her loyalty is absolute, knowing deep down he always has her back. Dead serious, Yan orders her to hit up her campus, pack her absolute essentials, and bounce straight back to their apartment, no detours. Yun doesn't even question the crazy demand, promising to be back in 2 hours. He asks if she even wants an explanation, but she just repeats that she trusts him implicitly. Watching her leave, our protagonist clenches his fists, silently swearing on his life that this timeline his sister survives. Staring down at the rusted metal, chilling flashbacks of that monstrous spirit bear flood his mind, making him realize this piece of junk has to be a hidden cheat code. As the golden fire in his pupil flares up, a scalding teardrop escapes, splashing right onto the relic. Instantly glowing ancient runes materialize, spelling out the 6 great hells. The air literally shatters with blinding light and deafening screeches, revealing heavy spectral chains binding something insanely dark. Yan is completely paralyzed as a suffocating boss-level aura floods the room, and grotesque abominations start manifesting from the shadows. It is pure, unadulterated nightmare fuel. Crimson lightning violently rips through the spatial dimension, while shadowy beasts shriek in agony, and our boy quickly pieces together that the blinding holy light is actually a prison suppressing these nightmare entities inside a demonic tower. Suddenly, a chilling melodic voice echoes through the void, asking if he's terrified. Out of the blinding energy steps a mysterious ethereal girl, leaving him with one question: who the hell are you? Hearing her drop the legendary name Sudaji, while crowning him the brand new warden of the hellscape prison, Shia's mind races. She spills the ancient tea. Exactly 10,000 years ago, the immortal emperor assembled an elite squad of 20 immortals, including heavyweights like Taibai Taishang, the 3 pure ones, Guanyin, Fuxi, and Zhurong, all teaming up to forge the ultimate demon suppression lockdown zone. This birthed the 6 realms of hell, a brutal dumping ground where countless savage beasts and corrupted gods were tossed to have their very souls scorched, 24/7, by blinding sacred holy light. Su keeps dropping lore, revealing that the emblem of forgiveness clutched in his hand acts as the ultimate master key for those nightmare gates, and suddenly, Xia totally gets the warden title. Daji smirks, asking if he's ready to step inside and flex on the inmates, offering a VIP tour with full background checks, and Xia is all in. Stepping through the portal, a suffocating, bloodthirsty aura slams into them, but a fierce glow sparking right out of his eyes effortlessly deflects the crushing gravity. Su hypes him up, pointing out that those blazing retinas hold the raw seed of the infernal fire, the exact cheat code that let him hit respawn even after getting flatlined in the underworld. Yuan demands to know why she reached out to him in his previous life, and Daji reveals that her blood ties with the Xia bloodline run crazy deep. Operating as the spiritual navigator of the 6 hells, she simply could not stomach watching him get ruthlessly ganged up on by trash-tier villains. His pure, unfiltered rage and absolute despair during his final moments jump-started that flame ability, sparking the seed, and she just rode that chaotic wave. The pieces finally click for our main guy. That is exactly how he secured this second life. And with the literal apocalypse knocking at the door, his awakened abilities mean he is going to rewrite history, so he signals her to lead the charge. While striding through the gloom, Su breaks down the prison's layout, 6 hells stacked in 5 brutal layers, and the doors he manages to ignite serve as a hard cap on his current soul energy. Scaling this tower means facing increasingly psychotic inmates, meaning he desperately needs to grind his soul stats if he wants to survive the upper floors. Glancing around, Xia spots just the bear zone glowing, giving off massive vibes of the exact same beast he used as a mount back in his first run. The massive bear snaps its jaws open, unleashing a gravity-crushing roar. Yuan flinches completely, caught off guard when the monster actually speaks, asking if he is the fresh boss, hyping the kid up as a total prodigy. It claims they have been rotting here for 1,000 years waiting for him, basically offering to be his personal hitman. Su instantly calls out the black bear's shameless kissing up, telling the furball to get lost while roasting it for acting like a total simp, in front of the new warden stealing her spotlight. She casually notes that these 1,000-year-old demon kings have been locked up so endlessly that they have basically devolved into desperate lapdogs. Suddenly, a giant bird chimes in, scoffing at the warden's hype, insisting they only bow to the emblem, and daring him to prove his dominance by leaving them to fry under sacred lightning strikes for another solid 1,000 years, just to see who breaks first. Our main character is literally mind-blown, first teaming up with the mythic Sudaji, and now staring down a demonic black bear. Clocking that this dungeon is packed with literal legends, Xia steps up to the mutated bird, scans its insane design, and guesses if he is looking at Lei Zhenzi. Su gives a knowing smirk, flexing that the warden totally nailed the trivia on the first try. She dives deeper into the power scaling, explaining that out there, monsters are ranked dead. Simple soldiers, generals, commanders, kings, all the way up to god-tier sages. Right now they are slumming it on the bottom floor, basically a holding cell for general-class criminals. But every staircase climbed means facing significantly deadlier threats, with wild rumors claiming the penthouse suite locks up immortal sage-level absolute menaces. On top of that, street myths say Lady Nuwa herself once spotted a literal god-level anomaly wandering the earth before it just vanished into thin air. Wrapping it up, she guarantees that if he grinds hard enough, he will conquer these floors and hold the absolute monopoly over this supermax prison. Yan admits this tower is way more insane than his wildest theories. If even the bottom-barrel general-level beasts are packing this kind of terrifying firepower, his brain literally cannot process what kind of nightmares are caged at the very top. But honestly, it does not matter who is up there. They are all just future battery packs for his own arsenal, and in this incoming apocalypse, he is dead set on becoming the absolute apex predator. Su drops a reality check, stating his current soul energy has hit a brick wall for exploration, meaning he desperately needs to farm more spiritual points to unlock new doors and level up. Hard cut back to the real world, our guy is casually strolling, breaking down the meta. Soul power operates on a totally different wavelength from standard abilities since normal skills drop like loot from zombies. And mutated crystals but soul juice, you only get that by flat-out executing gods. In exactly 3 days, when those cosmic horrors touch down, it is open season and he is making sure his loadout is perfectly prepped. Cruising down a rundown alley, a massive flashback hits him from his past life. Some random dude literally tripped over an immortal binding rope right here and skyrocketed into a top-tier powerhouse. If his memory holds up, that glitch-level item has to still be buried nearby, since the aura of ancient relics simply cannot hide from his infernal fire radar. Cut to the obstacle ahead, Song Tian, the ruthless head of the Song Syndicate, and father to Song Shujun. He is rolling with Elder Huang, a high-end relic appraiser. Tian spots Yuan from a distance, instantly flashing back to a chat, where he warned his son to strictly run with a high-value crew, only to be told that this specific kid was nothing but a fiercely loyal, easily brainwashed pawn. Snapping back to reality, the appraiser questions what caught his eye, but Tian brushes it off as just a familiar face, ordering them to push forward and let the expert handle the treasure hunting. Huang brushes off the doubts, bragging that sniffing out real antiques is his absolute superpower. Still, he sighs, looking around at the absolute junk filling the market. Meanwhile, Song's mind drifts back to that wild ancestral ceremony just days ago. He had this insane vision of ancient masters begging him to hunt down specific artifacts, so he trusted his gut and brought the old expert along for the ride. Out of nowhere, Huang's eyes lock onto a target bingo, but before he can snatch it, some random guy swipes the prize right out from under them. The dude demands a price, and the shady merchant immediately smells fresh meat, hyping up the piece as some ultra-rare Ming Dynasty relic. He slaps a ridiculous $10,000 price tag on it. Yuan, our main guy, casually strolls up, scoffing at the insane markup and throwing total shade. Flipping the busted string-wrapped junk in his hands, Yuan roasts the absolute lack of quality, calling it nothing but cheap, mass-produced garbage. He drops the hammer, it is barely worth $100. The merchant snaps furiously, yanking it back, just as Huang steps in, begging for a closer look. Yuan smoothly slides back, secretly slipping the ratty string into his pocket. Mission accomplished. That crusty little thread, it is actually the legendary binding immortal rope, an absolute god-tier relic. Now he gets to kick back and watch the chaos unfold. Flashbacks of his past life hit him hard. He remembers the Song family ruthlessly kidnapping Yuan, stealing their sacred emblem, and tossing her into a sick blood sacrifice. Not on his watch, not this time. Back in the real world, Huang squints at the remaining relic, sensing a faint pulse of spiritual energy, and confirming it is totally authentic. Yuan saunters over, dropping the Uncle Song card on Tian, acting like he finally placed where he knew the guy from. He casually asks if Tian is out here antique hunting too. Tian blinks, completely caught off guard, seeing the kid in a rundown thrift market. Tian drops a not-so-subtle hint, mentioning Shui spilled the tea about Yuan's ancient family heirloom fishing for a private chat. But Yuan goes right for the throat. He mocks the loaded millionaire for sweating bullets over a dusty little gourd, instantly sparking massive fear of missing out in the crowd. Bystanders swarm the stall, recognizing the legendary Elder Huang. Knowing Huang's elite reputation, the vultures realize this artifact has to be insanely valuable, and suddenly, someone shouts a $12,000 bid. Boom, another guy screams 20,000. Tian is absolutely fuming, whining about calling dibs and begging the mob to back off. The greedy merchant realizes his jackpot moment has arrived. He gleefully announces a bidding war, and the crowd goes completely feral, hurling cash offers left and right. It gets so out of hand that Tian ends up bleeding over $17,000 just to secure the win. He grumbles nonstop, furious that Yan's big mouth nearly doubled the price tag. Unbothered, Yan smirks and pivots the conversation. "Weren't you obsessing over my family inheritance?" he teases. Tian takes the bait, admitting his son Shui hyped up this mysterious ancient emblem. He desperately asks for a peek. Yan flashes it for a split second. Huang's jaw practically drops, completely mind-blown by the sheer aura of the treasure. The appraiser begs to hold it, but Yuan instantly shuts him down. He claims this isn't some cheap trinket, it is a sacred multi-generational heirloom. No way he is letting some random old dude put his grubby hands on it for free. Tian aggressively pushes back. He tries to guilt-trip Yuan, bringing up his supposed bestie status with Shui just to get a closer look. Yuan brutally cuts him off, laughing at the sheer audacity. Shui, who never heard of him? Yuan deadpawns, spinning around to leave them in the dust. Panicking, Song shouts for him to wait. Sweating, the older man desperately asks what it takes to get an appraisal. Yuan's answer is brutally simple, cold hard cash. He drops his insane rates 10 grand for 60 seconds, 50 grand for a 5-minute VIP session. He even has the nerve to call it a total steal. Take it or leave it, he warns, ready to walk. Hook, line, and sinker, Tian caves, transferring the funds while Yuan smiles like an absolute villain. Bag officially secured. Yuan mentally checks off his doomsday prep list, prioritizing endless gallons of water and mountains of food. He remembers the 6 great hell prisons chilling in his inventory, basically infinite supernatural storage units. Sue chimes in, hyped about their magical freezer properties. She explains that time literally freezes in there, keeping even live animals perfectly fresh. Yan cracks up, teasing his magical fox companion for plotting a secret chicken hoard. He pictures everyone thinking he is running some underground petting zoo. But reality hits hard. A massive, insufficient funds pop-up brutally ruins his vibe. Snapping back, Yan taps his watch, telling Tian his 50 grand trial is officially over, but casually offers a paid extension. Song fiercely pivots, locking eyes with Yan, and asking for his buyout price. Yan shrugs, everything has a price. $10 million. Yan drops the nuke without blinking. Both men absolutely short-circuit, and Yuan violently snatches his prize back. He acts totally clueless about their shock. This thing survived thousands of years of bloody history. It is a god-tier flex. He ruthlessly calls them broke, claiming 10 million is absolute pocket change and threatens to bounce if they can't cough up the funds. Huang scrambles to play peacekeeper, admitting the piece is a genuine legendary drop, but capping its real-world value at 500 grand. He scolds the kid for reaching way too high. The elder tries pushing for a counteroffer, throwing out his own lowball estimate. 100,000 max, he insists. But Tian abruptly cuts the negotiation dead, thanking Huang for his time and sending the appraiser packing. The second they are alone, Song aggressively dials his son, barking orders to rally their absolute strongest clan enforcers right this second. The mission is brutal and simple. Hunt down Yan, snatch his sister, and rip that sacred emblem from his cold hands. The phone clicks off. Tian seethes with pure venom over a punk kid disrespecting him. Then a dark realization hits. Their ancestors gave them a mission way deadlier than just thrifting for antiques. Turns out dude wasn't just plotting, he was legit prepping a young girl's plasma for a dark ritual. He was on the fence about it before, but now, the kid is practically begging for a death wish. Yuan catches on immediately. The gears are turning. It's playing out flawlessly, honestly. He was sweating bullets, thinking Tian might just chicken out. His one major regret, not bleeding the guy's wallet dry right then and there. But hey, patience is a virtue. He's totally gonna milk him for every last cent, slow and steady. Cut to Yuan. She rolls up, gripping a packed suitcase, giving the green light. Yuan doesn't waste a second, ordering her straight back to the house. But out of nowhere, teacher Bai Xin sprints over, yelling at them to hold up. Yuan looks totally confused, asking what's going on. Bai isn't having it, she demands. To know why her star pupil is suddenly ditching high school. She hits them with the guilt trip, bringing up the massive exam, dropping the very next day. To her, throwing this away means tanking Yuan's entire future. Yuan steps up, taking the heat. He drops the bomb that pulling her out was 100% his call. For now, campus life is completely off limits. Sizing him up as the older brother, Bai sighs. She points out that Yuan literally hard carries the class grades. She brings up their parents passing, a low blow, but she's desperate. She thought the big bro had his act together, but seeing him recklessly gamble with his sister's life trajectory, absolute massive red flag in her book. Yuan jumps in to kill the awkward vibe, playing it cool. She promises it's not some huge dramatic dropout, she just needs to handle some family business at the house. Bai isn't buying it for a second. What on earth could be important enough to ghost your academics right before finals? In her mind, unless the literal apocalypse is dropping from the sky, hitting the books is non-negotiable. She pauses suddenly, cringing hard at how loud she just yelled in public. But she doubles down on her strict teacher persona, until Yan smoothly cuts her off with a polite, thank you. He gives respect where it's due, calling her a top-tier educator. And as a tip for actually caring, he decides to drop a massive warning. He stares her dead in the eye and tells her to start hoarding. Food, bottled water, medkits, anything sharp, and most importantly, a massive stash of painkillers. Because when the nightmare actually starts, that stash is the only thing keeping her breathing. Bai just stands there, completely, utterly lost. She writes him off as a total doomsday prepper lunatic, silently praying Yuan survives living with him. As soon as they're clear, Yuan turns to her brother asking what the actual game plan is. Is everything really about to hit the fan? She asks. Yuan doesn't sugarcoat it. He nods, swearing he's got her back, then tosses her a change of clothes to gear up. He lays down the ground rules. He has a solo mission, and under zero circumstances does she unlock that door. Not for anyone. Yuan just nods casually, mentioning she'll get dinner going. She tells him to hustle back before it gets cold. As our boy steps out, he smirks. He slipped the special emblem onto his sister, giving him total peace of mind. It acts like a built-in GPS, straight to her aura. Now the main objective, secure the absolute biggest bag possible. He hits the elevator button. Meanwhile, the snake herself, Ruo, is working the phones. She's grilling someone on the other end, trying to figure out why his little sister ghosted homeroom. She barks an order to raid her ex's apartment immediately, scoffing that he can't hide from them forever. Shear's voice crackles through the speaker, confirming the hit. He tells her to stall there, target the squad is already mobilizing. Cut back to Lan, cornering him, batting her eyelashes and asking if he missed his favorite girl. She plays the innocent victim card, whining about how he promised a cozy movie night with junk food, acting like they were totally still a thing. Yuan literally walks right past her, like she's invisible. Ruo starts losing her cool, chasing after him, and demanding answers for his ice-cold attitude. She scoffs, asking if he's actually serious about dumping her. She tells him to quit throwing a tantrum, convinced he's just acting out of petty jealousy. He violently swats her hand away. With pure venom, he tells her that just the memory of calling her his girlfriend makes him want to throw up. He warns her to keep her distance. Ruo immediately snaps, screaming that he's an ungrateful loser. Our guy just chuckles darkly. He asks if her sweet girl mask finally slipped, mocking her to pick it up before it gets trampled. Absolute emotional damage. Lan goes totally ballistic. She shrieks at him to come back, demanding to know where he's going. Yuan doesn't even look back casually, dropping that he's off to sell his house. Ruo freezes. Isn't that his only piece of real estate? The place he promised would be their future marital home. Yuan shrugs it off. Cash is king right now, and he's doing a flash sale. He flips the script, asking if she wants to buy the deed. Lan's brain practically short-circuits, trying to process how the puppy dog boyfriend turned into an absolute iceberg, selling his dead parents' property, a downtown crib easily valued at $3 million. Let's be real, if it weren't for that shiny asset, she wouldn't have looked his way twice. She was literally only dating him for the real estate. Greed takes over as she asks his asking price. Our protagonist doesn't blink. 1 million flat. No negotiating. Ruo's jaw basically hits the floor. It's an absolute steal. She immediately assumes he's in deep water, with some loan sharks, and needs quick bailout cash. Yuan cuts off her interrogations. Deal or no deal, he's headed to the brokers right now, and honestly, he's practically handing it away. Lan's eyes light up with dollar signs as she snaps it up. But there's a catch. Her bank account is looking light. She tries to hustle him with a $300,000 down payment, promising to float the rest later. Yuan laughs in her face. Who said anything about a payment plan? Does he look stupid? He demands the full million liquid cash up front. Not a single penny short. Ruo's mind races. Shear and his goons are going to ambush him anyway, so this loser's clock is ticking regardless. She realizes even if she hands over the bag now, she'll just pry it from his cold, dead hands later. The strategy: play along and bait him until the paperwork clears. Flipping a switch, she puts on a sweet smile. 1 million it is. She tells him to lead the way to the notary immediately. Fast forward to the agency. Lan is huddled in the corner, whispering on her cell, telling her mom to chill out because she just scored the property deal of a lifetime. She promises the investment will bounce right back into their accounts. Meanwhile, her mom is tearing into her through the speaker, questioning why she's even messing with such a broke, pathetic dude. And to top it off, casually draining the entire family nest egg just to buy out his dump. Ruo just smirks, fully committed to the scam. Lan smirks, claiming the wire transfer is the only thing standing between her and him vanishing for good. Our MC just stares her down, asking if she's finally done running her mouth. He makes it crystal clear. No signature hits the paper until every last cent drops into his account. Lan snaps back that the funds are moving and promises to shoot over the receipt, secretly praying he drops dead before he can even blow through the cash. Lan hits send, and Shia's phone pings with the massive deposit. He just laughs to himself. Once the apocalypse hits, that fancy real estate won't mean a thing. By handing over that 1 million, Lan literally just flushed her only survival ticket down the drain. Flashing a toxic smile, she gloats about how thrilled she is and suggests heading to his place for a victory party. Xia just brushes her off, telling her to go party by herself. Meanwhile, across town, things are taking a dark turn. Shijun rolls up to an apartment block with a crew of thugs bragging that he tracked Xia, taking Yun home earlier that day. His sick plan: ambush the place before Xia can return and force his little sister into a terrifying heart-to-heart. Cut to the apartment. Yun is just innocently cooking dinner when the mystical pendant dangling from her neck suddenly starts emitting an eerie, pulsing glow. Heavy footsteps stop outside. Shijun pounds on the door, putting on a fake sweet voice to announce himself. Confused, Yun calls out, wondering what brother Jun is doing here, especially since her brother isn't even around. Not missing a beat, Jun spins a total lie, claiming Xia sent him ahead while he was out grabbing hot pot supplies. He complains about the blistering heat in the hallway, begging her to unlock the deadbolt, but Yun freezes, pressing her trembling hand against the cold wood. Her brother's strict warning echoes in her head: lock the door and trust absolutely no one. Trusting her gut, she shouts back that he'll just have to wait outside until Xia gets back. That completely sets Jun off. He violently bashes his fists against the frame, screaming if this is some kind of sick joke. How dare she suspect him? He demands she turn the lock right now. Yoon stammers out an apology, her voice shaking. But out in the hall, a shady goon steps up, clutching a toolbox, whispering to his boss to chill out. He smirks, bragging that bypassing a basic residential lock is absolute child's play for their gang. While the thug works his magic, Jun interrogates Yoon through the crack, demanding to know if she's holding the family heirloom. Naively, she confirms Kia gifted it to her. The deadbolt finally snaps open, and Jun lets out a sinister sigh of relief. He bursts inside, violently snatching her wrist, sneering that things would have been way less messy if she had just played nice from the start. His greedy fingers flick the glowing pendant resting on her chest, realizing this is the exact artifact his old man has been hunting. He gloats that holding both her and the relic is the ultimate jackpot. With this leverage, Xia will have zero choice but to drop to his knees and grovel for mercy in front of the Syndicate boss. Yoon is completely lost, her voice cracking as she asks why this is happening. Didn't he claim to be her brother's absolute best friend? Jun just lets out an arrogant, villainous cackle, mocking her for thinking their bond was ever real. He brutally roasts our MC, calling Xia a gullible, pathetic loser who screwed up constantly. Basically, he was just a convenient pawn. Whenever a job went south, they needed a naive scapegoat to take the fall instead of him. Tears stream down Yoon's face. She is utterly shattered, sobbing about how he could be so totally heartless. Jun doesn't stop there. He brags that if he hadn't pulled the strings, she'd never have even crossed paths with Ruo. Then his gaze turns predatory, calling the helpless girl a seriously tasty little snack. Jun suddenly backhands her right across the face, ordering her to shut up immediately, or he's shoving a filthy rag straight down her throat. One of his filthy henchmen steps up, licking his lips, and asking if the girl is legally an adult yet. Jun flashes a disgusting grin, telling his crew they can find out for themselves, since they've got plenty of time to kill. But just as the creeps lunge forward, a disembodied, bone-chilling voice echoes through the room, casually asking if they've ever heard the legend of the ancient wine pool. Hidden within the legendary forest of flesh, Jun's warped brain immediately hallucinates a paradise dripping with endless gorgeous women serving his every twisted desire. But then, the phantom voice of Sue whispers asking how his meal tastes. Hypnotized, Jun mumbles that it's absolutely phenomenal. The spirit mockingly replies that, obviously, it tastes divine, because he's literally chomping down on his own rotting flesh. The brutal illusion shatters. The thugs completely lose their minds, screaming bloody murder about poltergeists. This isn't some fantasy paradise. It's straight up hell. Sue's spectral voice taunts them mercilessly, wondering if the chef's special just isn't hitting the spot. He offers up a brand new menu. Whose raw heart do they want to chew on next? Maybe Biggins. Or how about gorging on the eyeballs of a legendary minister? You pathetic cowards. Meanwhile, back in reality, the entire gang is thrashing around on the floor, screeching in pure agony. Yoon stands there, totally baffled, watching these grown men cry and yell about invisible demons. The goons frantically question what kind of sick sorcery this is, trying to psych themselves up by remembering they're hardcore killers who shouldn't be afraid of anything. Pinpointing the glowing relic as the source of their nightmare, Jun forces a brave face. He barks at his trembling crew to rush forward and smash the pendant to pieces. He tries to play it off as just some bogus piece of junk, but the second he steps up, a blinding shockwave erupts from the gemstone. A spectral claw slashes out of thin air, ripping a massive gash right across Jun's face. The sheer force sends the artifact clattering across the floorboards. Just then, heavy boots step into the apartment. A dark figure casually scoops up the relic heavily, sighing at the absolute wreckage in the room. The smoke clears and the ultimate badass has arrived. It's Xia. Ruo flanks him, peering into the room and asking what the heck happened to Shi Jun. Trembling like a leaf, Jun shrieks that they were attacked by a literal demon. Blinded by greed, Jun yells that the artifact is insanely powerful and orders his battered squad to trap the MC. From the corner, Yoon screams her lungs out, begging her big bro to watch his back. The thugs charge forward, gripping blunt weapons. Inside Xia's mind, Sue casually mentions that the pendant's spiritual battery is totally drained right now. He throws major shade at Jensi for spamming that claw attack, claiming he could have mentally tortured those punks way longer if she hadn't wasted the mana. Suddenly, the bear spirit chimes in, whining that he can't even join the brawl. Xia smirks mentally, replying that if a beast of his massive size materialized, the entire apartment block would instantly crumble to dust. The bear huffs, defending his honor, and swearing he did absolutely nothing wrong. Our MC decides enough is enough. It's time to flex his own terrifying stats. Out of absolutely nowhere, blazing infernos erupt from his hands, instantly engulfing the thugs in a storm of raging fire. The goons shriek in absolute terror, begging him to douse the flames as they sprint wildly toward the bathroom showers. Jun's jaw hits the floor. He's utterly paralyzed, stammering about whether Xia is secretly some kind of dark sorcerer. Out of nowhere, Lan desperately pleads with him to back off. She tries to play the family card, reminding him that Jun used to be his sworn brother, and begging him to honor their shared history. But Xia's eyes glow with pure, unfiltered rage. Honor their history. He roars back that this scumbag literally busted into his home with a hit squad to brutalize his innocent sister. He snatched the relic and had the whole game figured out from day one, calling the entire setup completely sick, wondering how she still has the nerve to play the victim. She instantly gaslights him, claiming he is totally delusional, swearing it is just a massive mix-up. He begs Ruo to talk some sense into Xia, weaponizing the fact that they are dating, and flexing their upcoming wedding while offering him the best man spot. Ruo hits right back, crying about whether he is backing out of their marriage, promising she does not care about any ring or cash. She drops the ride or die routine, vowing to stay even if he is broke, practically begging him to drop the lore on his crazy new powers while swearing endless love. Suddenly, Jun pulls up, clutching a blade, but Xia just locks eyes with the traitors before unleashing an absolute inferno on them, deadpanning that he was also curious about his sudden fire awakening, but now it makes perfect sense. Honestly, it is probably because the world is packed with straight-up trash, so he might as well burn the whole system to the ground. Cut to the Song family shrine, where Tian bows to the ancient stones, begging the spirits to secure the bag for his bloodline, praying for stacked harvests and perfect skies to keep them winning. Out of nowhere, a crimson fog swallows the altar, and a demonic voice echoes demanding enchanted relics, a pure girl's lifeblood, and a flesh offering. Tian instantly kisses up to the spirit, swearing the loot is already on the way. The entity drops a bomb in exactly 3 days. Doomsday hits the earth, so they better speedrun the ritual. Tian starts panicking, repeating the 3-day apocalypse warning in pure disbelief, and screams at his crew to hoard massive stockpiles of grub and hydration. If the Phantom is spitting facts, humanity is literally cooked. He orders his goons to drag Shi and the squad over to kick off the blood sacrifice. Right this second, boom footsteps shatter the silence, a voice mocks that they can skip the invite, and our main character steps from the shadows, bragging that he invited himself as he casually tosses Jun's beaten body onto the floor. Tian loses his mind, screaming about the disrespect, and asking how this nobody dared to crash their sacred turf, barking at his elite guards to wipe him off the map. The mob rushes in. Xia just shuts his eyes, exhales, and snaps them open, detonating a blinding shockwave of pure magma that instantly turns the strike team to ash. Song is left shaking in pure horror, while Yan casually smirks, noting he is a little rusty with that move. While the guards wail and melt in the blaze, Tian is caught between terror and sheer rage. Song whips out a pistol, roaring at Xia to rot in hell. But a microsecond before the bullet connects, our guy twitches a single finger. The entire weapon detonates right inside Tian's grip, shredding his hand. Xia coldly drops a one-liner about how pulling triggers is a dangerous game for little kids, secretly hyped that his level 1 nether blaze is packing this much heat, vaporizing a 10-man squad from 2 meters away in exactly 10 seconds is insane. Plus, catching nearby explosives makes the blast radius absolutely cracked. Bleeding and desperate, Song drops to his knees, begging the ancient spirit for an immediate carry before their entire lineage gets wiped out. The Phantom roars back, flexing its title as the Ancient Star Elder, and commands the filthy mortal to bow down. Yan takes a heavy hit. Tian instantly hypes up, bragging that his wounds vanished, and the inferno completely died out, screaming that the Cosmic Elder just dropped in to solo the villain and end Xia's whole career. The massive spirit materializes, and our boy chuckles, realizing the Song clan actually had the apocalypse leaked to them by this shadow boss. He sighs, complaining he only showed up to snag some vintage loot and cash, but now he is locked into a literal boss fight. The Titan stomps down to flatten him, but Xia perfectly framed dodges. The entity extends a massive claw for a fatal grab, making Tian gloat that it is totally over. But his jaw drops when he spots Yan grinning like a demon, summoning his spirit bear, and taunting about who exactly is getting packed up today. Mid-strike, Su drops some heavy lore. Huo is a literal core star, a pureborn flame entity that spent 1,000 years hoarding mana from the cult sacrifices. She whispers that if he can trap and consume this beast, his pyromancy and energy stats will completely break the scale. Our guy raises an eyebrow, asking exactly what crazy play she is cooking up. Dodgy breaks it down. The dark artifact in his pocket lacks the juice right now, but if he is down to gamble his life, they might just pull off the ultimate capture. Xia locks in, demanding the full tutorial on this massive risk. Su explains he needs to drain a fraction of his own life force, injecting it straight into the relic to spawn a legendary ally, to help jump this god-tier boss. Yan nods, fully aware that this energy is literally ripped from his own soul, and if the capture fails, and he cannot patch up his shattered spirit fast enough, it is an instant game over. He will just cease to exist. Not to mention the beast they summon could just go rogue and bail. Dodgy stares him down, asking if he is seriously crazy enough to roll those dice. The protagonist just smirks, asking why he would ever pass up a high-stakes wager. He immediately ignites the sigil with roaring fire, making Sue panic and scream out. Just as Yuan coldly reveals he already fused the Nether Blaze core into the item, and that if he dies, hellfire surges threatening to incinerate the protective talisman into pure ash. If that seal breaks, this dimensional prison locks down forever, condemning her to eternal darkness. He smirks, warning her that keeping him breathing means playing by his rules before sucking in a massive wave of spiritual energy that triggers a blinding shockwave. A disembodied voice echoes through the chaos, confirming the escape route is wide open, prompting Xia to initiate his ultimate summon. He calls upon the legendary guardian beast of the southern sea mountains, dragging the massive black bear straight onto the battlefield. The beast erupts from the shadows, oozing a pure, suffocating malice, as the spiritual cage shatters while Daji desperately yells at the monster to keep things under control. She screams that the prison master absolutely cannot die in this crossfire, but the bear is already lunging at the enemy, roaring about how incredibly hyped he is to finally taste freedom. Yuan smacks the beast, snapping him back to reality by shouting that his mana is draining fast, and they need a quick knockout before he actually drops dead. With a savage grin, the monstrous bear promises absolute loyalty, flexing that Yuan totally picked the perfect demon for this brutal job. Launching himself directly at the ancestor, the bear mocks the so-called elemental god for even trying to stand in his way. He demands the fire spirit right this second, instantly interrupting the ancestor's spell with a crushing blow that leaves the old man gasping and furious. The battered ancestor makes excuses, claiming his god-tier power is just nerfed in this mortal realm, and desperately looks for a chance to run away. But before he can even flinch, a glowing spiritual ribbon lashes out with our boy coldly stating that running is no longer an option. He commands the god-binding rope to strike, watching the golden threads instantly wrap around the ancestor and lock him down tight. Song loses his absolute mind, screaming that securing that legendary ancient artifact is practically impossible, while Jia just laughs at the irony. He flexes that snapping up a cheap busted relic actually scored him the ultimate divine weapon, leaving Tian shrieking in pure horror. Right before their eyes, the almighty ancestor violently collapses into a mere fire spirit, which Yuan casually grabs, pitching a dark bargain. Dangling their ancestor's soul like a toy, he looks the Song family dead in the eye and asks exactly how much cash their entire bloodline is worth. Completely drained and shaking, Xiao begs his dad to tell him they did not just dump their entire family fortune. His father snaps back that with the literal apocalypse knocking at their door, paper money is garbage compared to actually staying alive. Demanding absolute secrecy, he orders them to liquidate every single real estate asset, immediately turning it all into hard cash to hoard massive stockpiles of food and water. He reminds the crew about their border mansion, commanding them to instantly fortify its underground bunker for the incoming chaos. On top of that, he tells them to get old Huang back on the clock, hunting down magical antiques, officially cutting off any support for the kid. He gloats that Doomsday actually awakened his hidden abilities, convincing himself that this apocalyptic nightmare is the Song family's ultimate golden ticket. He vows to leverage this new world order to make Xia pay in blood for humiliating their prestigious name. Cut back to our protagonist, staring at a crazy bank balance of 38,960,000 yuan, or basically $23 million. He clicks his tongue, knowing he totally could have milked the Songs for way more cash if he was not rushing the clock, but brushes it off. Time is ticking, so he hits up a supplier straight up, asking to purchase 1 actual ton of spiritual cleansing pills, catching the polite clerk completely off guard. Her customer service smile drops instantly, thinking he is trolling her, since those basic meds are only used for mild fevers and detoxing. Yuan is not playing games coldly, asking if they want his money, or if he needs to take his massive order to a competitor. The panicked clerk stammers that they absolutely do sell them, but securing that insane volume means a heavy price tag and a 2-day wait. Slamming down a 20% deposit, our guy demands the entire shipment by tomorrow night, no excuses before storming out. Walking away, he calculates the 10 tons he already bagged in Jade City, plus his massive online hauls, confident his stash is fully stacked. He smirks at the irony, knowing the rest of the world has zero clue that this cheap pharmacy junk is about to become the most priceless resource on the planet. A dark flashback hits him, remembering the agonizing pain of his past life, where he was literally rotting away on his deathbed. He remembers his sister crying, apologizing for failing to scavenge enough of those exact pills, the secret catalyst that force awakens superpowers. Not only did they unlock abilities, but they actively blocked zombification, an insane cheat code they realized way too late to abuse. Desperate to save him, she ignored his warnings about the monster-infested streets, running out to find a pharmacy, only to never come back. Clenching his fists, he swears on his life that tragedy will never repeat itself, silently mocking the Song family for blindly hoarding basic groceries. Those fools are just prepping for a famine, completely unaware that surviving the early doomsday phases requires monopolizing the newly awakened superhumans. By cornering the global market on these awakening pills, he is basically building a private army of elites totally chained to his every command. Gripping his magical emblem, Xia unleashes a ferocious wave of fire, prompting Su to hype up the massive power spike. Su explains that absorbing the fire spirit completely evolved his basic hellfire, upgrading it into the legendary Red Lotus Fire. This elite flame shreds right through magical barriers and mind tricks, guaranteeing fake-out traps like the wine and meat illusions will never blindside him again. Even better, it instantly boosts his raw stats straight to Phase 2, sharpening his elemental control to an absolutely lethal precision. Yuan materializes a blazing weapon in his grip, totally hyped that this fire spirit is an absolute game-changer. Right next to him, the beefy bear begs for another summon, buzzing from the pure adrenaline rush of their last brawl. He flexes that his evil karma dropped to 90, meaning he just scored a bonus cut of meat for his prison rations. Su breaks it down, explaining that serving their master scrubs away bad karma and hooks them up with better perks, even if it drains a chunk of their stamina. Our boy tells them to pipe down, but a cheeky bird perched nearby starts talking trash, roasting them for acting like obedient lapdogs over a few measly snacks. The feathered menace squawks that Yuan better never call on him, swearing he would just chill on the sidelines with some popcorn, waiting for the perfect moment to dip. Xia ignores the shade, realizing his leveled up stats can finally crack open way more prison doors. But he thinks out loud, why on earth would he unleash a beast way above his pay grade? That sounds like a fast track to getting hunted down himself. The glowing amulet snuffs out the roaring flames as Yuan stares through the glass, his mind racing with the brutal truth about tomorrow. It is the ultimate countdown, just 48 hours until the apocalypse hits, and every single second matters. With millions still burning a hole in his pocket, he has more than enough cash to snipe a legendary artifact at tomorrow's elite jewelry auction. Fast forward, our guy rolls up to the venue, locking his eyes on the prize. He remembers the survival rules. Clearly, basic supplies are easy to scavenge when society crumbles, but those ultra-rare energy cores, you only get those by slaughtering zombies. Yet the raw stone hitting the auction block packs enough pure crystallized mana to blast him straight from Phase 2 into Phase 3. Back in his first life, some random guy snagged this gem and became an absolute god, leaving everyone else in the dust. Not this time, though. He is fully locked in, ready to claim that power-up for himself. Inside the chaotic auction hall, the hype man slams his gavel, screaming that the Spring Jade collection just went for a cool 1,300,000, before unveiling the main event, a rugged uncut rock radiating massive potential. He hypes it up as a guaranteed 5 million value, kicking off the bidding at 3. Without missing a beat, a cocky blonde dude instantly drops 5 million on the table. The entire room gasps instantly, whispering that this massive flex is exactly what you would expect from the infamous How. The crowd glazes him up, muttering that since he casually dropped the max market price, nobody would dare cross his mega-rich corporation. The rich kid smirks, soaking up the clout, and promises to buy everyone a round of drinks. But the celebration dies when a cold voice rings out bidding 6 million, prompting a random girl to ask who the heck this high schooler is. A nerdy guy adjusts his glasses baffled, whispering that this VIP event is strictly for the elite, requiring an ultra-rare black bank card just to step inside. Boom! Yuan casually flashes his obsidian card, staring down the room and daring anyone to object. The staff completely folds, sweating as they assume he is some secret billionaire heir. The auctioneer clears his throat, hyping the 6 million bid and begging for challengers. Hao glares instantly, raising the stakes to 7 million. Taunting our protagonist to show some real guts so they can play with the big boys. Yuan does not even blink coldly, dropping a mind-melting 10 million offer. The entire hall practically loses their minds, screaming that this absurd price tag completely shreds the actual value of the rock. Hao's girl tugs his arm, whispering that beefing with this random kid is pointless since he is obviously just flexing for attention, and they should totally let him torch his own wallet. Hao sneers, demanding his name. Our boy drops his title as Xia, and the blonde rich kid swears he will make him regret this. A trembling staffer hands over the heavy gem, and Yuan smiles, finally feeling its raw power. Moving on, the host hypes up the next lot. A dazzling golden jade fan dripping in pearls and precious gems. Suddenly, the vibe shifts, and panicked voices scream out, asking if a literal demon just spawned in the room. Chaos erupts as people scream for their lives. Our guy, halfway out the door, whips around to see a terrifying dark aura swirling around a monstrous flying shadow. He instantly pieces it together. His new energy crystal acted like a magnet, and that cursed fan must have been stored right next to his rock before the event, soaking up all its corrupting mana. With the doomsday clock practically at 0, the demonic entity trapped inside the relic just woke up, teasing the massive chaos, about to swallow the globe as supernatural horrors start leaking into reality. Out of nowhere, Hao screams his lungs out, absolutely terrified of the beast yelling at the kid to watch his back. Yuan simply smirks, unleashing his terrifying aura to sidestep a lethal strike while his right eye flares up. blasting a tidal wave of hellfire that instantly vaporizes the monster. He brushes off his shoulder, scoffing that the demon was tragically weak and barely forced him to use his new skill. Sprawled out on the marble floor, a completely humbled Hao stares up in awe, begging this absolute legend to become his boss. Cut to the street outside Xia's apartment, where a massive crowd is staring at mountains of cargo, gossiping if the teenager is secretly launching a grocery empire. They murmur that he seems super chill, wondering what kind of crazy startup he is running. A bitter neighborhood auntie rolls her eyes, trashing the youth for being reckless and acting invincible, loudly predicting his little business will tank in a week. Another girl calls her out, asking if the salty auntie was not the exact same person begging to rent that specific warehouse just yesterday. The hater backpedals, claiming she wouldn't touch that broken-down dump anyway. Ignoring the drama, Xia does the math in his head, realizing his bank account is running on fumes after this massive supply drop, racking his brain to see if he missed any crucial loot. A sweaty delivery driver steps up, dropping the clipboards and asking if the boss wants to double-check the insane pile of survival gear. Our boy waves him off with a chill thanks, completely trusting the process. The worker wipes his brow, warning him to brace himself because another massive wave of crates drops tomorrow, and there is zero chance that tiny warehouse can hold it all. Overhearing this, the nosy auntie absolutely loses it, shrieking about yet another delivery, fuming over how this parentless punk suddenly got loaded, and aggressively complaining that kids these days have zero respect for their elders. Now this, Karen wants to flip the spot into a supermarket, acting entirely entitled to the profits and demanding his space. Suddenly, her absolute brat of a kid whines about needing the bathroom, dashes straight into the warehouse, and literally relieves himself right on the floor with a satisfied sigh. Instead of scolding him, this delusional mom praises her precious angel for pottying all by himself, dropping the classic, "boys will be boys" excuse, before smugly asking Xia to let it slide. Xia isn't having it. He ruthlessly shoves the kid face first into his own puddle, then tosses the dripping brat right back at his shocked mother, who shrieks in total disbelief. She screams that he was just playing around, accusing Xia of being a monster for bullying a toddler. Xia deadpans right back, claiming zero remorse. Storming off in a massive huff before the metal doors slam shut, the furious woman drags her kid away, who is now whining about wanting to light up some firecrackers. Catching a wicked idea, the grandmother flashes a sinister smirk, promising to buy him the biggest explosive she can find tonight. She loudly drops a heavy threat, maliciously implying that it would be a total tragedy if a stray spark just happened to burn Xia's precious warehouse to ash. Back inside, our guy surveys his massive loot stash. Everything is primed and ready. He commands the great mortal prison to swallow it all whole. A blinding flash of energy erupts instantly, vanishing mountains of crates into thin air. Sue gets totally hyped, cheering that their epic stockpile means ultimate survival. Xia tasks her with scouting out an empty sector to catalog the haul, and Daji eagerly chimes in, flexing her absolute mastery in organizing. She points out the massive herd of livestock they snagged, suggesting they carve out a dedicated farming zone inside the mystical tower. Thanks to the heavy spiritual aura in there, she guarantees the meat will mutate to taste insanely good, securing them an infinite cheat code for roasted chicken. Yuan steps up, dropping a grim reality check about the impending doomsday warning that nobody knows exactly how many years this nightmare will drag on. That is why he is dead set on hoarding every living species possible, acting like a modern-day Noah to save civilization. Bear Spirit then advises him to focus strictly on farming, because when the food chain completely collapses, nutrient-rich dirt and fresh seeds will literally become the ultimate currency. As long as they can plant crops, life finds a way to survive. Yan confirms he already copped a massive seed vault, and Xia nods in full agreement. Promising to return quickly, Xia surveys a literal mountain of dirt outside, doubting the demon ceiling tower's capacity before triggering the absorption spell anyway. Sue frantically yells at him to cut the power, warning that the artifact is totally maxed out, and his current mana levels are hitting rock bottom. The internal pocket dimension is way too cramped, and packing more in will literally crush them alive. Yan mentions he has already vacuumed up roughly 10 solid tons of topsoil, but stresses that this is practically nothing. Once the apocalypse drops, the Earth's surface will become totally toxic. Pure, uncontaminated dirt will be the rarest loot on the planet. Declaring they are out of time, a glowing aura absolutely engulfs his body. Meanwhile, that petty Karen is unboxing literal explosives, plotting to erase Xia from the map tonight, when her creepy grandson suddenly waddles in carrying a weird object. She narrows her eyes, questioning where he snagged that antique mirror, and wondering if he swiped it from the fireworks stand. Totally enabling his bad habits, she actually praises the kid for stealing her a present. But the toddler just stares blankly, whispering that someone is trapped inside the glass. Confused, she asks who he is talking about. Before he can answer, a horrifying, twisted visage breaches the reflection, making the old woman physically recoil in sheer terror. Screaming that it is a demonic spirit, she orders the boy to trash it immediately. Instead, the kid tilts his head eerily, asking why she refuses to gaze into it, especially since she always brags about doing whatever she pleases. Dark aura explodes from the glass entity, and the grandmother shrieks, scrambling desperately to escape. She is way too slow. The nightmare crawls out of the frame and brutally lunges at her. Instead of crying, the toddler cracks a psychotic smile, giggling at the slaughter. He gleefully begs his bleeding grandmother to keep up the fun game. Suddenly, the room's gravity warps. The woman slowly stands back up, leaking overwhelming malicious mana. Purring that she loves her sweet boy, her flesh violently mutates into the beast itself. She violently yanks the screaming child into the crushing, suffocating darkness. Fast forward to the next morning, at the loading docks. Workers complain about the insanely gloomy weather, while a deckhand inside a cargo ship yells about a massive problem. Their fishing nets hauled up absolute abominations, mutated sea creatures dripping with vile pus and sporting razor-sharp fangs, leaving the crew totally disgusted about eating them. The guys immediately blame toxic chemical dumping for creating these freakish ocean mutants. Right then, a heavy footstep echoes as someone kicks open an office door. Announcing that 0 hour has arrived, the man demands the total storage inventory from old Wu. But something is horribly wrong with Wu's twitching, discolored hands. A coworker checks on him, asking if he caught a nasty bug and needs to clock out early. Suddenly, a gang of sketchy thugs rolls up and the confused worker demands their identities. The intruders completely ignore him, confirming to each other that the entire city's supply of spiritual cleansing meds is locked inside this exact vault. The brave employee stands his ground, stating the cargo is fully paid for, and telling the street rats to go through official channels if they want to purchase anything. These goons just rush forward violently, tossing the dude aside like a rag doll to secure the loot. But one thug gets violently tripped up as old Wu's mangled grip locks onto his ankle. Wu has completely morphed into a savage mutant. The mob immediately draws their weapons, jumping the beast in a chaotic brawl until it drops dead, checking to see if their leader caught a scratch. The head honcho brushes it off, barking orders to secure the medical drop immediately, adding a lethal warning for anyone stupid enough to block their path. He orders them to literally wipe out any resistance. A terrified guard stutters, asking if they seriously plan on committing murder. Cue the dramatic entrance. Xia strolls onto the scene. Radiating pure boss energy, he declares that every single crate is his personal, legally purchased property, daring the thugs to try and rob him blind. He mocks the crew, asking why they are rushing to dig their own graves before the apocalypse even officially kicks off. The gang leader tries to play it cool, demanding Xia back down. The thug smugly claims the entire dockyard and industrial sector belong to his underground boss, arguing that unshipped cargo is completely up for grabs. The guy tries playing nice, asking why Xia won't just take a massive favor and let them dictate the price. But Xia, he shuts that down fast, straight up, refusing to bargain. Giving him exactly 60 seconds, Xia drops a chilling warning: bounce now, or face brutal consequences. Then he casually drops a bomb, asking if the zombification process has already kicked off. The goons rush forward, but they are swinging at ghosts. She practically teleports on top of the shipping crates, throwing their own words back at them. Didn't they claim every single item at this port belonged to their boss? The flunky stammers, demanding to know his next move. Xia smirks, claiming he is just taking a page out of their playbook. Total robbery. Cut to a massive explosion, rocking another sector. A voice demands a repeat of the disastrous news, while a furious woman steps up. She snaps, utterly enraged that her squad botched the medicine run and let the entire stash get hijacked. The squad leader sweats, admitting this guy is not your average thug. He is clearly an awakened user, a total freak of nature. Shaking the survivor recalls the sheer scale of the warehouse. It was packed to the ceiling with loot. But the second that door slammed shut, it felt like an absolute eternity trying to pry it back open. And when they finally cracked it, wiped clean, not a single crumb left behind. The female boss absorbs this, demanding a name. The trembling guard pulls up the shipping logs. The recipient was registered as Xia. Her eyes narrow as she pieces the puzzle together, realizing she is dealing with another ability user. It looks like he is packing some insane spatial storage hack. But before she can fully strategize, her eyes lock onto the reporting henchman. His flesh twists, his eyes roll back. He is mutating right in front of them, prompting her to declare the brutal truth: the virus has already infected his brain. At this point, no spiritual cleansing pill on Earth could save him. She barks orders to drag him outside and incinerate him immediately, forbidding anyone from making skin contact. Avoid that toxic plasma at all costs. Suddenly, the fresh zombie lunges right at her throat. Unfazed, the boss rises, extending a glowing hand. Savage vines erupt from her palm, violently skewering the mutant midair. The room's atmospheric pressure skyrockets as the deadly flora completely engulfs him. Watching the carnage, she coldly states this is barely the prologue. She immediately orders her crew to scavenge for medical supplies and stockpile heavy artillery. They are turning the coastal logistics hub into an impenetrable fortress. She mandates massive frontline reinforcements, rallying every single soldier for the ultimate defense. because doomsday is officially here. Cut to a different scene, a spiritual cleansing pill rests in someone's palm. Xia lays down the absolute survival rules. The tap water is toxic, and the air is practically poison. Moving forward, every single drop they drink or wash with has to come straight from a sealed bottle. The dosage is strict, 3 cleansing pills daily, 0 exceptions. And if anyone even catches a slight chill, they need to report it to him instantly. Yuan looks completely lost, demanding answers. Xia sighs, realizing he cannot keep her in the dark anymore. He promises a full debrief while they stay on the move. As he guides her down the street, his sister nervously glances around. She mutters that stepping outside feels surreal, considering she has been locked indoors since returning from campus. The vibe is incredibly eerie. Xia grimly points out that the dark energy is already manifesting physically. Suddenly, a raspy voice behind them groans about finishing a meal, but the hunger is not satisfied. They turn around to face a horrific sight, that grumpy old neighbor woman now completely mutated, shrieking that she wants to devour everything in sight. Even as a monster, she is still whining. She screeches about how she always hated people stomping around the apartment building and disrupting her sleep. Ranting that the whole world plotted against her, she vows to literally eat her neighbors alive. While guttural screams tear through that block, the camera shifts. Xia and his sister are already bailing, jumping into a cab. At that exact second, Ruo struts down the street with a friend who scoffs at the absolute trash security in this neighborhood. Lan brushes off the danger. Why stress over guards when a powerhouse like Xia is living right here? She proudly declares this territory as their permanent new home. Her friend smirks, pointing out they did not just drop hundreds of millions into a black hole for no reason. That cash funded Ruo's top-tier reconstructive surgery and a total flawless Sakura aesthetic glow-up. Looking this stunning, bagging her target is practically guaranteed. Ruo flips her hair totally confident. She brags that Xia was always a massive simp for this exact vibe. He used to stalk her like a lost puppy. And honestly, she is still entirely clueless about why he suddenly started treating her like absolute garbage. But now that he is flexing real power and status, she is ready to wrap him around her finger once more. With her awakened charm, absolutely nobody is blocking her path. Factoring in the loot he snatched from the Shah family vault, she is completely delusional, convinced he is basically her personal property. Her master plan: track him down, drop a few flirty smiles, and watch him fold. But suddenly Lan spots his silhouette sliding into a departing vehicle. Panic mode activates. They scramble into a trailing car, screaming at the driver to step on the gas. In the back seat, Ruo is losing her mind, screeching that he is a walking goldmine and no other girl is stealing her prize. The crazy car chase finally halts outside the city's zoo. Nearby, chaos is brewing. A furious dad is shouting his lungs out, claiming a rogue animal nearly shattered his kid's skull. His kid's face was centimeters from getting mangled. The terrified zoo worker bows constantly, desperately trying to explain that these creatures are normally incredibly docile. He is completely baffled by the sudden aggression. Watching the drama unfold, Yuan turns to her brother, whispering to ask if the mutated animals are part of the nightmare connecting the dots from his earlier warnings. She finally gets it. The true apocalypse is knocking at their front door. People are either going to rot into brainless zombies or hit the genetic lottery and awaken superpowers. And the only reason her brother saw this coming, he triggered his awakening way before the countdown hit 0. Xia gives a tight nod, making a mental note to keep his brutal past life trauma a secret so he does not traumatize her. With the world ending, Yuan is understandably freaked out, asking why they are hanging out at a zoo instead of locking themselves in a bunker. Xia hits her with the harsh reality: playing hide and seek only delays the inevitable. Out here in the wasteland, raw power is the only currency that matters. And despite his insanely overpowered combat skills, he cannot play bodyguard 24/7. In this new chaotic era, a deadly blind spot could cost them everything. She's completely done being the damsel in distress and needs a major power-up. Yuan checks if she can handle the heat. She absolutely refuses to be dead weight, craving that next level up. Our guy gives them the green light to keep pushing. Meanwhile, the ultimate stalker Ruowen, trailing their ride, questions this whole zoo detour. Her mom coaches her to shadow him stage the perfect accidental run-in and secure his attention. While Lan touches up her gloss, the exhibits behind her are throwing pure, unhinged death glares. Hitting the reptile zone, Sue picks up a massive aura, sensing an absolute beast lurking nearby. The bear is already whining about throwing hands with stinky tanky mobs that refuse to go down. As Yan locks eyes with a massive shell on a rock, Deiji and the bear clock it instantly. This is an ancient beast. Yan knows this thing has been chilling here since the park opened, racking up over 100 years. Even with a dedicated plaque, the park thinks it's just some random, overgrown reptile named Nanan. But Yan knows the real lore. In his past life, this absolute unit went viral because a literal deity tried stepping into her territory and caught those jaws, brawling for days without putting a single dent in her armor. Remembering those stats, he realizes if he can draft this tank to guard his sister, Her defense goes to infinity. Our boy steps right up, addressing the beast directly. Master. She glares right back. Yuan flexes his spiritual pressure, smirking that all this cardio is making him hungry, and casually asks how turtle soup sounds. The ancient beast actually talks back, roasting humans for having zero chill. She lectures him that legends used to beg at a cabin 3 times, just for a crumb of help, so he better fix his attitude. Demanding to know who he thinks he is, flexing on her. Yuan cuts the noise. The apocalypse is dropping right now and nobody has time for a whole tea ceremony. He introduces his sister, who is totally shook, watching a reptile give a TED talk. The beast clears her throat, dropping her ego to admit she only got captured because she binged too hard, caught a bad case of indigestion, and got scooped up by the old park manager. And that Nanan tag, pure coincidence. Centuries have rolled by, but for a titan pushing over 3,000 years, that's literally just a commercial break. The bear's jaw drops at the 3 millennia flex, realizing she's practically touching God tier. It whispers that harvesting her core would buff someone's lifespan by a solid 100 years. Yuan ignores the snack talk, demanding her price to play bodyguard for his sister. The beast gestures to the chaos. The blood moon is taking over, and when the absolute end drops, her entire squad gets wiped out too. Yuan pitches the ultimate trade deal. He'll extract her hatchlings from the pond, relocate them into the great mortal prison, hook them up with a custom lake, and guarantee 0 casualties. She instantly locks onto that location drop. Raw energy explodes around them, crackling with heavy lightning. She recognizes that specific electric signature, the exact cage meant for locking up deities. The puzzle pieces click. Destiny literally dragged him here, a century early, just for this exact collab. But she smirks, challenging if a literal teenager can pilot a max-level prison, warning that the fallout is no joke. If he crashes out, the collateral damage would eclipse the actual doomsday gods. She straight up asks why she should gamble on a kid who might get crushed under 3,000 years of raw spiritual gravity. Yuan doesn't flinch. Coated in a blazing aura, he tanks her sudden attack as the ancient beast stops holding back. Cut back to the stalkers. Ruo catches a sound and boom, a primate literally snatches her wig straight off her head. Lan weaponizes her designer bag, screaming for the hairpiece, but the animals just unleash a barrage of mystery liquid on them. Ruo gags, realizing it's straight up spit, while her mom hits maximum disgust. Lan is ready to throw down, but mom shuts it down. They need to stay on mission and secure Yuan. The boomer slaps the stolen wig back onto her daughter, totally backwards naturally, and they book it straight into the reptile zone. Complaining about the toxic smell, someone's foot sinks into something squishy. Grossed out, the mom aggressively scrapes her fancy shoe against a useless rock turtle. Massive mistake. They push forward until Ruo stages her perfect entrance behind a massive frond. Her game plan, emerge from the jungle, looking delicate and insanely aesthetic, completely banking on the jump scare Riz to make him fall hard. But the second Lan rips the foliage apart, she triggers a boss encounter. A turtle launches out, locking its jaws dead onto her arm. The bite pressure is absolutely critical, spiking unbearable agony and pinning her in place. Ruo is totally paralyzed by the carnage, realizing her aesthetic is ruined, so she plays dead silent to avoid looking like a clown. Suddenly, a whole mob of reptiles swarms the mom, who starts screeching, while Lan is sobbing for a rescue operation. Both of them hit the dirt, getting absolutely shredded by the squad. Meanwhile, back at the main event, our guy is holding his ground against the Titan. The bear is hyping him up to just cancel her, swearing one good smack would flatline the boomer reptile, leaving them with premium loot drops. Hellfire erupts. The sheer gravity drops Yuan to his knees, and the ancient beast just chuckles. Can't handle the heat, then tap out. The turtle starts dropping some heavy philosophical vibes, claiming life and death are just part of the script. She straight up tries to gaslight them, saying surviving the apocalypse is pointless anyway. Her ultimate pitch, hand over the great prison artifact to her, promising she'd keep everyone chilling in absolute peace, even while the world burns down around them. A seriously weird, heavy vibe fills the air as the beast keeps pushing her agenda. She claims the great mortal prison is way too hardcore for some rookie to handle. The mind games hit hard. The bear starts swaying totally out of it, while Sue straight up admits she's losing the will to fight. But Yuan, he snaps back, asking if Sue somehow forgot the absolute basics of survival. He reminds her that after living this long, the math is simple. You either keep grinding forward or you get left in the dust. Lose your drive, and you instantly lose your life. Suddenly, boom, a massive wave of pure, unadulterated energy erupts. Thunder rips through the sky, and the turtle totally panics when she realizes Jia just casually shattered her mind control mantra. The protagonist glares right at the beast, telling her she can shove those cheap parlor tricks. Without missing a beat, Xia whips out a rope and hog-ties the massive reptile. The bear, finally snapping out of her daze, points out that this sneaky monster totally tried to hijack the great prison, demanding they just end her right here and now. Sue shudders, realizing the turtle is literally on the verge of hitting god-tier status, and they almost got played like absolute fools. But honestly, the boss's mental fortitude is just built different. Yuan steps up, giving the giant reptile an ultimatum: tap out or get wiped out. Panicking, the turtle begs them to hold their fire, but he isn't having it, promising to keep the relentless beatdown coming. The turtle starts whining, yelling that he's totally abusing some legendary Mount Tai bone-crushing technique. She cries about elder abuse, desperately begging Yuan to rein in her psycho brother, literally pulling the animal cruelty card. The protagonist just flexes casually, noting how crazy his stats have spiked and how much raw power he's packing now. Right on cue, Yuan steps in, pleading with him to give Grandpa Turtle a break, totally convinced the giant beast isn't throwing off villain vibes anymore. She gently grabs his arm, and Sha instantly cancels his attack. The turtle takes a mental note: even when utterly enraged, this dude keeps his cool. Begging them to ditch the grandpa title and just call him Nanin, the ancient beast magically shrinks down to pocket size. Dropping a lore bomb, he can straight up sense bad vibes and malicious intent. He admits the kid has insane potential, promising that as long as they roll together, they've got his elite level protection. Yuan beams and thanks him, though the bear sulks, asking if turtle soup is officially off the menu. Yuan, however, stays completely on guard, pointing out they absolutely cannot leave Yuan alone with a totally unpredictable monster. The turtle immediately sweats, swearing that whole mind control thing was just a prank. He scrambles to explain that the Great Mortal Prison is a fiercely lethal ancient relic that only someone with main character level luck can wield, claiming he wouldn't dare try to steal it again. A blinding light engulfs the area as the turtle makes a crazy vow his actual soul will dive into the prison right then and there, officially binding him as a loyal servant. The protagonist lays down the law, ordering the turtle's physical body to stick to his sister like glue. He drops a brutal threat: if the beast tries anything sketchy, he'll get blasted by 10,000 lightning bolts. It's the ultimate insurance policy for Yun's safety. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the ground. As the thick smoke clears, Sha is already perched high up in a tree, muttering that this is exactly what he was worried about. A massive swarm of glowing red-eyed beasts starts closing in. Yuan scopes out the chaotic scene, noticing a mix of wildlife. Some are totally mutated, but others are still perfectly normal. Making a split-second call, he decides to rescue the uncorrupted ones, tossing them straight into his spatial tower. He swoops down near the turtle enclosure, scooping them up in a flash. The rescued animals literally look grateful. Sha grabs his sister, promising to instantly relocate her to a safe zone. They are sprinting through the chaos when a super annoying voice echoes out. It's Ruo. She's dragging herself out of the water, looking absolutely wrecked, missing her wig clothes shredded to pieces and still desperately claiming to be his girlfriend. Yuan just stares, totally baffled, demanding to know why she is even here. Lan pops up right next to her, having the audacity to say Yuan is just playing hard to get. She tries to spin this insane narrative that he's still obsessed with Ruo, claiming his ego is the only thing stopping a reunion, and constantly reminding him that the girl is supposedly drop-dead gorgeous. She pushes the delusion further, insisting that ever since they split, he's been crying himself to sleep over her absolute perfection. Ruo's mother aggressively nods along, swearing her daughter has been madly in love the whole time. She even tries to manipulate him, bringing up some past rumor about him wanting to drop down on one knee and propose. She claims Ruo only rejected him before because she panicked but is secretly obsessed with him. Lan then drops the wildest line generously, offering to forgive him for treating them like trash earlier. The protagonist literally takes 10 steps back, cringing intensely, muttering that these women have completely lost their minds. Ruo starts throwing a massive tantrum, begging him to take her back while screaming that he should be worshipping the ground, a beauty like her walks on. Right on cue, the mutated horde zeroes in on them. Ruo completely loses it, screeching at the bloodthirsty beasts to step aside. Because in her ultimate delusional era, she screams that the most stunning woman alive is destined to be a literal queen, and that every man should be bowing at her feet. Heavy impacts shake the earth, as Sia completely ignores her psychotic rant. He moves like a blur, snatching up the last few uncorrupted animals. He shouts that the rescue mission is basically a wrap, and right now locking down a secure hideout is top priority. Just down the path, an old zoo admin building comes into view. Yuan quickly scans the perimeter, realizing the entire staff booked it the second the apocalypse dropped. He remembers this park is parked out in the middle of nowhere, backed up right against a mountain, meaning zero random tourists to deal with. Even better, the security cams are still running perfectly, and the staff dorms are fully stocked with survival basics. Yuan looks around, totally hyping up the spot as the ultimate base camp. She tells her brother she's locking in right here, urging him to go handle his main character business out in the wild. She swears she's got this completely under control. The protagonist raises an eyebrow, asking if she's seriously not terrified staying behind, but his sister just flashes a confident smile, reminding him she's far from solo. Pointing right at the pocket-sized ancient beast, she asks if he forgot about Nanin. Plus, she drops the ultimate heartwarming line she knows her big brother always leaves behind a foolproof safety net for her. She realizes she can't just sit on the sidelines anymore, she has to level up. She's already locked in a deal with Nanan to coach her and awaken her hidden powers. Her ultimate goal, being a heavy hitter who can actually cover her brother's back, which is exactly the glow-up he was hoping for. Sia signals the turtle. Nanan brushes off the formalities, straight up, saying he knows the drill. His eyes suddenly erupt with a blinding, otherworldly glow. A massive energy shield snaps into existence, locking down the entire zone. Yuan assures them he's got this, while Yuan practically begs her older bro to stay alive. She promises to hold down the fort until he gets back. Our guy instantly goes into overdrive, blurring through a post-apocalyptic cityscape, littered with wrecked cars and glowing plasma. Mutants are literally feasting on civilians in the streets, and the atmosphere feels suffocatingly heavy. The clock is ticking down fast, and he needs to hit top speed. Deafening blasts tear through the skyline as society crumbles. A frantic news anchor breaks through the static babbling about a massive pileup, but it's way worse than traffic. Total anarchy has dropped. Hospitals are overflowing with victims rocking pale blue skin, glowing red eyes, and a fever that just won't quit. The government is scrambling to throw together rescue squads. Experts are screaming on every channel for everyone to lock their doors, stay inside. Warning about freak weather drops, and a monster storm brewing on the horizon, begging people to hoard food, water, and meds like their lives depend on it. Half asleep, a girl stares at her screen, completely shook. She mutters that this is giving straight-up doomsday vibes. Low-key terrified, she scrolls through raw, unfiltered clips of the infected. The comment sections are blowing up. This nightmare is 100% real. Threads are full of crazy stories. One kid felt off, went to the ER and watched some random dude literally mutate and start biting people. Peeking out her window, a colossal, terrifying silhouette blocks out the streetlights. She keeps scrolling, paranoia creeping in, wondering why her own temperature is suddenly spiking. Then her fingers start to warp. Bai starts freaking out. Is she actually turning, or is she just catching the flu? Slumping onto the floor, she scrambles for her stash, remembering Yuan's crazy warnings. Thank God she impulse bought all those supplies for him. She pops a spiritual detox pill. The medicine kicks in fast, dragging her eyelids down until she completely blacks out on the couch. Cut back to our MC, who is making massive moves across town. He checks the time exactly 60 minutes on the clock until 0 hour, because right at 6 in the evening, the lesser deities are dropping into reality. He remembers the lore perfectly. The very first one spawned right on top of the Imperial Tower. The moment that God touched down, it unleashed pure devastation, leveling skyscrapers like dominoes, and sending the whole human race into a complete meltdown. But if he can camp the spawn point, he can ambush it. Shia drops to the floor, zeroes his focus, and blasts his aura out into the room. Reality warps as a neon glow wraps around him. Yuan snaps his eyes open, flexing the fact that he just hit the absolute ceiling of Tier 3. On top of that, his red lotus seed just evolved. He scans his new stat window, getting super hyped, realizing that combining the flame spirit with a handful of those turtle bones is going to skyrocket his stats by 2 whole ranks. Plus, grinding down those bones is going to make his raw energy pool insanely deep. His aura burns a vicious red right until footsteps interrupt him. Some arrogant suit bursts in, barking about who gave this kid VIP access. He claims this is ultra-exclusive corporate territory and orders his goons to drag him out. One of the bodyguards leans in, whispering to the boss that every single elevator and stairwell is completely deadbolted. They literally have no idea how the kid ghosted his way up here. But the manager just backhands the guard, screaming that he's done with the excuses. He starts flaming his crew for being useless and threatens to slash their paychecks for the entire month. The guard just holds his swelling cheek, muttering apologies. The boss glares daggers while the muscle cracks their knuckles, stepping up to jump our guy. But Yuan just smirks, pointing out the absolute unit spawning right behind the manager. The whole room freezes. A sickening, blood-red anomaly tears open in the center of the room, leaving everyone paralyzed and wondering what they're looking at. A shockwave of pure energy blasts outward, spitting out a massive, multi-legged nightmare, a soldier-class bull demon. The manager absolutely loses his mind, shrieking in pure horror. He literally tries to command the beast, screaming at his guards to jump in and save him. He starts throwing out desperate bribes, promising triple pay if they bail him out, right up until the demon casually bisects him down the middle. Total bloodbath. The goons scatter like roaches, but the monster just tramples them into the concrete. It growls that this place is crawling with bugs and promises to squish them all. It hovers a massive hoof right over our MC's head, ready to flatten him, but the stomp just completely stops. Shia is effortlessly palming the hoof, mocking the demon for thinking that weak attack could actually end him. Yuan ignites his inferno aura, calling dibs on the monster as his new punching bag. The demon actually pauses, shocked that this human can speak its language. Effortlessly bench-pressing the hoof with one arm, our guy draws his blade and vaults into the air with a savage grin. The surviving guards are watching this, jaws on the floor. They start whispering, realizing this crazy kid might actually solo the boss. The demon locks eyes with him, growling that it expected a boring bug hunt, but this is turning into actual content. It vows to shred him to pieces, telling him to consider it an honor to die fighting. Our MC closes the gap instantly. The beast snarls, but Shia just flashes a wicked smile, taunting it right before cleanly severing one of its legs. Calling his next shot, Yuan targets an arm springboarding right off the beast's horn, while his blade leaves a trail of roaring fire. The demon goes absolutely berserk. The crowd is stunned, as a massive severed arm hits the floor with a heavy thud. The monster stumbles, roaring in confusion at what just happened to its body. Xia laughs, saying he needs to nerf his own damage. Since the thing still has plenty of limbs left to chop, he really doesn't want it bleeding out too fast. At least not until he maxes out his XP for the day. The demon writhes in absolute agony as Yuan chains his combos, dialing the heat of his flames up to 11. This massive bull monster is actually whining, throwing a total fit, because the barrier-breaking day isn't here yet, and it was completely hyped to crush more humans like bugs. Too bad for him. Yuan literally dices the beast into pieces in a flash, smirking, as he calls it completely underwhelming, though he knows this is just the warm-up boss. Slumping down to catch his breath, he realizes the next divine-tier threats are going to be way more insane, casually resting his hand on the severed head. Cough up your spiritual energy right now if you want a fast exit, he warns, asking if the beast really wants to drag out its own brutal torture. But the bull isn't having it. It roars that it'd rather bite the dust than take this disrespect, ready to throw down until the bitter end. Suddenly, a blinding flash hits. The monster's corpse violently warps, followed by this intense neon blue glow that leaves Yuan completely baffled. He's like, what just happened? They literally fought to the death and it never flinched. Yet one single glimpse of the massive cosmic prison was all it took to absolutely break its mind. Yuan watches his spiritual energy spike to 3.5%, jumping up by 5%. It's a massive win in his book. Plus, he can literally feel his pyrokinesis leveling up, his fire control getting razor sharp and deadly. Glancing around, Yuan realizes it has to be past 2 o'clock already, meaning panic zones are about to spawn everywhere. Flashing back to his past timeline memories, he strategizes his next move. Meanwhile, those random dudes shuffle over completely starstruck, hyping him up like he's a literal god for soloing that beast. They furiously backtrack on all their previous trash talk, begging to know what on earth is actually going down. Yuan hits them with the cold hard truth: the apocalypse is officially here. Panicking, the squad immediately begs to tag along. He doesn't even waste his breath. Yuan just vaults right off the edge of the building. The guys start freaking out, totally clueless, until one greedy dude spots an axe. Thinking the monster chunks could sell for a fortune, he readies the weapon. But the vibe instantly shifts when the bull's mangled remains start twitching violently. They freeze, terrified the beast is going full zombie mode as someone yells from the back to back off and scope the situation out first. Plot twist, it's not the bull. One of the guys starts mutating. His skin violently distorts, turning him into a rabid infected before he lunges straight at the squad. Blood-curdling screams rip through the rooftop as massive explosions continue to completely level the city skyline in the background. Cut to the Song family's underground bunker. A guy slams the door open in pure panic, screaming that another person just spiked a severe fever. Tian barks an order to drag them, to quarantine instantly, annoyed he even has to ask. But the guy looks absolutely devastated, crying that this time, the infected patient is Tian's own kid. Song dashes over to Shi, who is barely breathing, choking out a desperate plea for his dad to save his life. The boy's body is spasming wildly. Tian absolutely loses it, screaming at his crew, demanding to know where the hell the antiviral stash went, and why they still haven't secured it. The guy stammers out that one of their relatives hoarded and swallowed both of the spiritual cleansing pills. Sure, that guy's fever broke, but he's still basically bedridden. Song glares daggers at his lackey, yelling at him to stop standing around and grab whatever meds they have left. He chucks the remaining stash over. She snatches the pills mid-air and dry swallows them in a heartbeat. The kid trails behind them, literally shaking in his boots. Tian's eyes are locked on Jun, who casually drops that he's feeling totally refreshed. Song's jaw drops at the instant results. He immediately barks orders to raid the city for more spiritual cleansing pills, but the scout stammers that they're already hunting. Tian snaps, demanding to know why their stash is wiped out, when he specifically ordered a massive stockpile. The kid sweats, explaining that the cleansing pills were basically treated like dusty boomer medicine for basic colds. Everyone was busy flexing with overpriced trendy pharmaceuticals instead. Nobody gave them a second glance. Desperate, Tian commands his crew to hit the streets, hijack, raid, do whatever it takes to secure the goods. They've got the firepower to take what they want. But the scout drops an absolute bombshell: the entire city's supply got wiped out days ago by a guy named Shu. Song completely loses it, realizing this mastermind finessed them out of $60 just to monopolize the drop. The situation outside is pure anarchy. The grid is totally fried, the streets are a war zone, and the scout begs for a game plan. Tian spirals into a full panic attack. The thought of Shu flexing actual superpowers makes his blood run cold. How are they supposed to box a literal god right now? He's convinced the Song bloodline is getting wiped off the map today. Bam! The heavy door absolutely explodes off its hinges, making Tian jump out of his skin as a figure steps through the smoke. It's June radiating this insane, suffocating energy. He flexes his hands, whispering that this wild rush just scrubbed every ounce of weakness from his very soul. He obliterates the solid concrete wall with a casual punch. Maniacal laughter erupts from his chest as he revels in his god-tier strength, leaving Tian completely paralyzed with shock. The dude just triggered an awakening. He's vibrating with pure adrenaline, screaming that he finally understands what absolute peak power feels like. Song's brain goes into overdrive. He pieces it together, popping those pills right at the onset of symptoms. Doesn't just cure you, it straight up hacks your DNA to unlock abilities. A sinister grin creeps onto his face. He orders his men to feed the stash to anyone showing early signs of infection, calculating that with just 3 boxes, they are guaranteed at least 3 newly awakened monsters. He rallies the troops, pointing them straight at the central medical warehouse for a full takeover. In his eyes, the math is simple. Once the Song Syndicate hoards all the superhumans, they won't just survive the apocalypse, they'll own it. Cut to Bai's apartment. She blinks awake, totally shocked that her fever broke, and her body feels absolutely pristine again. Clutching the tiny medicine pouch like a lifeline, she's questioning her own sanity. Suddenly, frantic pounding echoes from her front door. A familiar voice is screaming for her. The teacher cautiously approaches, only to hear Xiner hyperventilating on the other side. The complex is compromised. Xiner cries that neighbors are mutating into bloodthirsty freaks and tearing each other apart in the hallways. One scratch is a one-way ticket to becoming a monster. Xiner begs for her life, sobbing for sanctuary, sending Bai into a frantic fumble with the locks. But the stupid security chain gets jammed. Adrenaline spikes as Shiner hears guttural snarling echoing up the stairwell, screaming at Bai to speed it up. The horde is literally seconds away. Bai violently yanks the chain free and pulls her friend inside, right as the shadows turn the corner. But as Xiner bolts past, Bai freezes. There's a nasty bleeding gash on her back. When confronted, Xiner's terrified expression shifts into something incredibly dark. The teacher's blood runs cold, didn't she? Just say a single scratch means game over? Xiner smirks, claiming she can glitch the infection, as long as she pops a spiritual cleansing pill. She demands to know if Bai is holding any stash based on crazy rumors flooding social media. Right then, a rotting gray hand wedges itself into the doorframe. The undead are breaching the threshold. Shiner shoots her, a dead-eyed glare, whispers that time is up, and ruthlessly shoves Bai straight out into the hallway. She tells the teacher to do her one last solid and act as human bait to buy her some time. Bai slams her fists against the wood, screaming in pure betrayal, begging her to undo the lock. Inside, Shiner has a brief second of hesitation, before her face twists into absolute malice. She unleashes years of toxic jealousy, screaming about how much she despised Bai's flawless, privileged existence. She rants about the unfairness of it all, how Bai never had to stress over rent or outfits, always playing the wealthy savior. She violently mocks her for footing the bills. Admitting those handouts just fueled her burning hatred. All she wanted was to flex luxury brands like the other girls, not live off pity cash. Through the door, a heartbroken Bai cries out, asking how being her safety net could possibly be twisted into a mistake. Shiner scoffs, calling it a rich girl's duty. She accuses Bai of only giving to charity to stroke her own massive ego and feel like a saint. Well, that ego trip just cost her everything. Vicious tearing sounds echo from the hall, and Shiner smiles, picturing her former friend getting ripped apart piece by piece. She actually crosses her fingers, wishing the horde leaves just enough bones behind so she can stomp on whatever's left, and finally squash all that nauseating generosity. It's the ultimate revenge tour. But suddenly a burning sensation hits. Shiner glances in the mirror and freezes. Panic sets in. The zombie virus is coursing through her veins. She scrambles like a madwoman, desperately hunting for the apartment's first aid kit. Jackpot. She spots a box labeled spiritual cleansing pills, and basically cries tears of joy. But when she rips the lid off, it's a total ghost town inside. She curses Bai's name, losing her mind when she finds a crumpled receipt, proving there were dozens bought. She trashes the whole apartment in a blind panic. She keeps muttering that she can cheat death if she just finds one little pill. But reality crashes down hard. The place is completely dry. "Where is it?" she shrieks, right as her skin starts bubbling and mutating. Her terrifying screams are suddenly cut off by a super upbeat pop song. She snatches up her phone. It's the custom ringtone she assigned specifically to Bai. Pure, unfiltered dread washes over her, as the screen lights up with a FaceTime request from her so-called sister. And right there on camera, Bai is staring back at her looking absolutely flawless. Shiner's jaw drops. How on earth is she not zombie food? The teacher casually flexes the pills in her palm, smirking. Looking for these. Pure panic sets in. Shiner practically begs, asking if those are the spiritual cleansing pills, and if Bai somehow snatched the entire stash. Bai coldly asks if she seriously wants them. Sweating bullets, Sheener stammers out the most pathetic excuse, claiming her brain just glitched out for a second, that getting scratched by that walker totally messed with her head. She spins this sob story about being blinded by fear, promising to sprint to Bai's exact location, just to grab the meds. She literally plays the victim card, crying about how much she loves her teacher and asking if Bai would really abandon a poor kid, vowing to drop to her knees and grovel if it fixes things. She lays the guilt trip on thick, claiming she's always been an angel while desperately pleading for a second chance. But in her head, Shiner is scheming. She figures her teacher is a total pushover who will cave if she sheds enough fake tears. The plan: snatch the pills, then immediately throw Bai to the wolves. Too bad Bai isn't having it. She snaps at her to drop the Oscar-worthy performance, calling her absolutely sickening. There is zero chance she's getting played twice. The teacher drops a harsh truth bomb, admitting she used to excuse Shiner's toxic behavior as just childish phases, blaming it on her awful upbringing and spoiled brat attitude. That was exactly why Bai took her under her wing and treated her like actual family. Never in a million years expecting to get stabbed in the back this hard. It hits her deep how many ordinary people, now that society has completely collapsed, are going to let their masks slip and become way worse than the actual undead. Sheener completely ignores the reality check and keeps screeching for help, whining that she messed up. But Bai is completely out of sympathy. Telling her she's no savior, she straight up tells Shiner to rot in hell. The line goes dead. Shiner instantly crumbles to the floor, hyperventilating and mumbling that she isn't ready to die before letting out a blood-curdling shriek. Cut back to Bai, slumped against a concrete wall with the pills tightly gripped. A walker suddenly rounds the corner, but as she sprints away, this glowing aura completely surrounds her. Slipping right past the danger, her mind flashes back to the ultimate betrayal. When she got shoved out those doors, she was 100% convinced she was cooked. But right as those rotting jaws snapped at her face, her entire body went ghost mode. She turned completely see-through, slipping past the horde who were completely blind to her presence. Bai is practically reeling. She has zero clue how she just unlocked a literal invisibility cheat code, or what even triggered it. The only thing she does know, her stamina bar is absolutely plummeting. This ghost mode is draining her fast and she can't keep it active much longer. She needs to bounce right now. Staying fully cloaked, she weaves through the blood-stained hallways, heart pounding in her chest, until the camouflage finally shatters. Footsteps echo nearby. Panic spikes as Bai tries to figure out her next move, but then a familiar voice cuts through the tension. It's literally Grandpa Chen and Sister Wang. The teacher darts toward them but hits the brakes halfway, frantically checking if they caught the virus. Wang nods frantically, confirming they are bite-free. They were just out for a stroll when their phones blew up with insane warnings from the community group chat, forcing them to bunker down. Confused, Bai yanks out her own phone, only to see her screen completely flooded with over 999 unread alerts. Scrolling through the absolute chaos, her blood runs ice cold. Grandpa Chen chimes in with a heavy sigh, revealing that countless neighbors are boarded up in their apartments, and way too many didn't make it. They kept spamming 911, but the lines are totally dead. It is a straight-up massacre. The young guy next to them just breaks down sobbing, crying that his parents' phones are going straight to voicemail. He literally just started his first real job a few days ago. The apocalypse wasn't exactly on his bingo card. Wang is losing her mind, begging for a game plan. Terrified that if they stay put, it's game over for everyone. Bai scans the dark corridors. A sickening realization hitting her is the whole freaking city already a goner. Suddenly, she spots movement in the shadows. She screams at them to watch their six, the infected, are crawling right up behind them. The trio stumbles backward as the undead start whispering the creepiest stuff. They're groaning about wanting to go home, begging them to unlock the doors, acting like they still live there. Snapping into survival mode, the teacher barks at them to get up and rush the security booth, ordering the kid to snatch a stun baton. The boy totally clutches up. He blitzes down the hall, grabs the taser, and starts absolutely swinging, frying the walkers and dropping them to the floor. Bai cheers, thinking they actually secured an escape route. The kid flashes a proud thumbs up, but the victory is short-lived. A massive wave of biters spills out of the shadows, literally swarming the place. The group just freezes, completely paralyzed by the sheer numbers. In a split second, the horde lunges forward, sending everyone sprinting for their lives down the narrow halls. It's an absolute nightmare. There are walkers blocking every single path. With zero exits left, a blinding neon beam violently tears through the clouds. A colossal, monstrous spider practically spawns from the sky, slamming into the concrete and obliterating the entire area. The teacher is locked in pure terror. The behemoth locks its 8 dead eyes on the group, its creepy voice echoing that this fresh meat belongs to it alone. It starts blasting massive webs all over them and the surrounding debris, completely trapping its dinner. Bai's mind is racing. What even is this raid boss? Why did it just nuke them from orbit? And are there more of these alien nightmares lurking up in the sky? The teacher realizes this isn't just a zombie outbreak. This is the literal end of days. She desperately wonders if Shay actually predicted this insane level of destruction, and how she is supposed to survive this as the spider crawls closer for the kill. Meanwhile, cutting to a completely different side of the ruined city. Mountains of slaughtered walkers litter the streets, while stunned survivors pull out their phones to hit record. The main character just stands there casually, inspecting a glowing loot drop in his palm. He totally didn't expect to farm a crystal like this, while hunting for the second descendant of God. The realization hits him hard. These mindless biters are already leveling up. A random kid walks up, phone camera rolling, practically worshipping him for the save. With eyes wide, he asks the hero what kind of insane magic he just cast. The dude is absolutely losing it, hyping up his live broadcast and flexing that his view count just smashed past 10,000. Right up until Jia completely shatters the phone. The streamer snaps violently, demanding to know what his problem is, while the rest of the survivors freeze in terrified silence. Xia realizes he wasn't the only one moving fast, scanning the warehouse to see the place has been totally wiped clean. The only loot left behind are a few sad boxes of canned goods, some soda, instant ramen, and absolute bare minimum survival gear. It's a pretty pathetic haul, but honestly, any loot is good loot at this point. Yuan shoves the heavy doors open, greeted by a crowd of desperate eyes begging for salvation. With a casual flick of his wrist, the MC summons a glowing orb and tosses a stash of rations into the crowd, telling them to stay frosty out there. The survivors practically drop to their knees in gratitude, ugly crying about surviving the nightmare, absolutely hyping up his insane aura, and swearing they hit the jackpot bumping into him. One guy even calls him a total saint, claiming they'd be literal zombie chow right now if he hadn't shown up. But the streamer kid ain't having it. Saint, yeah right, he scoffs loudly, pointing out that our MC hoarded all the top-tier loot for himself, tossing them nothing but scrap noodle packets. He screams at the crowd, asking if they're blind and whining that Yuan is treating them like actual stray dogs. The kid is fuming now, adding that on top of the insult. If Xia hadn't wrecked his recording setup, his stream would have blown past 1,000 concurrents and made him a viral legend. He's throwing a full-blown tantrum, crying that they all survived the same supermarket raid, so the stash should be split evenly aggressively, demanding to know how long those measly scraps are supposed to keep them breathing. He genuinely believes the MC is just flexing on them for kicks. His unhinged rant spirals, claiming that just because some dude won the genetic lottery and unlocked superpowers, it doesn't give him a free pass to play God. He whines that half the internet is posting about their awakened abilities right now, pitching a massive fit over why he couldn't awaken his own crazy skills. He boldly declares that if he were an awakened, he'd be a legit superhero, splitting the loot fairly and rescuing the masses, totally dragging Xia's name through the mud for being a selfish prick. Naturally, his clueless buddies nod along, backing up this toxic logic. They argue that since Xia stepped up to rescue them, once he owes them VIP protection all the way, and needs to hand over the premium supplies, even throwing out a wild conspiracy theory, that this whole apocalyptic nightmare was triggered exactly by these superpowered freaks, people who only care about grinding their own stats, leaving regular folks to rot. A grizzled guy with a beard finally snaps, looking at them like they've lost their minds, and aggressively reminds these brats that the MC literally just pulled them from the jaws of death. The streamer kid absolutely loses it, barking at the older dude and calling him a total bootlicker. He viciously mocks him, swearing that even if he acted like Xia's loyal lapdog, the MC wouldn't give him the time of day. He then drops the most cliché line ever, screaming that with great power comes great responsibility, insisting Xia was completely obligated to babysit them to total safety. Suddenly, a group of intimidating guys roll up to the scene, and Shuze smoothly asks if he can crash this little debate. Things escalate from 0 to 100 instantly. Fists fly, and within seconds the loudmouth streamer is eating dirt, absolutely bawling and begging them not to end him. The kid folds instantly, swearing he spilled all the tea, as he desperately points a trembling finger to the right, selling out Xia's exact escape route. June casually snatches up the dropped rations, staring down at the pathetic kid, and asks if he genuinely wants to know why this is happening. Shaking like a leaf, the streamer stammers out a guess, asking if they're mad over some cheap ramen, and practically sobbing that Xia can keep the whole stash, desperately pleading for his life. Shuze just sighs, looking down with pure secondhand embarrassment, telling the kid he spectacularly missed the entire point, while a deeply unsettling smirk creeps across June's face. Out of nowhere, one of their goons drags a literal snapping zombie into the circle, making the streamer's blood run cold as he stutters out a panicked question about what they're doing. Shuze keeps his tone chillingly casual, calling it a basic little science project. Without missing a beat, June shoves the gnashing infected jaws inches from the boy's tear-soaked face, and the monster violently clamps its teeth right into his flesh. As the kid shrieks in agony, Shuze tells him to chin up, framing his brutal execution as a noble sacrifice for the survival of the human race. In this war against the undead, The streamer's agonizing screams pierce the air, while the terrified bystanders whisper in absolute horror, watching the creature literally hollow out his insides. The second the kid's lifeless body hits the concrete, Jun ruthlessly severs the monster's head. He digs through the gore, pulling out a glowing crystal core, smirking as he declares his theory was dead on. Feed these monsters enough fresh human meat, and they naturally synthesize these insane power cores. He's completely hyped, calling the gruesome discovery an absolute game changer. Flexing the energy from the core he absorbed earlier, Jun boasts about his stats surging. He can literally feel the raw power coursing through his veins, bragging that he's inches away from shattering his current level cap and evolving into an absolute beast. His wingman chimes in, hyping him up and claiming that once Jun hits that next tier, playing mind games with Xia will be a total cakewalk. You'll toss him around like a rag doll, he sneers, adding that with this twisted new farming glitch, they can literally mass-produce these high-tier crystals. Shuze cuts the chatter, stating their main objective right now is turning Xia into their personal loot goblin for spiritual pills, especially with the city absolutely crawling with level 2 mutants. The play is simple: shadow his every move, poach any elite monsters they stumble across, and swipe the crystal drops. As for the trembling witnesses still standing right in front of them, Shuze decides they're dead weight that needs to be permanently deleted. The 3 remaining survivors drop down, practically sobbing for mercy, and desperately flexing that they have awakened powers too. But Shuze just scoffs with ice in his veins mockingly, asking if they seriously believe a low-tier awakened has more value than slaughterhouse pigs. The bearded guy desperately tries to reason with the psychopaths, stammering out that a superpowered hero literally just saved his life. But the henchman cuts him off sadistically, pinning the blame for this entire bloodbath squarely on his shoulders, taunting him by repeating it over and over. The villain cleanly decapitates all 3 men in one fluid, merciless motion. Unfazed by the absolute carnage, Shuze stretches out a massive yawn, complains about being bored out of his skull, and commands the squad to roll out. Striding through the rubble of a collapsed high-rise, they track Yuan's footprint straight into the danger zone. They pile into their ride and hit the gas, stalking their prey. Cut back to our MC. He's navigating a heavily polluted wasteland when his danger sense suddenly spikes. His internal radar pings a massive threat, calculating the distance at a solid 2,000 meters out. Knowing his insane agility stats, closing that gap will take 0 time. He locks in, keeping his guard up as he sprints toward the danger zone. The camera pans to pure chaos. A massive, grotesque spider is literally seconds away from swallowing Grandpa Chen whole. Wang is shrieking his lungs out in absolute panic, while Bai fiercely struggles, tearing at the sticky webbing, trapping her limbs. Trapped and panicking, she tries to trigger her cloaking ability one last time. But her monotank is completely dry, leaving her totally exposed. Wang screams for a lifeline in absolute despair, while Bai racks her brain, desperately trying to pinpoint exactly how she unlocked that stealth power in the first place. The realization hits her: it was the spiritual cleansing pills. Backed into a corner, she aggressively downs another capsule. Right as the beast unhinges its jaws to consume, Wang Bai prays for a miracle. A surge of raw mana erupts around her aura, instantly throwing off the monster's radar. For a split second, the massive creature loses its target. And the moment it turns its ugly head, our fiery protagonist seizes the perfect opening. He swoops in, snatches Wang from the jaws of doom, and drops her at a safe distance. She does not hesitate and sprints away, while Xiao quickly realizes that this creepy crawler's armor is practically fireproof. The beast clicks its mandibles straight up, declaring that our boy looks like a tasty snack, and claiming him as her next meal. Yuan launches himself into the air, bringing his battle axe crashing down on the monster. It counters by spitting a barrage of sticky webs, but he instantly incinerates them into ash, sending the creature into a screeching frenzy. The moment his boots hit the dirt, he realizes the floor is literally crawling with hundreds of baby spiders swarming his position. Meanwhile, rolling up near the abandoned buildings, Shuai and his crew are cruising in their ride. They are plowing through anything in their path and easily snagging another crystal core. Jun smirks, bragging that with just 7 or 8 more of these bad boys, his power level is going to skyrocket, especially since these level 2 mutants are spawning like crazy lately. Suddenly, one of the goons points through the windshield, shouting that they just stumbled upon a massive spider nest. He spots a scorched crater right at the entrance, a dead giveaway that Yuan, our resident pyro, already kicked the front door down. The squad debates whether to crash the party, but the sea of creepy crawlies swarming the perimeter makes them hesitate. A piercing screech shatters the silence, prompting one of the thugs to pop off a pistol shot. The bullet does absolutely nothing to stop the advancing arachnid, until Shuai steps up and totally wrecks it. Jun stares at the nasty, glowing goo leaking from its crushed shell, admitting it looks mad gross, but he spots undeniable traces of crystal core essence mixed in. Even if it is just a tiny drop, that stuff is 100% pure, unfiltered power. He figures if they farm enough of these hatchlings, the gains will easily rival traditional zombie loot. Cut back to the main event where our hero is locked in a brutal clash with the Queen Arachnid. The villainous crew finally catches sight of the chaotic boss battle, totally mind-blown by the monster's colossal size. Shuai realizes that taking down this absolute unit of a boss would drop way better loot than any random mutant out there. His lackey turns to him anxiously asking for the game plan. Jun hatches a devious plot. Let the Alpha Beast and Yuan beat the absolute headlights out of each other. While those two trade blows, the crew will just farm the babies, soaking up that sweet energy to max out their own stats. That way, the moment our hero and the monster wipe each other off the map, Shuai's gang will swoop in fully buffed, stealing all the final rewards like the ultimate loot goblins. The massive broodmother scuttles aggressively across her giant web to protect her young. In response, Xiao channels a devastating wave of hellfire right at her and the incoming swarm. A blinding explosive inferno erupts, lighting up the pitch-black cavern like daylight as Yuan agilely parkours across the scorched earth. The raging wildfire rapidly consumes the entire area, causing the giant beast to shriek in sheer agonizing torment. Our MC taunts the creature, asking if she seriously thinks throwing toddlers at him will drain his stamina. He issues a savage challenge: let us see who runs out of gas first, her popping out hatchlings or him reducing them all to ashes. Out of nowhere, Xiao catches Shuai out of the corner of his eye, ruthlessly stomping on the tiny bugs. Meanwhile, Jun is literally tearing their carcasses in half and chugging their glowing internal juices like an energy drink. He goes totally manic, shouting about how insane the power trip feels. Yan watches this freak show unfold, wondering if Shuai just unlocked his abilities all over again. He clearly remembers how in his previous timeline, that guy was a top-tier prodigy. The dude even managed to hijack the Grand Prison's emblem, rising up as a widely worshipped faction boss. Looks like he hit a major power spike in this life too. The rest of his squad follows suit aggressively, gulping down the neon bug juice like it is water. They start hyping each other up, bragging that they can now one-shot any of these baby monsters, instantly unlocking strength equal to lifting over 100 pounds without breaking a sweat. They flex that with Shuai leading the charge. Their squad is completely untouchable. Shuai arrogantly declares his master plan is to personally stomp Xiao into the dirt, raving about how even the smallest drop of this bug juice is violently addictive. The sheer rush of leveling up so fast is just too intoxicating to ignore. Gliding right above their heads, our hero looks down in absolute disgust, calling them out for literally dining on giant insects. He mocks them, saying their filthy diets are even worse than the brain-dead mutants roaming outside. One of the thugs suddenly realizes the boss monster went missing, and Xiao casually points a thumb over his shoulder. He asks if they are looking for the Big Mama. With a wicked smirk, he suggests that since they love snacking on her baby so much, they should probably apologize to her face. Because, spoiler alert, she is absolutely furious. The Colossal Queen drops right on top of their squad, glaring daggers at the intruders before deploying a fresh wave of aggressive spawn. She silently commands her horde to shred these guys into confetti. Total panic erupts as the thugs desperately fend off the swarming biters. Yuan chills in the background, hilariously observing that Shuai has a god-tier talent for drawing aggro, mostly because he just has one of those highly punchable faces. Jun, practically radiating toxic energy, flexes his new awakened status and swears he is going to wipe Xiao off the map. Our MC just claps sarcastically, saying that is super cute, and promises to have a nice little chat with him later. But first, he needs to wrap up this boss fight, and casually tells the goon to take a number. Shuai loses his mind, screaming at Yuan for daring to treat them like side characters. Meanwhile, the trigger-happy lackey realizes his clip is completely empty. He begs the boss to fall back and strategize, but Shuai stubbornly refuses to retreat, insisting they need to finish Xiao off right here, right now. Suddenly, the lackey starts freaking out, pointing at Jun, whose entire body is undergoing a horrific, grotesque mutation. His muscles bulge so violently that his shirt completely shreds at the shoulders. Ignoring the bot, Shuai snatches a live creepy crawler with his bare hands and savagely bites its head right off, roaring that the power surge is coursing through his veins again. The terrified grunt tries to warn Jun, but the mutating freak snaps at him to shut his mouth and keep farming. He wildly claims these bugs are his personal buffet, and gorging on them is the only way to level up. He tells the crew to keep their eyes peeled because they are witnessing his ultimate evolution in real time. One more peep about falling back or standing in his way, and they are absolutely getting clapped. No hesitation. The shooter immediately dips, promising to farm more arachnids to guarantee Jun can finally wipe Xiaoyan off the map. Cut back to our boy, who is still throwing down with the Spider Queen. He quickly realizes her armor is ridiculously tanky. It is an all-out brawl. Silk goes flying everywhere while the monster tries to box him in with insane jumps, while Jun just creeps in the background watching it all unfold. Suddenly, a thick web snags Xiaoyan tight. The spider loses her mind with hype, totally convinced she bagged her prey, and bragging about how delicious he is going to taste. Xiaoyan just smirks, asking if she seriously has a death wish pulling up that close. Boom. His aura erupts, sending massive pillars of fire straight into the sky. The monster screeches as the inferno swallows her whole. Walking through the blaze like an absolute unit, Xia Yan drops a cold line about how heaven might have gates he refuses to enter, but he will kick down the non-existent doors of hell any day of the week. As the boss crumbles into literal dust, our MC pauses, sensing something super weird. He wonders where all her juicy spiritual loot went. Meanwhile, a shadow creeping up behind him totally thinks our guy is caught lacking, and lets out a massive roar. Xia Yan does not even flinch, grabbing the pure energy with raw force. The fading consciousness of the queen is absolutely mind-blown by his broken stats, panicking that she needs to warn her hive. But it is way too late. Xia Yan devours every last drop of her power, and boom, he officially levels up to stage 4. But wait, he suddenly gets this intense sensation realizing his core is completely burning up. He spots a crazy glow radiating from his chest, and identifies it as the Red Lotus Flame. He even questions if some epic spiritual beast dropped this loot right there. His new specs are insane, letting him literally see raw energy flows with the naked eye. He immediately realizes this is the legendary penetrating fire vision doing its thing. Peeking from the back, Bai and her sister Cheng are just spectating. Xia Yan scopes out their auras, wondering if that mystery master of hers actually rocks stealth hacks. Suddenly, his radar pings. Jun bursts into the scene, screaming, clutching an arachnid, hyping himself up that he finally hit the jackpot. Bro literally buffs up heavily, flexing his new gains. He starts yapping about how absolutely cracked Stage 2 energy feels, and how he is bursting with raw power. In his delusion, he visualizes a 9-tier leveling system, calling it an ultimate cheat code from the heavens. He is fully convinced that maxing out at Stage 9 turns him into an actual deity, bragging that he is officially walking the ultimate divine path. Spotting Xiaoyan Jun starts projecting hard. He vents about living in our hero's shadow his whole life, but swears the tables are finally turning today. Riding that Stage 2 high, he genuinely thinks our protagonist does not stand a chance. He straight up orders Xia Yan to drop to his knees and kiss his boots. Bam! Before he can even blink, Xia Yan decks him right in the jaw, sending him flying across the map. Jun is totally flabbergasted, crying that it is impossible, demanding to know how his Stage 2 stats just got one-tapped. Xia Yan simply looks down at him and sarcastically tells him to take a wild guess. Our hero casually roasts him, admitting that if Jun's rich family had not funded his upgrades, he never would have leveled up this fast, mockingly calling him a top-tier bro. Jun is completely spiraling, refusing to take the loss. Desperate for a buff, he frantically starts stuffing more gross spider chunks straight into his mouth. Xia Yan just flashes a pitying smile. He calls out Jun's normally super paranoid personality, wondering aloud why he is acting so incredibly reckless and thirsty for power right now. Extremely confused, Jun barks back asking what the heck he means. Xia Yan breaks it down, saying that back in the day, even when everyone knew monster drops gave crazy stat boosts, Jun would have run 100 lab tests first, just to dodge any sketchy debuffs or glitches. But today, his hatred completely blinded him. Just to secure a win against the protagonist, he chucked logic out the window and inhaled literal biohazard trash. Jun freezes at the word side effects, but immediately starts coping, accusing Xia Yan of heavily capping and denying that anything is wrong. He starts violently ranting about his main character syndrome, claiming he is a chosen awakened on the divine path destined for absolute greatness. The protagonist just chuckles at the whole divine path nonsense, telling him to open his eyes and take a very hard look around him. Shook Jun stares straight ahead. In his completely glitched out mind, he sees this massive glowing magical tree crying out about how gorgeous it is. He doubles down, yelling that this is the ultimate skill tree to max out his stats, and Xia Yan is just a hater trying to heavily gaslight him. Thinking he has already won, Jun laughs like an absolute maniac and lunges for an attack, but immediately faceplants because his leg refuses to move. The illusion completely shatters. A mob of grotesque monsters has him pinned down with creepy whispers, begging him to join their undead squad, making him scream for backup. His eyes aggressively flash blood red, while his skin starts mutating into pure nightmare fuel. So much for that supreme god essence. Xia Yan coldly asks if he seriously did not recognize the classic zombie virus, considering how many undead mobs they have both farmed lately. Jun is having a full-blown meltdown, wanting to know why his build is breaking. Xia Yan casually drops the lore, explaining that consuming raw zombie cores and mutant drops is a massive trap. He notes that in his past timeline, tons of greedy players morphed into brainless zombies trying to speedrun their levels like this. But here is the kicker, there actually was a known cure. Jun snaps back to reality instantly, begging like a dog to know the secret patch to save his life. Xia Yan reveals the ultimate counter item, the spiritual cleansing pills. Jun just stares back, his jaw literally hitting the floor in total shock. The MC strictly schools him, explaining that if he had just played the game normally and managed his intake, his body could have naturally filtered out the nasty toxicity. Those specific pills basically purge the corrupted heat, stabilize your mana, and keep you completely sane, giving you a clean pass to overcome the mutation phase. and safely climb that so-called divine path. Facing his own absolute doom, Jun completely breaks down, sobbing, swearing he will become a literal slave if our boy just drops him a heel. But Yuan plays dumb. What are you even saying, man? He brings up their tight-knit past, calling them ride or die brothers. That gets a cocky smirk out of Shi right before a brutal strike wipes it off his face. Our main guy goes ice cold. He flat out tells the traitor that dropping dead right here is his best option. Why? Because you never ever cross the line and threaten his little sister. The dude was handed a golden ticket and totally fumbled it. He threw his own life away so badly that not even the gods themselves could patch up this mess. Sprawled out in the dirt, pathetic and broken, he's still crying for those spiritual meds. In response, our hero just flexes the stash, holding the box right in his line of sight. Is this really all you wanted? Yuan asks, mocking him. He drops a truth bomb. A single box was just spare change. Shi's eyes practically pop out of his skull. Yuan reveals the heavy stash he's packing, literally a ton of those spiritual cleansing pills. If Shi's clan had just tapped into that kind of endless supply, their awakened fighters would have skyrocketed through the ranks and become absolute powerhouses. He leans in close. If they had stayed blood brothers, he would have handed him the keys to the kingdom's zero limits. Such a shame, Yuan mutters. He dug his own grave, and now he has to lie in it. Desperate, Shi lunges for a dirty sneak attack from behind. Boom! The exhausted teacher suddenly drops him. Yuan blinks, genuinely impressed by her unexpected savage energy. Bai catches her breath and mutters an apology. She admits she was eavesdropping the whole time and genuinely thought the two guys were just hashing things out. Thinking Yuan might not have the stomach to actually finish off his former friend, she took matters into her own hands. Plus, she shoots him a quick thanks for the heads up on scoring those cleansing pills. Her grip on the blade does not slip for a single second. She drives the weapon deep, brutally piercing through his mutated chest and smashing right into his face. Saw it on a forum, she says, wiping the sweat away. Apparently zeroing out high-tier zombies drops crazy energy crystals. She digs around, hoping to strike gold. She tosses a glowing core straight to our guy. He inspects it and nods. Since Shi was a level 2 awakened before turning into a walking corpse, he actually spawned a legit crystal. Yuan waves it off. Keep it, that's your loot. The teacher nods her thanks immediately, gripping the glowing rock to suck up its raw power. A vibrant aura flares up, wrapping entirely around her silhouette. Bai flexes her hands, feeling that drained stamina finally ticking back up to green. Still, a chill runs down her spine. She knows she has to pace herself or she'll morph into a twisted freak just like the rest of them. Watching her, Yuan smirks. Her powers, low-key fascinating. It mimics active camo, but the mechanics are completely wild. If she plays her cards right and gets smart with it, her survival stats in this wasteland are going to max out. It gives her the perfect cover to pull off whatever sketchy moves it takes to stay breathing. Catching his stare, the teacher pivots. Wait, are you Xiaoyun's older brother? Before he can even process that, she throws an unexpected pitch demanding a partnership. Yuan tilts his head, suddenly intrigued. All right, let's hear this pitch. Bai lays out the harsh reality. That massive arachnid he is tracking, it is just the tutorial boss. Soon nightmare fuel of that exact scale is going to flood the streets. She points out that he is going to have to farm those titans just to keep upgrading his stats. Our protagonist cracks a smile. She definitely knows how to read the room. The teacher doesn't pull her punches. At the end of the day, he's a solo player. There is zero chance he can wipe the server clean of these freaks all by himself. That is exactly where she steps in as his ultimate support unit. Yuan crosses his arms, looking skeptical. And how exactly is a teacher going to help me slaughter mutants? She rattles off her resume, elite scouting supply runs, playing aggro bait, and even dropping bodies when needed. All she wants is one shot to prove she's not dead weight. Yuan stares right through her. Cut the crap. What's your real endgame here? She doesn't flinch, admitting she just wants the power to survive this hellscape. Is that a problem for you? She challenges. The hero doesn't hesitate. He points her straight toward the infected hospital zone, ordering her to clear out the alpha lurking inside its halls. Her mission, secure the high-tier drops and bring them back intact. He raises an eyebrow, asking if she is really down for a suicide run. The teacher just locks eyes and says, bet. She turns on her heel, ready to deploy right that second. Yuan drops a quick reality check that Beast hits just as hard as the giant spider they barely survived. But Bai just scoffs. If she runs from a boss fight now, how long is she really going to last in a literal doomsday? Shrugging off the massive danger, she strides straight into the shadows. Now that is some main character energy, Yuan whispers to himself. Up ahead, the teacher triggers her skill, fading seamlessly into the gritty backdrop like a ghost. Our lead calculates the odds, feeling pretty good about the board. If this chick actually pulls off the impossible, adding a stealth rogue to his party wouldn't be the worst thing. But the clock is ticking, and sitting around gets you unalived. It is time to gear up and extinguish the twin dumpster fires threatening his turf. Smash cut to a high-rise across the ruined city. Expensive furniture shatters against the walls. A mob boss named Song is losing his absolute mind, drowning in blind rage and grief. He howls in agony over his heir's gruesome demise. A terrified grunt, shivering nearby, tries to explain the young master got too greedy and absorbed way too many corrupted beast cores. His frail human system completely rejected the mutation, giving their enemy the perfect window to exploit his weakness and play him like an absolute fiddle. The underling drops a massive piece of intel. The guy who wiped out the boss's son has a little sister, and her GPS coordinates just pinged. Song snaps, barking at his elite hit squad to roll out immediately. It is an eye for an eye. Since they ruthlessly packed up his bloodline, he is going to make sure that innocent sister gets exactly the same brutal treatment. He hypes up his goons, swearing the girl is a walking goldmine stacked with spiritual cleansing meds. They need to bag her alive to secure the stash. He reminds his crew that even if Yuan is a one-man army, the target is just a squishy NPC civilian. Plus, our protagonist is trapped deep in the urban ruins. There is no way he can teleport to save her. Cut to Yuan, huddled up on the couch, staring blankly at the TV screen. The broadcast is pure chaos. Anchors are screaming about coordinated terror strikes and a rapidly spreading zombie virus, begging citizens to barricade their doors and pray for backup. Panic-stricken experts are pointing fingers, totally blaming this apocalyptic nightmare on the illegal dumping of highly toxic radioactive waste. The news ticker flashes a desperate tip. Spiritual cleansing pills might actually stall the infection. With local cops completely overrun and freezing under pressure, the feds slam the giant red button on a Tier 1 crisis protocol, dropping heavily armed special ops right into the meat grinder. Watching the horror unfold, Yoon hugs her knees, totally sketched out by the vibe. Outside her safe house, jagged lightning violently slashes the dark sky as a massive torrential downpour floods the streets. Yoon just presses her face against the cold glass, waiting for the storm to hit. Yoon stresses over her brother's safety. The turtle tells her to take a breather, breaking down how the guy's insane spiritual aura makes him practically untouchable. Seriously, almost nothing can scratch him. Pivoting the convo, the mystic creature asks if she has locked in her skill choice, flexing that it holds 3 ancient talismans. These relics pack pure, immortal legacies, basically what we call awakened abilities today. Yoon confirms she did the math and locks in the Chihuang technique. The shelled mentor hypes up her choice, noting that top-tier healing magic will be a massive clutch for her brother, totally vibing with her selfless energy. Heavy aura floods the room as the ritual kicks off with the mystic beast instructing Yoon to fully accept her own flaws. She needs to keep her headspace totally zen, since downloading this cosmic data happens in slow motion. It warns her against rushing the process to avoid burning out. Turns out this specific relic dropped from a legendary VIP who wanted it passed strictly to someone with the right vibes. That is exactly why the creature never equipped the skill itself, leaving a huge question mark on how much power Yoon can actually absorb on run number 1. Suddenly, hostile footsteps echo outside the hideout. Song rolls up deep with his heavily armed squad while Tian runs his mouth. The guy brags that snatching one tiny girl will be a total cakewalk with their massive army and 3 awakened supers promising to absolutely wreck her. It is all about getting payback for his kid. A grunt steps up to smash the entrance, fully confident his strike will obliterate the defenses. Instead, he gets launched backward, his shoulder taking massive damage. Another goon tags in trash, talking the first guy for being weak. But the moment he rushes the frame with 2 buddies, the trio gets instantly flattened. The whole crew stands there glitching, realizing their combined muscle could easily crush a 500-kilogram steel vault, leaving them completely baffled about what kind of insane material they are punching. Losing his mind, Song shoves his men aside. The grunts make pathetic excuses, then decide to pivot their strategy away from the front line. They focus their fire on the windows, but their heavy weaponry bounces off the glass like it is nothing. The squad starts sweating, guessing they are dealing with military-grade defensive glass. Realizing they are stuck, a soldier yells for a backup plan. Their boss is literally seconds away from a meltdown. Another merc pitches, dropping C4, the kind used to bust open subterranean bunkers. He drops a warning that the entire structure could cave in and wipe out their target, but his teammate fires back, declaring that crossing the Song Syndicate means you are basically asking to get zeroed. The bombs go off with a massive bang, yet the entrance tanks the hit flawlessly, thanks to a glowing force field. Minds blown, they finally clock the magical shield and realize they are fighting an awakened user. Right on cue, the 3 superpowered teens step up the blonde, one literally dripping with lightning. Sparky smirks, roasting the grunts for fumbling the breach, and announces the heavy hitters are officially taking over the lobby. The trio rushes the threshold simultaneously, dropping a devastating combo that completely shatters the energy wall. Kicking the wreckage aside, the blonde demands to see the hidden VIP flexing that is high-voltage projectiles. Will instantly flush out any dark entity lurking inside. His squad watches the show, mentally noting how this dude always had 0 chill, and unlocking his powers basically turned him into their undisputed heavy carry. Raw static crackles through the atmosphere as the duo assumes their wild card got the job done. They chill for a second, but the eerie silence sends massive red flags. They tell the mafia boss to hold the line outside while they sweep the zone. Creeping inward, they find the interior completely swallowed by shadows. One guy pops his thermal optics and catches a heat signature near the ceiling. The sniper draws his bow, but out of nowhere, the mystic turtle face hugs him. Freaking out, he screams about getting jumped by a random ocean reptile. He desperately flails around trying to peel the little guy off his face. Chucking the tiny shell across the room, he yells out, demanding the real target show themselves. But the creature snaps right back. It verbally roasts him for the disrespect, sending the archer into a panic, because, wait, the animal is literally talking. Furious, she demands they never lump her in with basic sea life. A split second later, she blasts a pressurized hydro wave that violently ragdolls the entire squad, leaving the goons completely clueless as they get violently evicted from the building. The smoke clears, revealing the turtle chilling on top of the now unconscious lightning boy. She casually mentions she is usually a pacifist. She literally just wants good vibes, but the enemy swordsman is not having it, ordering a full firing squad to light her up. A fresh shield pops up instantly, completely deflecting the lead storm back at the mob. The turtle offers them a free pass to leave, unless they drop that insanely offensive sea turtle comment again. Anyone who does gets instant karma. Triggered by the sass, the blade user aggressively dashes into the fray, with the sniper providing deadly cover fire. The dual strike lands with a terrifying crunch. The beast looks like she is losing her grip on the shield, making the two attackers smirk. They totally think they secured the dub. That smugness vanishes when the creature suddenly morphs into a giant, asking why they insist on catching hands. The dudes are paralyzed by pure dread as the magical wall explodes, leaving neon shards floating in the air. The awakened teens are absolutely shaking, staring up at a literal kaiju-level reptile. She drops a flashbang of pure light mixed with crashing tsunami waves. Mockingly, she tells them to stick around for the party. The squad completely loses it and sprints for their lives, but the beast easily swats one away. The other guy tries to dip, only to get swallowed by the raging flood. Within seconds, both are gasping for air, crying out for a mercy they are definitely not getting. Look, call me a sea turtle all you want. I honestly couldn't care less, the turtle scoffs, her voice dripping with venom. But lay a single finger on my master. Yeah, that's an automatic death sentence. The two intruders instantly get flattened, their faces twisted in absolute horror. Glancing at the mess, the turtle drops a bombshell. The true mastermind is still lurking in the shadows. She scans the perimeter, sensing the rat has already slipped inside the house. Cut to Yuan, who's nervously peeking out the window, completely oblivious to the nightmare sneaking up on her. Out of nowhere, Song creeps up behind her. He's clutching a loaded piece, a sick, twisted smirk plastered across his face. I only had one boy, he hisses. And your psycho brother actually had the nerve to take him out. Without hesitating, Tian pulls the trigger, screaming that she's about to pay the ultimate price. But the bullet, it just harmlessly clinks against the floor. An invisible force field flares up around Yuan, tanking the shot like it's nothing. Song stares at the glowing barrier in disbelief. Meanwhile, chilling out in the yard, the turtle is totally unfazed. She smirks, thinking about how her master handed her this exact bodyguard duty. Like she'd ever leave the kid, totally defenseless. But with the literal end of the world knocking at their door, Yuan's gotta step up and level up. She's treating this maniac like a living training dummy because the clock is officially ticking. Back inside, Tien goes full trigger happy, emptying the clip. Why won't you just drop? He roars, totally, losing his mind. Sparks fly as lead keeps ricocheting off the shield, leaving Yuan shivering and backed into a corner. Song starts spitting straight venom. You're just bottom-tier trash, he barks. Nobody's like you exist just to get crushed under the boots of the elite. You're literally just livestock, born to be milked for profit, drained of every drop of your life force and forced to breed another generation of pure slaves. So how dare you fight back? Why are you even still breathing? Tien finally pauses his barrage when Yuan, eyes wide with pure terror, begs them to stay back. But Song isn't backing down. He whips out a nasty-looking combat knife and starts hacking wildly at the shield, obsessed with testing its absolute limit. He's relentlessly slashing away. Suddenly, a hairline fracture spiderwebs across the energy field. Tian's eyes light up with manic glee. He knows the defense is about to shatter. He promises to slice her to ribbons, take a gruesome selfie with the aftermath, and spam it straight to her brother's phone. He wants absolute soul-crushing revenge, proving exactly what happens when you cross the wrong family. Don't worry, he'll be joining you in the dirt real soon, he sneers. Suddenly, an eerie quiet hits as Song mocks her trembling frame. What's wrong? Paralyzed by fear, he taunts. Taking a deep breath, Yuan slowly pushes herself up. Her vibe completely flips. I can't die today, she whispers, her voice dead serious. Tien scoffs. Like you have a choice, but Yuan's totally locked in. She explains that if she kicks the bucket, it'll absolutely break her brother's heart. So yeah, I'm gonna have to take you out first. Then with a chilling innocence, she asks if it's cool if she stabs him back. Tien bursts into maniacal laughter. You've probably never even swatted a fly, and now you want to play killer. Song takes a mocking step forward, arms wide open. Come on, then do it. Take your best shot, little girl. Just as the words leave his mouth, the energy shield violently fractures. Outside, bathed in moonlight, the turtle watches. As the dome shatters into a million glowing shards, the protection is totally gone. Yuan doesn't even flinch. Okay. It's time, she mutters smoothly. You can rest in pieces now. Her aura violently flares as she triggers her ultimate skill. You thought Qi Huang was just a healing move, she asks, eyes glowing with power. Anyone gunning for my brother gets zero mercy. She unleashes a devastating blast of energy straight at them. Tian's smug grin instantly vanishes. Pure panic sets in. Is this actually how he goes out? His mind races, agonizing over the fact that he never got payback for his freshly buried kid. It hits him like a freight train. His entire dynasty is completely cooked. As the big boss of the Song clan, he straight up drove his legacy off a cliff, bringing nothing but ultimate shame to his ancestors. A toxic wave of pure, unadulterated hatred for the girl, her brother, and this whole miserable world boils over inside him. Going totally unhinged, he takes his own dagger and slashes his own throat. With my very life essence and the cursed wealth of the Song dynasty, he gurgles out. I curse your wretched brother. A geyser of crimson erupts from his neck, spraying everywhere. Instantly, the vibe in the room shifts from tense to absolute nightmare fuel. Tian is frozen stiff, as spectral serpents start slithering out of the shadows. Song drops to his knees in a massive puddle of his own making, and a downright demonic entity materializes from the mess. It growls, demanding Song hand over his soul, completely unfiltered, offering up every last shred of his being. The beast teases that it might just crash this reality early to cause some absolute chaos. Tian, bawling his eyes out and still gripping the bloody knife, violently slashes his own throat a second time. The demon just laughs, calling him a pathetic little bug, but figures he'll make a decent little snack anyway. Song loses his grip on reality, cackling like an absolute maniac, as insane amounts of red fluid blast outward. The sheer crushing pressure of it literally blows out every single window in the room. The dark energy swirling around is straight up suffocating. Twisted monsters start clawing their way into existence, as the demon practically drools over the raw, toxic resentment in the air. Perched on a rock far away, the turtle narrows her eyes, wondering if she's staring down an actual demigod. The shattered defense shields glitch back online, snapping into place. One of the massive snakes glides forward, rising up and morphing into a terrifying humanoid serpent. He flexes his new form and drops his name, Yamada no Orochi. He flashes a wicked grin, stoked to spot a juicy, energy-packed turtle just waiting to be snatched up, plus some weird little side dish. He throws his head back, hyping up the fact that his 1,000-year fasting streak is officially over. It's buffet time. His monstrous vibe ripples out, locking down the entire city in dread. Cut to our main guy, casually standing over a monster he just totally dismantled. He wipes off the dust, flexing how ridiculously easy it's getting to squash these low-level mobs, as his own stats keep skyrocketing. Suddenly, a sickly squelch echoes out as the defeated beast's toxic ooze bleeds into the river, infecting the roots of massive trees and mutating the fish swimming by. Jaya stares at the fallout, realizing these abominations, dead or alive, are just a cancer constantly chewing up the planet. Give it enough time, and there won't be a single blade of healthy grass left on Earth. Unbothered, he summons a burst of intense flames, incinerating the mess. Hearing a heavy stomp, he spots another beast rushing his blind spot. In a flash, he parkours onto a rooftop, sucks in a massive breath of energy, and locks onto his next target. Peering into the distance, he spots a gigantic, eerie tree swarming with a massive crowd. He's staring down what looks like straight-up nightmare fuel. Panicked civilians are scattering like ants as the undead swarm in, while the awakened fighters are burning out, just trying to hold the line. Shia hits the dirt, scanning the chaos, and catches a crazy detail. The zombie horde is completely avoiding the roots of this massive, towering tree. It doesn't take a genius to realize everyone's making a mad dash for that bizarre safe zone. The survivors huddled under the branches are geeking out, watching the undead freeze in their tracks. But Yuan's gut is screaming at him. This setup is way too good to be true. The crowd's vibe is just off. People are packed together, eyes wide and hollow. Sure, a few are crying tears of relief, thanking whatever higher power that the biters won't cross the line. The newcomers start whispering, trying to figure out the deal. One dude literally drops to his knees, praying, sobbing that the nightmare is paused. The supernatural fighters are completely gassed, collapsing in the dirt, but low-key proud they actually kept the civilians breathing. A terrified girl points up, asking what the hell this plant is. A guy grabs her arm, telling her to shut up and listen if she plans on living. Our main character immediately spots a familiar face, Supervisor Chen. The guy is standing center stage, dropping the ultimate doom pill society is officially cancelled. He gestures to the absolute meat grinder outside. The streets are literally crawling with infected, mutated freaks and unspeakable horrors. One woman is hyperventilating, screaming about watching her husband get ripped to shreds, while another begs for a game plan. Chen flashes a creepy, reassuring smile, telling them to chill. Why? Because this canopy is an absolute fortress. Stay inside the shade, and the undead can't touch a single hair on their heads. But then the other shoe drops. Rent is due. A kid nervously asks what it costs. Chen goes full cult leader, revealing that their leafy bodyguard is literally called the Tree of Human Faces. It's an otherworldly demigod, and it runs strictly on worship and dark tributes. He spins this wild PR pitch, claiming the entity felt bad for them and threw up a barrier. But to keep the VIP access, they gotta pay up. A woman gasps, totally shook by the whole demigod concept. She stammers out that it totally explains the invisible zombie wall counting her lucky stars they survived. Shia cuts through the nonsense, demanding to know what kind of tribute we're talking about, while the clueless crowd panics about not packing joss paper or incense for an apocalypse. They're frantically wondering how you tip a cosmic plant. Chen locks eyes with Yuan. You can see the gears turning in his head. He's shocked the guy survived, but honestly, his timing is absolute perfection. He raises his hands, telling the crowd it's actually super simple. They just need to feed one living, breathing human to the tree every 2 hours. He straight up gaslights them, asking if giving up one random isn't a massive steal compared to a full party wipe. The entire vibe shatters at the word sacrifice. Panic erupts as people wonder if they're literally going to be chewed up. Chen shrugs, playing dumb about the tree's dietary habits, but points out the undead buffet waiting patiently just past the roots. He barks at them to shut up and hear the rest of the pitch. He claims the tree is totally chill, super merciful, and definitely not a cannibal. He frames it like they're just sending someone off to a blessed state. A terrified survivor demands to know what the hell that even means. Chen shifts gears, painting a bleak picture of their reality. We're talking apex predators, ruling the streets, society totally flatlining, and zero loot drops left. He hits them with the harsh truth: this is literally day one of the end. The real nightmare hasn't even started, and none of them know what starvation actually feels like yet. Give it a few sunrises, he warns, and their throats will be bone dry, their stomachs caving in, while an ocean of infected traps them in a meat grinder. He challenges them. What's the master plan then? He guarantees that slowly starving to death, or dying of dehydration, is a 100% lock. But boom, the mighty tree throws them a massive lifeline, pitching a twisted trade blood for groceries. Right on cue, he whips out these glowing ginseng fruits, and every single eye locks on the prize. Chen drops the ultimate loot table stats: feed the tree one soul, and it spits out 3 of these legendary items. Just one bite packs enough nutrients to keep you running at max health for 7 straight days. And the kicker: consume this power-up, and you unlock instant cheat codes. He flexes that he already scarfed one down, which synced him up telepathically with the entity, and crowned him its official spokesperson. He runs the dark math for them: trade 1 loser, save 3 MVPs, and basically become an overpowered mutant in this post-apocalyptic wasteland. He throws his arms wide, hyping up the tree as the ultimate benevolent god, asking if this isn't an absolute win. The desperate crowd snaps, chanting back that it's a total miracle. One dude literally kisses the dirt, sobbing that he'll do whatever it takes for a bite. Seconds later, a woman shoves to the front, screaming that she deserves the next drop. The place turns into a total zoo, with everyone begging for the buff. Through the noise, someone drops the million-dollar question: who's going onto the chopping block? Chen instantly grants immunity to the fighters who tanked the undead. One of the meatheads smirks, declaring the fresh meat arriving at the camp are obviously first in line. A kid aggressively claps back, yelling they should toss the older folks in first instead. Absolute chaos erupts as everyone schemes to save their own skin. Chen barks over the screaming match, forcing them to shut up, laying down his twisted law. Since this is a holy transaction, the first ones to get fed to the roots have to be the guilty ones. He calls it cosmic justice. The crazy part: he appoints himself the ultimate judge, jury, and executioner to cherry-pick who gets cancelled. The mob mentality kicks in instantly. A guy nods frantically, agreeing that bad people gotta pay the toll. A woman chimes in right behind him, swearing absolute loyalty to Chen's hit list, basically saying if he points the finger, that person is completely dead meat. Right on cue, our guy Yan raises his hand and drops a massive reality check. He asks the crowd how exactly those 3 measly fruits are getting split up once the sacrifice goes down. The whole mob freezes. The math finally clicks in their heads, realizing they are fighting over a pathetic stash of just 3 items. Standing out among the 30 or 40 desperate survivors huddled under those massive branches, he loudly questions who actually guarantees their prize and what the actual scoring system even looks like. Chen smirks, claiming that the top performers naturally get first dibs. Yuan does not miss a beat, immediately demanding to know how this guy plans to measure that so-called contribution. He absolutely roasts the supervisor, asking if he is seriously about to pull up a KPI spreadsheet in the apocalypse, where sucking up to the boss earns you a shiny little point, where being a mindless sheep scores you 2 points, while anyone who actually uses their brain gets instantly kicked out of their safe zone. Chen absolutely loses his mind. He snaps back, declaring that every single syllable dropping from his mouth is the literal gospel of the sacred tree itself. He screams that Yuan has some serious nerve stepping out of line. One of Chen's little lackeys instantly barks at our protagonist to bow down and show some respect. The goon aggressively demands to know why he is disrespecting the tree's chosen speaker. Unbothered Yuan completely flips the script, asking who gave them the right to bark at him. He drags Chen's dark past into the light, exposing how this toxic manager used to treat his employees like absolute garbage, slashing their bonuses over literally nothing. How he constantly stole credit for everyone else's hard work while dodging all the blame. And now this ultimate sellout is literally kissing up to a demonic entity, reducing actual human lives to completely meaningless KPI metrics. Yuan straight up asks if he feels even an ounce of shame, causing Chen to completely pop off. The supervisor shrieks that Yuan is insanely arrogant, whining about all the corporate headaches caused when Yuan dared to skip work for a couple of days. The guy has the audacity to claim he merely asked for 18 hours of overtime, acting completely baffled that Yuan had a problem with those brutal shifts. Foaming at the mouth, Chen screams that he should have fired him ages ago. He ruthlessly orders the entire mob to restrain Yuan and feed him directly to the horrific human face tree. The brainwashed crowd instantly sides with the villain, shouting that Yuan is disrespecting their holy savior, and leaving him alive would literally doom them all. They are entirely convinced that without scoring a ginseng fruit, their survival is completely cooked. They yell at him, asking if he is too dense to grasp the stakes. Our protagonist just laughs at their obsession with the prize, commanding the entire group to wake up and actually use their eyes. He shatters their delusions, asking if they seriously believe that glowing orb is a magical power-up. He exposes the brutal truth, revealing it is a cursed trap forged from human plasma, forged entirely from the shredded flesh and stolen souls of past victims. He warns them that taking a single bite will not save them. It will instantly turn them into mindless puppets, mutating them into repulsive half-human freaks no better than the undead wandering outside. The crowd gasps in horror, desperately shaking their heads in total denial. They cope hard, claiming the glow is totally divine energy, and telling Yuan he is losing his mind. But our hero just locks eyes with his former boss. He casually brings up the extremely sketchy vibe of the supervisor's right arm, challenging the coward to stop hiding and flex it for the whole class. The second Chen pulls back his sleeve to reveal a sickeningly warped wooden limb. The survivors absolutely panic. The horrifying realization hits them that eating the reward literally turns you into a monstrosity, a freak entirely controlled by some overgrown weed. Chen violently lashes out, screaming that even if they become monsters, at least they are still breathing. He tries to justify it, yelling that surviving is literally the only objective in this hellscape. Plus, having an all-powerful deity backing them up makes the mutation totally worth it. Flexing his nasty bark-covered claw, the insane manager doubles down. He orders his pathetic army to take Yuan out, reminding them that an endless horde of zombies has already blocked all the exits. There is zero way out, and if they do not follow his exact orders, everyone is getting wiped. He throws out an insane bribe, promising a guaranteed power-up to whoever secures the kill. Driven blindly by fear, the pathetic mob instantly swarms our guy. Meanwhile, the absolute menace of a supervisor starts monologuing. He arrogantly claims Yuan should feel incredibly blessed to have been stepping stones for the company, spewing toxic garbage about how bottom-tier employees are basically meant to be crushed. He promises to turn Yuan into his personal attack dog. Unfazed, the protagonist casually stretches, dropping a cold one-liner that the supervisor's little power trip ends right here. Without a second of hesitation, Yuan unleashes an absolute inferno, completely incinerating the corrupt manager right where he stands. Chen shrieks in pure agony, unable to process the insane power gap before his charred body gets blasted straight into the massive trunk. The colossal entity literally smirks as our badass hero steps up to challenge it head-on. A sinister glow flashes from the bark, and an incredibly creepy voice echoes his name. A grotesque new flower sprouts out of nowhere, taunting him that he physically cannot secure the kill. Yuan raises an eyebrow, genuinely caught off guard. That flower is actually Chen fully reborn into a nightmarish botanical freak. He aggressively gloats, reminding everyone he is the literal avatar of this terrifying boss monster. Claiming they share one life force, now granting him absolute immortality, while Yuan is nothing more than cheap fertilizer for their roots. The mutated freak lunges for a sneak attack, but Yuan just blasts him with another massive wave of fire, casually roasting him about how easily dry wood burns. He absolutely trashes the guy, stating the flames just highlight how hideous he truly is. Suddenly, the demonic tree loses its patience, violently dragging the entire screaming crowd toward its gaping maw. The NPCs absolutely lose their minds, sobbing about why the holy being is betraying them. They cry that the plan was just to sacrifice one dude and claim their glorious prize. Yuan stays totally iced out, watching the karma unfold as the terrifying entity shreds them to pieces, constantly murmuring about how tasty they are. Three terrified girls finally connect the dots, screaming that this thing is a straight-up villain. They panic, asking why nobody dared to back up our guy when he was right all along. A heavily bleeding survivor completely gives up, crying that fighting back is a 0% win rate, since they are totally trapped. Meanwhile, the monster just keeps chanting about its incredibly delicious meal. Sick of the carnage, our main character steps in, sending a massive wall of fire straight at the colossal threat, instantly snapping and incinerating its deadly vines to shield the remaining humans. The agonizing woman spots her one chance at survival. She desperately cries out for a carry, begging the overpowered hero to slash the vines, crushing her body before it is completely over. Why is he just standing there? She screams at him to keep pushing forward, right as the demonic tree drags her into the dark, echoing this chilling mantra that escape is impossible. She starts rambling about how spilling blood is the only way out, praising this twisted tree covered in screaming human faces, practically begging for everything to burn down with it. Sha isn't having it. He goes full sicko mode, blitzing the zombie horde with absolute hellfire, literally vaporizing dozens of them with a single brutal shockwave. Summoning his blade out of thin air, he stares down the freak show and barks at the stragglers to book it. They're crying tears of joy, but the poor souls already tangled in the death roots are having a massive meltdown. They're watching him obliterate the horde, completely sick to their stomachs, screaming that if they had just trusted his power from the jump, they wouldn't be zombie chow. Seconds later, absolute carnage. They get swallowed whole. The monstrous tree locks eyes with our boy, literally whining that he just let an all-you-can-eat buffet run away. Spiked vines whip toward his face, but Shia doesn't even blink. He stares pure death right back at it, swearing he's going to turn it to ash. The abomination is deadass, smirking until the sky cracks open and the rain pours down. The bark monster desperately throws up shields to block the onslaught. Xia just keeps walking through the chaos like a Terminator, but then his eyes narrow. Something is seriously off. He mutters that this overgrown weed's defense is absolutely cracked. The tree straight up admits it can't beat him in a fistfight, but it plans to drag this out until he drops dead from exhaustion. It flexes the fact that he's just a fragile human running on empty with 0 rations. Shia casually pulls an ice-cold drink from his inventory, popping the cap. Sorry, what was that? The ultimate disrespect, he magically drops a 5-star banquet right in the middle of the battlefield and starts chowing down. The demonic plant is absolutely tweaking with rage. Yuan leans in, asking the monster to repeat that little threat about starving him out. Does this literal vegetable not realize his dimensional storage is literally bigger than its entire forest? Meanwhile, Su is sweating, pointing out that this cursed tree's health bar is glitching. It's so massive. Its healing factor is insane. For a lowly soldier tier mob, this thing is packing way more heat and stalling harder than a fully stacked warrior boss. Trying to one-shot this tank is basically impossible. Su just shrugs and tosses a crispy chicken leg to the crew, telling them to grab a bite while they brainstorm. If dark meat isn't their vibe, they can have the weird-looking tail. The bear sniffs the highly suspicious pitch-black meat, wondering what kind of nightmare flavor it's packing. Sia slams his hand down. He puts a literal bounty on the boss. Whoever pieces together a strat to melt this tree gets the entire feast to themselves. Di Jiang steps up to play detective. He hits Xia with basic science, lightning fries wood. If they could just get the Thunder God Gen Z to drop a nuke from orbit, this pathetic sapling would get deleted from the server in 1 millisecond. The mythical bird squawks back, totally unbothered. It side-eyes them, asking if they seriously expect a bailout, then flat-out rejects them. Suddenly, a blinding flash interrupts the beef. The turtle manifests out of thin air. She drops a bombshell. Xia's little sister is in the crosshairs. His pupils shrink to pinpricks as a suffocating, terrifying aura washes over him. A freaking demigod has locked onto her location. The turtle is panicking. The legendary 8-headed beast, Yamada no Orochi, was ripped into this world through pure dark magic, and it's already breathing down the kid's neck. This isn't some holographic illusion, it's the real bloodthirsty deal. The clock is ticking, and tragedy is literally seconds away from striking. Su is paralyzed with fear, her chair loudly crashing to the dirt. Meanwhile, that stubborn bird doubles down on its massive ego trip. It swears on its life it won't lift a single feather to help him. Xia is done playing games. He snaps the magical cage wide open, his voice cold as ice. The talking phase is over. He drops a heavy reality check. As the absolute warden of the great mortal prison, he holds the leash. He owns the summon tags. And when it comes to inmates acting out of line, he is fully authorized to be the executioner. He takes a slow, menacing step forward. The bird's ego shatters instantly, frozen in absolute terror, staring into the eyes of a killer. Xia is legitimately calculating if he should just end its existence right here. Shaking like a leaf, the legendary beast completely folds and begs for its marching orders. Cut back to the creepy tree, who's currently monologuing about how the almighty Orochi crashed the party way ahead of schedule. But for an ancient relic that has camped out for a millennium, what's a couple more hours of waiting? Out of nowhere, a blinding meteor streak rips across the atmosphere. The Thunderbird goes absolutely feral, unleashing a barrage of apocalyptic strikes. Xia stands like a god on its shoulder, pointing at the demon wood and screaming at his pet to erase it. The beast dive bombs, dumping its entire mana pool into one cataclysmic blast. The shockwave is nuclear, completely shredding the tree into sawdust without breaking a sweat. The boss monster is permanently logged out. Shia signals the squad to move out, and they vanish from the drop zone. Barely a minute later, the tactical chief pulls up with her heavy hitters. She scans the absolute crater left behind, shook by the fact that the enemy was wiped clean off the spiritual map. Not even a pixel left. She openly hypes up the insane lightning magic that did this. One of her scouts radios in, pinging a massive energy spike at Chunhua Hospital. She clicks her tongue, super salty, that she missed out on taming that rare wood spirit. That beast would have been a top-tier buff for her squad. She barks orders to redirect to the hospital, loudly wondering who the heck had the damage per second to speedrun this raid boss before she even arrived. Who is carrying this server right now? The scene cuts to the city zoo where a massive lion has broken out and is violently munching on its prey. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura bleeds into the enclosure. The apex predator pauses, sensing the unnatural chill. But before it can even twitch a muscle, it gets instantly decapitated. No fight, just instant game over. Toxic purple miasma floods the zone. Hundreds of venomous vipers swarm through the torrential downpour, dissolving anything with a pulse as a giant shadowed monstrosity watches the slaughter from above. Flashing, menacing fangs, the snake army completely swarms the magic barrier, protecting the turtle. One cocky serpent slithers up to test the shield, but its head gets brutally sniped off in a millisecond. The rest of the swarm lunges, hammering the dome. The turtle is running on literal fumes, burning her life force just to keep the shield up. The shadowed beast chuckles, flexing how wild it is that a tank this durable still exists in the ruined underworld. It taunts her, saying if she had just surfed the clouds and used her hydro skills, and totally ditched her heavy shell, she could have actually survived this gank. But hiding in a corner like a coward, now she's just a sitting duck. The exhausted turtle snaps back, saying she refuses to look like trash in front of her master. Taking a loss here means facing a punishment way worse than death. The nightmare serpent smirks, dropping some tragic lore, reminding her that the underworld has been completely hard-locked for a millennium. The mana grid is fried. Grinding levels is impossible. In this broken meta, only gods and apocalyptic monsters stand a chance at surviving. Those guys got wiped off the map ages ago by the Divine Five. When asked just how busted her boss really is, the turtle clapped back, saying she knew Yamada no Orochi was basically just Susanoo's glorified errand boy. The snake sneered, demanding why that even mattered, right before the turtle dropped a massive reality check. If Susanoo ever stood in front of her master, he'd only be qualified to shine his sneakers. The beatdown rages on, shaking the absolute core of the battlefield as the shell shielder burns through every ounce of her stamina, spitting up literal glowing blood from the strain. Yuan stays low-key in the shadows while the turtle mutters that he's definitely the target. A holy order has got to make its way to Susanoo, forcing him to step onto the battlefield himself, questioning if the Yangxia territory is really worth dying for. The beast smirks, claiming it makes total sense since the entire Divine Five pantheon is too busy having nightmare sessions to even catch some sleep, warning the Snake King to stop sleeping on her boss's true power. Suddenly, she erupts, summoning colossal tidal waves and flexing a mind-bending aura. Orochi completely loses his cool as a blinding shockwave nukes the entire zone. Yuan immediately ducks, throwing her arms over her head, only to look up and spot a gigantic set of fangs lunging right at her. But the battered turtle tanks the heavy hit to keep her safe. Muttering that at long last, the dust clears. A flash of light hits and the Snake King materializes right back in the mix. The turtle smirks, asking if that weak flex was his ultimate move. Furious Orochi screeches about the absolute disrespect of spilling his blood. Barely catching her breath, the turtle taunts him about his missing heads, questioning if he's still hoarding 7 extra respawns. Low-key kicking herself, that her ultimate soul-burning strike didn't chop off more of his ugly mugs. The Serpent King lunges forward like a freight train, roaring to see if the turtle has any gas left in the tank to block him. Her response, a cocky obviously. She glances up at a shadow streaking across the sky, admitting her own health bar is completely zeroed out, but the cavalry just dropped in. Out of nowhere, a massive blast blitzes the snakes, sending the Serpent Lord flying across the map. He scrambles, totally stunned, yelling out to demand if this newbie is the legendary top-tier general. The avian warrior glares down, mocking him as just some overgrown earthworm from Japan, boldly announcing herself as the literal rebirth of the celestial thunderstar. A third-gen prodigy vowing that today her lightning will completely incinerate all corruption and cleanse the big boss himself. Setting up the ultimate finisher, the Snake King actually panics, begging for a timeout. But the Thunderbird gives zero opening, nuking him with a god-tier thunderbolt, while trash-talking him as nothing but imported garbage-tier deity. Yuan quickly shouts a warning. The boss's health isn't empty, and the temperature is spiking hard. He gives the turtle massive props, ordering her to tap out and hit the tower to heal up. She warns the crew that Orochi packs 8 heads and 8 lives, meaning this fight is far from over, and dropping their guard is an instant game over. The squad watches as wild energy explodes into a massive tornado, right before a terrifying silhouette with glowing crimson eyes pierces the smoke, and a whole new swarm of serpents slithers out. The bird frantically dashes back, only to find a colossal jaw snapping shut behind her. Furious, she screams out if this freak seriously thinks he can make her a snack, roaring that he doesn't have the stats to eat her before popping her ultimate. But the snake unhinges its jaw, blasting a gross, murky substance right at her, forcing her to choke out a question about whether this thick fog is heavily toxic. She scrambles backward, desperately trying to dodge the area of effect attack, screaming at Yuan for a game plan. But before Yuan can even drop a strategy, Orochi bursts into evil laughter, absolutely roasting the fact that they call this weak, bottom-tier human their master. Clapping back that a guy who memorized a couple basic magic tricks has zero right to even breathe the same air as Susanoo, calling the whole setup completely hilarious. Yan just hits him with a cold stare, noting the snake's skepticism, and casually offers up a wager. Orochi instantly loses his mind, screeching about the sheer audacity, questioning if a mere mortal is even high-level enough to gamble with him. The main character doesn't miss a beat, stating that if he and his squad can totally wipe the floor with the Serpent King, then Orochi has to pull a Susanoo move. He's gonna have to bow down and call Yan his new boss, asking if they have a deal. Orochi absolutely loses it, cackling wildly while asking if some random non-player character from Yangxia, with absolutely zero god-tier stats, honestly thinks he can tame him the legendary world-ending Yamata no Orochi. He mocks how totally unhinged that sounds, promising that since Yan successfully triggered his rage mode, he's about to dish out the most agonizing torture known to the universe, but keeping him barely alive to feel it all. Yan just cracks a devastating smirk, pointing out that since he didn't officially reject the terms, the bet is officially locked in. The Snake Lord hisses that he can't wait to watch how this so-called top-tier bird who's currently dodging for her life plans to pull off a win, swearing nobody's leaving this arena alive. Yuan coldly notes that reptiles are supposed to be smart. Breaking down the raid mechanics, the boss split into 5, using 4 floating heads just as bait, while the massive main body is camping in the shadows, charging up a one-hit knockout move. He shouts at the beast to drop the stealth act because his massive tail is totally glitching through his cover. Orochi is completely shook, demanding how his stealth got spotted, and accusing Yuan of playing mind games. Yuan fires right back, asking who's really getting played here, warning the monster not to check his blind spot, because another squad member is literally camping right behind him. The Serpent Lord yells that this is pure cap, admitting he almost fell for the bluff, bragging that the elite deities and demon lords got completely scrubbed from the server 1,000 years ago, and that the lightning bird being here is just pure luck. He flexes that not even Susanoo has the vision to see through his toxic smokescreen, wondering how a basic-level human hacked his coordinates. He writes it off as a total fluke, trashing humanity for using dirty psychological warfare. Spitting straight venom, he vows to one-shot Yuan straight to the afterlife right now. Suddenly, a massive bear casually taps the giant snake's head, complaining about his own stamina bar being a bit low, and casually asks the Warden if he can butcher this guy because rare snake bile makes for a top-tier healing potion. Cut to the city streets, pure chaos as civilians scramble to escape the infected horde. Amidst the panic, a little girl stares in horror as her own hand starts mutating, crying out to her mom about what is tearing her body apart. Choking back sobs, the mother pulls her close. She lies, whispering that the toxic rain is just a passing storm, promising her baby girl that mommy isn't going anywhere. She drops to her knees, desperately praying to the heavens and their ancestors for a miracle. Suddenly, the street falls dead silent. Boom, a massive bear clashes with a gargantuan serpent, trading brutal, earth-shattering strikes. The Serpent Lord reels back, totally stunned. He realizes this bear is packing seriously, high-tier power, baffled as to how our boy managed to tame 2 absolute beasts of this caliber. Connecting the dots, he remembers that even the turtle they fought earlier was hovering right on the edge of general rank. He scans the battlefield, completely blown away by the sheer squad of heavy hitters rallying around a single seemingly normal human. "What the hell are you?" he hisses. Our guy just smirks, staring him dead in the eye. Take a wild guess. Panic sets in. The Serpent Lord knows this kid is hiding some game-breaking secret, and immediately decides to fall back and report it. But before he can even flinch, a blinding flash of light detonates across the sky. The majestic bird dive bombs straight for his throat. In response, the monstrous snakeheads unleash a barrage of raw energy blasts, while jagged streaks of lightning rip the atmosphere to shreds. Meanwhile, the bear is literally crushing serpent skulls with his bare paws, laughing at their sheer audacity for trying to sink their fangs into his indestructible hide. The entire block is reduced to a smoking crater. The Serpent Lord pauses, his massive frame trembling as he realizes his muscles are shredded and his bones are practically fractured. Time is running out. Getting this intel back to base is priority number 1. but just as he is plotting his escape route, his slitted eyes lock onto Yuan, cowering in the shadows. With a wicked grin, he boasts that the dark, resentful energy she absorbed is basically a massive glowing tracker, guiding him right to her. Vowing to make this quick, he slithers forward at blinding speed. Bam! A figure drops down, completely blocking his path. Our hero tilts his head. "Where do you think you're going, Snake?" The Serpent Lord snaps back, completely losing his mind over how this kid moved that fast. Xiao just rolls his eyes. "No brainer, dude. After you jumped Genzi, I watched one of your slimy little heads detach and slink away like a coward." He casually mentions that claiming those 6 heads was already a massive payday. But instead of taking the L and running for his life, this oversized worm actually had the nerve to target Yuan. Xiao's aura flares up flat out, declaring that he just signed his own death warrant. The Serpent Lord bursts into a screeching laugh. He mocks the kid for actually thinking he has a chance, claiming he is completely underestimating a true monster. He gloats that he is only using a single head right now, trashing Xiao as nothing more than a bottom-tier, totally irrelevant cultivator. There is zero chance he loses this. Since the humans worship this guy as a warden, the snake figure swallowing him whole will easily regenerate his missing heads and give him the perfect opening to devour the girl. Before he can finish his villain monologue, Jaya erupts, blasting him with a hellish wave of fire that triggers a towering explosion. But the snake is too fast, dodging the inferno by a hair. Yuan thrusts his hand forward, totally convinced he landed a fatal blow, until the monstrous jaws suddenly clamp down violently on his arm. "Gotcha," the beast hisses. But Xiao does not even flinch. With zero effort, he literally rips his arm right out of the beast's fangs, summons his blazing sword, leaving the Serpent Lord totally shook, questioning how a mortal can pack that kind of raw physical power. Off to the side, the bear is still throwing absolute haymakers, turning smaller snakes into paste with his bare hands. The bear actually chuckles, impressed by the kid's flex. Meanwhile, the giant bird, sporting a brutal gash straight across her chest, swipes at her wound, noting the bleeding has finally clotted. Unfazed, she locks onto her target, coldly praying. This final head actually puts up a real fight. Panic spikes again. The Serpent Lord does the math. He has only got 4 lives left. It is time to wrap this up fast. He finally acknowledges that this human has an insanely deep mana pool and a body built like a tank. Dragging this fight out is pure suicide. He pivots to a brand new strategy. Physical attacks are not working. Fine. Every human has a glass jaw when it comes to their soul. Instantly, the beast sheds his physical body, shifting into a pure spectral form. He shoots straight into Xiao's mindscape, bursting through the mental gates with laughable ease. He actually smirks, bragging that there was zero pushback. It makes sense to him. This kid is what, maybe 20-something. Meanwhile, he is a literal demigod who has been around for millennia. To him, the boy's mental defenses are as weak as wet tissue paper. He decides to dig through Xiao's brain to figure out exactly how he recruited those general rank heavyweights and steal the secret behind his insane powers, fully intending to hijack his body and turn him into a mindless meat puppet. But his cocky attitude vanishes when he spots a massive, imposing tower looming inside the boy's mind. Before he can process it, blinding, agonizing light scorches his soul, making him shriek in pure torment. Desperate for relief, he spots a way out. Spotting a dark gap at the base of the structure, he dives straight in. Escaping the blazing light, he lets out a breathless sigh, thinking he just dodged a massive bullet. He curses out loud, realizing that getting blasted by that divine lightning twice practically vaporized half of his spiritual essence. Blinking into the pitch-black void, he starts looking around, muttering about how impossibly dark it is and questioning if he actually made it inside the core of the tower. Suddenly, the air drops below freezing. A colossal unseen presence draws near. Thousands of glowing eyes rip open in the dark, locking dead onto him. Absolute paralyzing dread floods his mind. How is this happening? He is Yamata no Orochi, an apex demigod. He reflects in utter horror that not even the legendary god Susanoo ever managed to make him feel like an insignificant speck of dust. His mind races, terrified that whatever is staring at him makes Susanoo look like a total joke. Could this kid actually have literal ancient deities locked away in his mind? No way, that is impossible, he screams, his eyes bulging out of his skull. Cut back to reality. A deafening, unearthly frequency shatters the air, followed by an explosive burst of light. The remaining snake bodies instantly go limp, screeching in agony as they hit the dirt. The Serpent Lord's physical shell collapses entirely. His mind is shattered. He just lays there trembling frantically, whispering that he saw something in there, but his broken brain instantly deleted the memory of what it actually was. Xiao looks down at him, utterly disgusted. He scoffs, pointing out how just 2 seconds ago, this oversized garden snake gave him a creepy stare, before literally yeeting his own soul into his mind, face-planting straight into the worst possible trap. The bear scratches his head, admitting he does not even want to know what kind of trauma the snake just went through. Perched nearby, the great bird coldly shakes her head, mocking the absolute zero IQ of these so-called outer gods. The universe gave him an exit, but the idiot bought a one-way ticket to hell. Sue drops a bombshell. It went down on level 4, a zone so sketchy even she hasn't dared to step foot in it. She demands to know what kind of absolute chaos popped off when every locked-up deity watched the event unfold at the exact same time. Word is, the aftermath was totally unhinged, literal plasma painting the floor. Suddenly, a cold chill crawls up the protagonist's spine. He whips his head sideways, locking eyes with the moon. But wait, the moon blinks back. A massive, terrifying eye peels wide open in the sky. Cut to a random street corner. A little girl tugs her mom's sleeve, pointing at the night sky. The moon completely wiped from existence. Jaws drop everywhere. A blinding flash nukes the sky, bringing a crushing, gravity-defying aura with it. The turtle breathes out a single terrified name, Susanoo. The Serpent Lord starts yapping about some mind-blowing hidden truth, but the bird totally shuts him down, dropping straight to its knees in absolute dread. With that galactic-sized eyeball glaring down, the bear loses it. He barks at the crew, asking if they are seriously going to just stand around while that monster gets busted out. Hell no, Sue snaps back. Searing flames blast everywhere. Our guy seizes the Serpent Lord and straight up launches him across the room, sending the Snake Gang crashing right into a lockup. They are left spinning totally clueless. Shaw casually shoves them deeper into the tower, brushing it off like it is a minor glitch he has already patched up. The bear hypes up the Warden's crazy flex. Sue chimes in, stating that the great prison of evil's raw energy makes blocking a commander-tier god's peeping eye look like absolute child's play. Boom. The gravity multiplies as an apocalyptic vibe crashes down. Yuan tilts his head up just as the eye booms with a voice that shakes their souls, demanding to know how they dared to play him. Thunderous, bone-rattling impacts close in. A lethal beam shreds straight through the tower walls, and the protagonist instantly feels his spiritual mana getting sucked bone dry. Fall back. Now he roars. Panic sets in. One of the squad yells that they are in the endgame and need to brainstorm a miracle like right this second. Shia's mind races back to his pre-reincarnation days. Back then, the heaviest hitters to drop from the sky were just a handful of basic general-tier demigods. 12 a.m. sharp. That was the exact second Yamada no Orochi was scheduled to crash the party. But thanks to Song jumping the gun and summoning him way too early, the butterfly effect hit Susanoo, a final boss, whose arrival was supposed to be benched forever. That glitch made him totally lose his mind and try to smash the dimensional firewall. The universal balance, officially in shambles. Nightmare-fuel deities that were meant to drop in single file might just rain down all at once. He starts sweating frantically, plotting his next move. The turtle drops some tragic lore. Fate actually gave humanity a buffer zone to level up, unlock their powers, and stand a fighting chance against the divine. But the timeline is glitching on fast forward. If that barrier shatters, and those general-tier gods break loose, the entire Yangsha nation is going to get a violent reality check. The protagonist's pupils shrink in pure horror. Above them, a monstrous void-like jaw unhinges, unleashing a shockwave of face-melting energy. The blast violently blindsides Yuan, ragdolling her through the air like she weighs absolutely nothing. Yuan coughs up glowing blue plasma, her ears ringing like crazy. Instantly, she triggers a jutsu-style block, locking down her own hearing, throat, and heartbeat. Panic hits her hard. My brother. He took that shockwave head-on, she gasps, frantic to know if he survived. She whips her head toward the wreckage outside, spots something, and completely freezes. Her brother is brutally pinned against the concrete rubble. Tears flood her face as she screams his name. Cut to the streets, absolute chaos. Civilians clutch their bleeding ears in pure terror, staring at a sky that literally swallowed the moon. Screaming that the apocalypse just dropped. Zero hope left. A massive energy shield violently shatters overhead, while some random girl just deadpans out her busted window, sighing that if she knew the world was ending, she would have absolutely demolished a second plate of pork belly last night and now she's starving. Soft flower petals drift down, totally contrasting the fiery explosions nuking the city skyline. At the zoo, a terrified mom huddles on the ground, wrapping her little girl in a desperate hug. Amidst the falling petals, a shadowy figure slumps next to a glowing ancient relic. The monstrous deity zeroes in on the loot, snatching it up while mocking human trickery. Disembodied voices echo, teasing that you can't outsmart the gods, but it's a pity their little illusion got exposed. The beast sneers, calling Yuan total garbage, sick of getting played by a mere mortal. But then a bloody shaking hand reaches up from the rubble and violently flips the god off. It's our boy Yuan. He spits a curse at the monster, snatching back his artifact, which instantly erupts with a blinding, insane aura. A silhouette materializes inside that flash-flowing hair, ancient drip. The monster's jaw drops. No way, it gasps, barking orders for an emergency retreat. But Yuan, looking absolutely majestic in his new awakened form, just smirks. Way too late for that, buddy. A legendary weapon manifests in his grip. Xia instantly name-drops the mythical sunset bow, the exact weapon the legend Hou Yi used to snipe 9 literal suns out of the sky and obliterate nightmare demons like Yayu, Fengshu, and Zhaoqi. The monster screeches in sheer terror. Yuan casually warns him that next time he decides to crash Earth, he better knock first. Seething, the beast grits its teeth, growling that a mortal could never strip a god of his divine title. THWIP, the arrow flies, dead centering the monster straight in the eye. Yuan yawns, brushing off the god title, bragging that he's sent plenty of deities packing. And honestly, this guy is by far the weakest one yet. Talk time is officially over. Time for the execution. Xia casually backhands the deity with a devastating wave of hellfire, landing a critical hit. Staggering back, the god violently insists he's still breathing, repeating like a broken record that he survived. He brags that he's shielded by the ultimate world barrier, daring our MC to try and cross it just to finish him off. Challenge accepted. Yuan teleports right in his face, manifesting a colossal, glowing broadsword. The god practically wets himself, feeling the crushing aura off that blade. Is that the high ocean sword, he stammers, realizing the horrifying truth? This guy is the human emperor of Yangxia. He's the exact same legend who tens of millions of years ago dragged the Five Paths deities into a blood-soaked, all-out war. History lesson: they had to lock him in the Nine Heavens outer realm and throw up that massive barrier just to protect the universe, knowing damn well that if that shield ever shattered, Judgment Day was coming for them. Without missing a beat, Yuan heaves the giant blade and slashes, deleting the god from existence. A massive shockwave clears the battlefield smoke, and civilians look up in pure shock as blue raindrops start falling. Wait, not rain, alien plasma. The giant deity actually just got one-shotted. The whole city stares at the sky, absolutely terrified. Cut to the wreckage. That terrified mom wakes up in the rubble, frantically searching for her kid, who is totally missing. Instead, the little girl is standing right in front of a horde of undead ghouls lapping up the blue plasma. "Honey, is that you?" the mom whispers. The kid slowly turns, her voice eerily calm. "I'm good, Mom. I got this. I'm just really hungry." Suddenly, her whole vibe turns terrifyingly demonic, and she literally starts munching on the zombies like they're late-night snacks. Meanwhile, across town, a blonde dude is throwing down with more undead. He pauses, flexing his fists, wondering why his stats are suddenly maxed out. All his fatal wounds have completely regenerated. It's like the universe just dropped a massive buff on him. Hyped out of his mind, he rushes the mob. "When your boy Haoge ran the streets of Kowloon, we didn't even have runts like you. Bring it on." A mysterious voice echoes around him, calling this sudden power surge an absolute miracle. The survivors gaze upward, realizing the literal heavens are cracked wide open. Floating in the stratosphere, our MC casually admits he didn't mean to tear such a massive hole in the sky. But whatever, it's cool. He broadcasts his voice to the Five Paths deities, making it crystal clear he couldn't care less about their interdimensional drama. But he spent way too much time grinding to build that protective shield over Yangxia, so they better not mess with his masterpiece. He issues a lethal warning: chill out and wait for the barrier to naturally expire, because anyone forcing their way in is catching an instant death sentence. But then he adds a cheeky loophole: if any low-level demons want to sneak through without breaking his shield, they're more than welcome to drop by, adding that he actually prefers having extra punching bags around. Suddenly, an insanely bright light swallows the entire scene. The ancient warrior sighs, annoyed that they actually wrecked the place, calling the whole mess a massive headache. Massive waves of energy pulse out from Yuan, and the fractured sky starts zipping itself back together as the suffocating gravity drop fades. The warrior watches casually, noting their fresh out of magic repair stones, staring up as the weird glowing rift finally vanishes, leaving behind an absolutely gorgeous morning sunrise. He admits he could stare at the mortal realm forever and never get bored. Meanwhile, cut to the beast realm. Inside an ancient pavilion, he confirms the deal is done, and Susanoo has officially been beheaded. But here's the catch: that boss fight completely drained his mana reserves, and now he's sweating the fact that the remaining gods are going to be absolutely furious. Corrupted deities could swoop in and completely shatter that paper-thin shield, because if they pull up with their full army, that whole spot gets deleted from existence. Our boy steps right up, dropping cold hard facts. Flinching at absolute power is just natural survival instincts. He figures these so-called deities act the exact same way, and after that massive flex, those top-tier commander gods will not even dare to blink in this direction for a minute, especially after watching Susanoo get absolutely clapped. Turns out, the stronger the god, the harder they hold onto their pathetic lives. The ghost warrior smirks, calling this the classic kill the chicken to terrify the monkey's strategy. He admits Xia is built entirely different, remembering how, back when things looked insanely bleak, and he hijacked his body, the kid did not even sweat. He literally started barking out commands. Wondering how Xia knew he would have his back, our guy spills his theory inside that massive mortal lockup. You have got straight-up demons and locked-away deities chilling in the dark. He already spotted general-tier beasts on floor number 1, and since this whole spire stacks 5 levels high, there had to be insanely busted cosmic beings holding down the fort deeper inside. He has zero clue why they are permanently benched in there, but he bet it all on one crazy hunch that an absolute monster of a force was keeping them completely leashed, meaning a wannabe like Susanoo never stood a chance of taking over. The Phantom Warrior busts out laughing, admitting the kid hit the bullseye. There was zero shot they would ever let that ultimate vault get snatched by those absolute losers. And honestly, if he was packing more than just a busted soul shard, he would shatter the literal skybox and wipe their entire existence, making those false gods sob for mercy. He confesses his mind is a mess, dumping what feels like scattered glitched files from his memory, and begs Xia to decode the lore later when things chill out. Because his spiritual battery is officially sitting at 0%, meaning from this second forward, Yuan is completely carrying the squad. The two lock eyes in total respect, dap each other up, and the ancient warrior starts glitching out of reality, until he literally dissolves into thin air. Our main character just stares at the empty space for a split second before his lights instantly go out, hitting the pavement hard. Yuan instantly sprints over to his unconscious body as the cursed emblem hits the dirt, pouring out thick smoke. Meanwhile, deep in the cosmic void, a shadow entity drops the news. Susanoo just got officially packed up. The voice scoffs, mocking how 3,000 whole years passed, and Jian still gets played like an absolute puppet, ranting about how they completely fumbled the bag on trapping him. Outside the planetary shield, calling the whole situation straight up embarrassing. Now, they have no choice but to gang up and swarm their target together like starving wolves. The grand energy grid protecting Yangsha is literally cracking at the seams, and the dude barely has any health left to keep it active. These cosmic bosses know cornering him for a final boss fight costs way too much mana. So instead, they pivot to Plan B, drop their chaotic realms straight onto Earth, enslave the surviving population, and farm their energy. They figure out that Yangxia is hard stuck playing defense in his own zone, and cannot invade their turf. It is basically a turf war mechanics check. The more leveled up the humans get in their base, the bigger that annoying safety bubble expands. Refusing to take a loss, the Shadow Lords order an immediate domain expansion, loudly announcing that they are slicing up Yangxia's precious territory like a pizza. Blinding flashes rip across the sky as a suffocating, gravity-crushing aura drops down, igniting the atmosphere in raw hellfire. Smash cut to a panicked news anchor screaming that an insane wave of civilians just mutated into absolute freaks of nature. We are talking instant apocalypse mode with massive, endless zombie swarms, swarming the streets and literally wiping out around 10 million lives in just 48 hours. Downtown Los Angeles instantly spawns nightmare-tier beasts, while over in North Africa, blind faith is literally the only hope left, with crowds crying out for divine backup to fix this broken server. Meanwhile, the entire Saudi zone just straight up melts into an ocean of blazing magma. Global cell towers go completely dark, forcing the main empire into total lockdown isolation. Zooming into Emerald City, a wild storm of divine radioactive plasma acts like an awakening catalyst, forcibly upgrading regular humans into crazy overpowered mutants and splitting the streets into gang-run territories. Enter the Jackal Syndicate, heavily carried by their warlord Chen Gu, who are notorious for their absolute zero-chill brutality, literally purging the block and hunting down any lone wolf that rejects their guild invite. Cut to a random alleyway where a duo is squaring up against a whole squad of punks. Our guys completely blitz them, sending a couple thugs flying through the air, while the blonde brawler launches himself up, trash-talking that these goons are about to get instantly deleted. His partner, sporting a mutated demonic arm, fiercely dashes forward to land a heavy blow, while their female teammate, bleeding out on the concrete, has to helplessly watch an enemy snatch her loot bag. She spits blood, asking if these clowns seriously think they can outrun Boss Goo's insane radar. The mutant-armed kid slowly walks up, dropping the grim reality check. The entire East Zone has been fully wiped out and practically every civilian there got brutally slaughtered. Questioning if the big brain play is letting the elite squad farm experience while they casually delete a rival crew in the West, the gang boss snorts, roasting Wan Hao as a completely brain-dead meathead. He flexes that by simply hoarding all the awakened users and prime loot drops for their own stash, they can literally kick back, relax, and watch the endless passive income roll in. The lackeys aggressively nod along, hyped up on the logic. Mainly because those rival survivors are holding the ultimate server-breaking item, the legendary Beng Kong healing stims. Thirsty for upgrades, they ask, when the boss is dropping the medkit rations, hyping up how this god-tier buff will let their scavengers raid high-level infected zones for legendary loot, without stressing over toxic corruption or random nasty mutations. The head honcho chuckles darkly, declaring that whoever holds the monopoly on those Shangxing capsules practically owns the future meta, guaranteeing safety to anyone who kisses his ring. He promises that once they secure the bag, there will not be a single speed bump left for the final. Top-tier awakened players in Emerald City. Brutal lesson the rest of this ruined empire is about to learn the hard way. His goons hype him up endlessly, swearing absolute loyalty to the grave, praising his massive brain plays. Right then, one of the scouts chimes in reporting that he scanned a sketchy little fortified bunker sitting way out in the suburbs. The bald enforcer scoffs, whining that wiping out random scrubs and grabbing low-tier loot is seriously just wasting the boss's highly valuable time. But the scout aggressively shuts him down, dropping a massive red flag. Literally 0 players who ever step foot inside that zone have managed to extract alive. Intrigued, the biker gang instantly revs up their choppers, rolling out to the coordinates, and screeching to a halt, right at the bunker's rusted gates. The warlord glares at the structure, demanding if this is the rumored spot, while the scout nervously confirms, warning that the whole crib gives off incredibly cursed vibes. Like the building itself is just swallowing people whole since nobody ever walks back out. Shivering, he whispers that if you listen closely, you can still hear muffled, blood-curdling screeches echoing from inside. Straight-up terrifying vibes. The gang leader basically asks if stepping into a totally haunted spot during an actual zombie apocalypse is really the move, flexing his authority and giving the crew exactly 5 minutes to scavenge every single supply if they want a spot in his squad. Their tragic history gets completely wiped clean, but if they fumble this massive chance, whatever horrific fate catches up to them is on their own hands. Cut to the inside. Yuan spots an absolute mob swarming their location and Bai instantly knows a brutal showdown is unavoidable. They both stare at our unconscious MC out cold on the mattress, practically praying for him to snap awake. The teacher locks in, ordering Yuan to hold down the fort and block any sneak attacks, while she drops down to solo the invading mob. Yuan begs her to watch her back, but Bai brushes it off like it is an absolute walk in the park. Her confidence is peaking since her insane power-up. She flashes back to when she completely wiped the floor, with those thugs swearing that no matter the cost, she will hold the line until her brother reboots. He literally risked everything to save her and is currently hanging on to life by a thread. Yuan swears on her own life that she will not let anyone touch him. Bai pushes through the door and descends the staircase, replaying the chaotic events of that fateful afternoon, remembering the cracked squad of awakened users dropping in to save her skin. Right as the torrential rain hit her, powers straight up, evolved to Tier 2, unlocking her absolute stealth mode. It let her completely assassinate a mutated beast and rip out its core essence. The exact second, Shaw crashed into the dirt with his aura. This insane shockwave ripped through the area. Catching that vibe, she sprinted straight back to his side and became his permanent shadow, shielding the MC and his younger sister in this brutal wasteland where humanity has completely thrown morals out the window. They are literally her only safe space, and she will brutally destroy anyone who dares to cross them. Back outside, the gang leader smirks, claiming she picked the absolute worst route. He barks at his goons to completely encircle the turf and tear the entire building to shreds, while Bai clenches her battle staff, glaring at the incoming wave. One punk pops his tracker ability inside the house, finding 0 targets right before getting completely blindsided and face-planting into the dirt. The rest of the mob creeps forward while our teacher pops her invisibility hack. Spotting their boy knocked out cold, the thugs immediately backpedal. A bald henchman starts screaming at the crew to keep their guard up because some invisible assassin is dropping them one by one. His buddy loses his cool, shouting that their squad is massive, and freaking out over a ghost is incredibly pathetic. He demands the hidden striker to show themselves, threatening to literally eat them alive, only for Bai to deliver a devastating throat strike. The entire crew is totally stunned, realizing their invisible nightmare is a girl. They try to swarm her, but the teacher just glitches out of reality again, leaving the goons swinging at pure air. Stepping up, the bald dude decides to solo her. He sparks a cigarette and blows out this insanely thick, toxic smog, bragging that the poisonous gas is heavily engineered to target females. One single breath and their nervous system gets instantly locked down. Choking the area with smog, the thugs confidently declare she is completely cooked and scramble to locate her paralyzed body. Pinching her nose shut, Bai maneuvers through the toxic cloud, locking onto the main boss for a quick assassination. Remaining totally cloaked, she sneaks right behind the leader. But the absolute split second she goes for the lethal blow, an invisible force blasts her backward. The boss just laughs at her massive ego, mocking her for not realizing he was rocking a high-tier protective artifact all along. Her camouflage completely shatters. The leader lunges, burying a blade deep into her flesh while whispering that now that she is exposed, running away is completely off the table. The rest of the gang panics, trying to process how she slipped past them, and what kind of broken ability she is running, desperately yelling for everyone to chill out. Suddenly, the bald thug yells that there is fresh prey hiding upstairs, definitely another girl. The mob hypes each other up, ready to turn the raid into a twisted game. Bai bleeds out on the concrete with a dagger buried in her shoulder, her mind racing to protect her friends. Meanwhile, a traumatized Yuan watches the horror unfold right before the goons kick down her bedroom door. Yuan screams at the intruders to back off. The bald creep smirks, calling her adorable, sending absolute shivers of pure terror down her spine. A crimson-haired freak flanks her with a drawn weapon, licking his lips and claiming he is entirely out of patience. Their eyes shift to the unconscious guy on the mattress. They brutally mock his lifeless state, writing him off as absolute garbage. Yuan fiercely stands her ground, begging them not to take another step, and threatening them to never lay a finger on her older brother. The bald maniac bursts into a sick laugh, promising they would not touch the brother at all. Instead, they plan on completely destroying her while he watches helplessly. Back outside, Bai tries to trigger her stealth mode while cursing out the leader, but the boss brutally twists the blade deeper into her collarbone, sadistically explaining that forcing constant physical pain is the perfect counter to stop her from gathering any mana for her skills. He brags that this is the absolute ultimate strategy to cripple annoying ghost rogues who think they can just hit and run. He mocks the bedridden MC for trying to play the hero, casually mentioning his plans to chop off all his limbs and toss the leftover torso straight to the wild hounds. Despite the massive disrespect, he admits her powers are incredibly top tier. He tosses out an ultimatum, join the dark side, and she gets to walk away in one piece. He starts ticking down the clock for her final answer. Cut back to the bedroom where Yuan is completely cornered by a pack of wolves basically drooling over their new toy. Our MC stays entirely paralyzed on the bed until a massive surge of spiritual aura locks onto his core and crashes straight into the mythical beast prison inside his mind. Shia starts radiating an insane glow. Inside the mindscape, Su recognizes his signature energy, finally realizing the MC is the actual reason they are all locked up in this dimension. A demonic voice vows absolute vengeance from the shadows, while Daji drops some heavy lore, explaining how massive ancient demons were imprisoned here for chaotic sins, while others got tossed directly into the legendary suppressing tower. Over some petty crimes, she demands to know why they'd just roll over and take it. But now that Yanxia just stepped onto the board, and those outer gods are literally knocking at the door, any idiot can read the room. This suppressing tower isn't just a building, it's the ultimate trump card, planted by Yanxia and the ancient deities of the 9 provinces, to obliterate those cosmic invaders. We are talking about a top-tier secret weapon, cooking for tens of millions of years. And those legendary demons and rogue deities, they are the absolute last resort, locked away in the shadows. Suddenly, the air grows suffocatingly heavy. The ancient turtle panics, wondering if reality itself is about to shatter. He mutters that not everyone is built to handle a truth this dark, because this whole divine master plan literally fed countless demons to the slaughter, and things are about to get infinitely messier. The spiritual pressure skyrockets, prompting Su to desperately ask if the absolute boss of this prison is ever going to open his eyes. A phantom voice echoes relentlessly, ticking down the clock. Daji freezes, asking if anyone else caught that sound. She instantly knows the situation outside just went completely sideways. A crushing god-tier aura pins everyone to the floor, completely trapping them inside the tower, while the real threat waits outside. They beg for forgiveness, knowing they are useless in the coming bloodbath. Blinding flashes and raw chaotic energy tear through the space, dragging massive rabid monsters into the fray. The glowing aura, shielding our main guy, starts flickering out just as the phantom voice hits 2. Boom. Shia's eyes snap open, and he immediately steps into the chaos. The exact millisecond the countdown hits, 1, the mob boss screams out an order to take him down. His goons rush in like wild dogs, swarming both Yuan and Yuan from all sides. But before they even connect, a catastrophic explosion rips through the block, sending shockwaves everywhere. Our boy effortlessly vaults right onto the blazing rooftop of a burning mansion. The Syndicate boss stammers out, entirely clueless about the hellfire raining down. Bai just flashes a knowing smirk. He is finally back online. Who the hell woke up? The boss shrieks. Standing tall amidst the smoke right next to his sister, Sia stares down with icy killer intent, declaring himself as the Grim Reaper who came for the boss's head. Sweating bullets, the boss demands a name, violently warning Sha to back the hell up or get wiped off the map forever. Yan does not even blink. He just casually sweeps his hand through the empty air, delivering a phantom strike that brutally slams the boss from 20 feet away. Then he slowly clenches his fist. That single gesture shatters a massive chunk off the legendary bell. Instantly, hellish scorching flames erupt straight out of nowhere, swallowing the boss completely. While their leader screams in absolute agony, being roasted alive, the surviving thugs panic. They scatter like roaches, screaming about the monster on the roof, while desperately circling Xia and his sister. Yan just sighs, visibly annoyed by all the pathetic crying. In a flash, he blitzes straight into the crowd, unleashing a ridiculously overpowered wave of pure hellfire. He literally vaporizes the entire mob in one breath, dropping the jaws of every single survivor who never imagined this kind of god-tier strength. A few scramble for their lives, while one blonde punk actually cheers, totally hyping himself up, thinking he dodged the Grim Reaper, until spontaneous combustion turns him into human ash too. Standing amid the carnage, Xia flexes his power, realizing that clashing with Susanu's avatar actually did something crazy. He basically downloaded the raw essence of that mythical beast, hardwiring its insane mechanics and brute force straight into his own skill tree. With the entire battlefield literally crumbling to dust around his feet, he checks his stats. His ability just skyrocketed to level 5. And against the basic level 1 and 2 scrubs, he was swinging with the lethal force of a level 6 absolute menace. His brain is operating on ultra-high definition, his microcontrol is flawless, and his area of effect damage is straight-up apocalyptic. Deep inside the blazing inferno, a heavily deep-fried figure stumbles out, coughing up blood and swearing, "This fight is not done." Yep, the Syndicate boss is somehow still breathing. He desperately tries to flex his legendary treasure again, but Bai suddenly appears, brutally severing the guy's hand with a single dagger swipe. Bai glares down, spitting out that this whole massacre is on him, while questioning if that shiny little artifact was the only reason he survived getting nuked. Right then, Yuan steps into the frame, activating her top-tier healing aura. She notices Bai is practically running on fumes and immediately starts patching up the critical damage. Bai just nods his thanks, completely hyped that their heavy hitter is finally off standby mode. Our main guy cracks his neck and asks how long he was knocked out. The teacher steps up, breaking it down ever since that insane deathmatch against the causality beast. He has been flatlining in a deep coma for 7 days and 7 nights straight. And while he was catching some sleep, the entire world meta completely shifted. Random humans started unlocking crazy superhuman abilities out of nowhere. Capitalizing on the chaos, a massive shot caller named Chen Gu started recruiting an army of awakened users jacked up on Shangxing pills. But the red flags are everywhere. Gu is definitely just a puppet for some shadow boss who is pulling the strings to execute a massive world-ending scheme. Sha takes a second to process the lore drop, cracking a dark smirk. He realizes he just needs to extract the truth from the closest rat available. He looks over at the boss, who is barely clinging to life but still barking. The charred mobster dares them to just end his misery, screaming out demanding to know who this kid thinks he is. He throws a massive tantrum, claiming Xia just got lucky with a slightly higher level skill, and swears on his life that his Syndicate's patriarch will hunt Xia to the ends of the earth. Bai casually leans in, asking for the name of this so-called scary family. The boss just spits blood and bursts into a manic laugh, calling them absolutely delusional if they expect a confession. He promises he is taking those secrets straight to the grave. Suddenly, the shadows shift, and Su casually strolls in, laughing out loud, while radiating pure, unfiltered bloodlust. A sickening crunch echoes off-screen. Cut to a different room, and Daji is shaking her head nonchalantly, mentioning that the tough guy spilled his guts immediately. The true mastermind pulling Chen Gu's leash, the infamous Yuan family. Turns out, they are the exact same shadow bankrolling the Song clan too, except the Yuan dynasty is operating on an entirely different god-tier scale of power. Yuan steps in, dropping the final lore piece. Literally days before the world ended, they unearthed something terrifying inside Emerald City. That's why they went into overdrive hoarding massive stockpiles of enhancement pills. It is glaringly obvious now they somehow saw the apocalypse coming before the servers even went down. Now, the Yuan elites have mobilized every single heavy hitter they have, and they are locked and loaded to completely take over the city in exactly 3 days. Su casually adds another terrifying detail extracted from Gu. Their vault is overflowing with an insane amount of legendary gear, including that overpowered ancestral bronze bell the dead boss was parading around. Yuan shakes his head, mind-blown that in just 7 days, this clan managed to loot an entire kingdom's worth of cryptic pills and god-tier artifacts. But Su drops one last bomb. He leans in, voice dropping low, revealing a piece of intel so completely insane it barely sounds real. Rumor has it an actual literal ancestral god just spawned onto the battlefield. Our boy narrows his eyes, his brain racing to calculate how a raw piece of mining ore could literally birth that kind of omnipotent power. An ancient deity finally materializes, sparking a realization that the first-tier power of the vein can infinitely boost any combat skill. Plus, ever since Yangxia absolutely obliterated Susanoo, those outer deities have been too terrified to make a move, completely drying up his spiritual energy farming. Realizing he has peaked here, he decides it is time to pack up and hit Black Obsidian Metropolis. Cut to the city's perimeter. Frantic civilians are violently pounding on massive iron barricades, screaming for sanctuary from an undead swarm, right up until a sniper round splatters a survivor's skull. A ruthless guard screams at them to shut up, enforcing a brutal toll, cough up hyper-rare Shangqing elixirs or mutant crystals, or stay locked out of the Yuan dynasty's stronghold. The terrified crowd cries out that they are completely powerless mortals, utterly incapable of hunting down such premium loot. But their pleas hit a brick wall as the guard smirks, branding them as useless meat sacks who just drain resources and hold zero value to his elite bosses. Out of nowhere, guttural snarls echo as the walkers close in, sending the trapped crowd into an absolute frenzy of tears and frantic fist-banging against the steel. Up on the wall, the guard chillingly jokes that once the monsters gorge themselves on this worthless human buffet and hit a growth spurt, their mutant drops will skyrocket in market value. The slaughter kicks off down below, while the patrol squad literally leans back and grins, pointing out a specific beast that is right on the verge of evolving. His buddy notes it was previously rank 3, sweating a bit over whether they can actually clap a rank 4 variant. The arrogant guard scoffs, asking why he is so terrified when they are standing on absolute Yuan soil, heavily fortified by countless overpowered veterans, legendary patriarchs, and some unspeakable nightmare entity lurking in the shadows. He flexes that simply spotting a tier 4 walker counts as a massive tactical contribution. The partner instantly relaxes, nodding along as he realizes it is basically free faction points that guarantee a sweet Shang-Ching elixir payout. Suddenly, a roaring engine shatters the chaos. Our boy violently plows a heavy-duty chopper through the horde, using the hulking boss mutant as a literal speed bump, leaving the watchman absolutely jaw-dropped. Furious, the behemoth snatches the bike mid-air and mercilessly crushes it against the pavement, but Xia is already airborne, dripping in blistering hellfire. He meteor strikes the beast, manifesting a blazing longsword for a savage slash, triggering a massive detonation. The giant roasts into a pile of ash, prompting the low-tier grunts to swarm him, but the protagonist just groans about the heavy trash mob density, and casually unleashes a barrage of flaming blades that impale the freaks, incinerating the entire block. The huddled survivors cover their heads completely shook, whispering if they are out of the woods and wondering who this absolute demon is. From the scorched remains, Xia locks eyes on a flawless rank 4 gem surfacing from the wreckage. Just then, an armed squad swaggers over, clapping sarcastically and acting overly familiar as they mistake him for a newly deployed rookie, hyping him up by admitting that soloing a rank 4 monstrosity is an insane flex, promising to put in a good word for his wild combat showcase, especially since he nailed the execution exactly at its evolution peak, turning this into a massive payday. Yang's voice instantly drops to sub-zero, warning them to back the hell off his loot, leaving the squad leader entirely confused. Meanwhile, the sidekick scans his gear and realizes this pyromancer wears 0 faction colors. He is a total rogue. Plus, the Yuan Syndicate is already stacked with elite flame wielders. The captain aggressively steps up, accusing this random outsider of secretly farming their private hunting grounds and blatantly trying to hijack their hard-earned boss drop. Shah just tilts his head, asking, since when mindless undead walk around with ownership tags? The captain scoffs, bragging that they hold absolute claim because they deliberately cultivated that low-tier walker, darkly flexing about the insane body count of innocent civilians they sacrificed just to force its evolution before ordering Xia to drop the gem and scrub out, if he values his pulse. Shah lets out a dark chuckle, asking what happens if he declines. The captain snaps back, questioning if he is a clueless tourist, completely unaware that the Yuan dynasty monopolizes all awakened powers here, with their prodigy heir already dominating at tier 4, and sitting on a war chest of resources so deep it would break his mind. He hypes his faction as the ultimate doomsday sanctuary, acting as the absolute cheat code to human ascension, drawing top-tier gladiators from across the wasteland, who literally beg to wash their boots. Because of this, if the wanderer stays stubborn, he will be deleted right on the asphalt. In a blur, Yang's hand clamps like a vice around his throat, asking if he truly believes that garbage, whispering that he is dying to test that theory, and wonders if snapping a loyal dog's neck directly on his master's front porch would actually provoke anyone to step outside and rescue him. The choking captain thrashes in panic while his squad violently opens fire, screaming at Yang to drop their commander. Instead, the inferno goes absolutely supernova as our guy crushes the windpipe with terrifying physical strength, leaving the grunts completely paralyzed by a heat so oppressive it scorches their actual sanity and instantly devours every projectile they spray. The heavy artillery rounds literally liquefy into molten slag mid-flight, making the entire squad drop their jaws at the insanely overpowered aura. Xia locks onto the dying captain, demanding to know who owns the loot now, forcing a pathetic wheezing surrender. Suddenly, a sultry female tone cuts through the static, declaring that elite gems and mythical elixirs are exclusively reserved for the apex predators, purring a challenge to see if anyone dares disagree. The panicking grunts instantly recognize the third heiress, dropping to their knees to plead for their boss's life, crying that this arrogant rogue is aggressively hijacking their turf. A razor-sharp whip mercilessly slices across a soldier's face as she spits pure venom, branding the entire platoon as worthless garbage. Disgusted that an entire heavily armed unit is getting styled on by one solo drifter, complaining that her dynasty is burning premium rations on pathetic mutts, the bruised guards stammer, making excuses about the Wanderer's freakishly high power scaling. Meanwhile, the heiress is totally captivated by the roaring blaze openly thirsting over his sharp jawline, chilling death, glare, and brutally cinematic combat flow. The suffocating captain gurgles for a rescue, only to catch a vicious backhand to the skull as she discards him as an absolute failure. She snaps at her men to pipe down so she can admire this absolute eye candy. Xia casually knocks out the last few grunts and demands to know who's pulling the strings. Smirking, she introduces herself as Yuan Ying, the third in command of the elite Yuan bloodline. She gives him a flirty wink, telling him to drop the formalities and just call her third miss, or even better, Yinger. She casually invites him in for a brewing cup of tea. Keeping his cool, our boy drops a heavy warning. His fiery powers are totally ruthless. They absolutely incinerate friend and foe alike, so she better back off. But Ying just pouts, begging him to drop the whole tough guy act. She practically purrs, daring him to step closer. As the massive steel gates grind open, her surviving goons exchange clueless glances, wondering if their buddy Chiang just got slaughtered for literally zero reason. Stepping into the compound, Xia instantly clocks the hyper-paranoid security detail. Ying just shrugs it off, breaking down the brutal reality of this wasteland. The mutated freaks roaming outside. Only half the problem. Human greed is way deadlier, making extreme paranoia the only way to survive. Settling into a lavish pavilion, she slides a steaming teacup his way. Xia doesn't waste time grilling her on whether her syndicate had inside intel before the world ended. She brushes the question aside, calling that info just another piece on the chessboard, and demands his real name. Narrowing his eyes, our MC immediately catches on. He asks straight up if this is a recruitment pitch. The third miss doesn't even try to hide it. She praises his insane combat skills and raw efficiency. She points out he's starving for high-tier loot, something her faction can rain down on him infinitely. Xia just chuckles dryly. He warns her she might end up crying over the bankroll he'd burn through. Ying flashes an arrogant smile, bragging that her family's vault is literally bottomless. Tossing around rare Shangqing pills, just pocket change to her. Meanwhile, Xia is internally dying of laughter, mentally swiping through his own god-tier inventory. Clueless to his secret stash, Ying keeps flexing. She promises premium crystal cores handed out based on pure battle stats. She gauges him at a solid level 4 rank. Sign the dotted line, and she guarantees him an instant captain badge, with 5 elite level 3 espers at his beck and call. Xia just smirks thinking about his personal army of apocalyptic nightmare pets. Ying leans in, hyping up her ultimate selling point, unlimited rations. She boasts that flying under her banner means feasting on hot instant ramen and chugging purified water every single day, an absolute luxury in this hellscape. Little does she know, Xia is literally sitting on millions of tons of premium steaks, fresh produce, and endless acres of farmland. Oblivious Ying purrs on. She promises that if he grinds for faction points, he will be drowning in drip endless power-ups, and the ultimate VIP perk having her glued to his side. She mockingly asks if he's thrilled yet. Xia opens his mouth to reject her, but instantly, Ying uncoils her spiked whip. The vibe turns ice cold. If he even thinks about saying no, she promises to taxidermy him into a twisted trophy for her bedroom, vowing to still get plenty of use out of his corpse. Why? Because she's utterly obsessed with him. She then giggles, asking if he's noticed his limbs feel like lead. Plot twist, the tea was spiked. It was laced with a high-grade neurotoxin, designed specifically to paralyze awakened users. A titan like him needed a proper trap-laced red carpet after all. She steps on his toes, demanding his loyalty right then and there. Suddenly, her comms radio blares, completely ruining the cinematic tension. She rolls her eyes in pure annoyance. A frantic guard radios in, stating the young master is demanding her presence right now. Annoyed, she glares at Xia, telling him to chew on her offer. She better hear a resounding yes when she gets back. Barking orders at her snipers, she commands them to keep their triggers ready. One wrong flinch, and they are authorized to blow his head off. The heavy doors slam shut. Instantly, Sue chimes in from his mind, snarking about how lucky our MC is that the crazy chick claimed him first, because the succubus herself hasn't even gotten a taste of his energy yet. The giant bear beast rudely interrupts, volunteering himself for some action. Xia casually stands up, telling the dumb furball to pipe down. The bear's jaw drops. Wait, isn't the boss supposed to be paralyzed? Dodgy ruthlessly smacks the bear upside the head, calling him an absolute moron. She proudly declares that the supreme warden of the fierce prison would never fall for spiked garbage water. To test it, the bear slurps the leftover tea and instantly starts convulsing from the lethal toxin. Sue just facepalms at her teammate's negative IQ. Shifting his consciousness into his dimensional prison, Xia checks on his little sister. The massive spirit turtle calms his nerves. She swears the kid is untouched, safely locked away with her mentor, cooking up a top-secret project. The turtle hypes up a massive surprise waiting for him. It will all be revealed the second he steps foot back in Emerald City. Xia chuckles softly, realizing his little sister is finally stepping up and plotting her own moves. Suddenly, the giant shadow snake complains about having the munchies. The turtle completely ignores it, bowing her head to thank our MC for blessing her with a true soul. She drops a massive lore bomb she is currently tempering her spiritual essence. Once the grind is done, she will fuse the snake and turtle entities into one god-tier vessel. The fusion will unlock the legendary Xuan Wu form, pushing her straight into the overpowered martial rank. Xia's eyes light up. This is an absolute win. But that's not the only crazy update. Out of nowhere, a brand new, ominous staircase spawns inside the fierce prison. The second floor, just unlocked. This means a fresh batch of lockdown cells is ready to be cracked open. Shia takes a deep breath. The prisoners on the first level were already broken-tier monsters. He can't even fathom what kind of world-ending demons or fallen gods are chained up on floor 2. Zero hesitation, he sprints down to find out. Creeping down the dark, spiraling steps, he scans the spooky new zone. He mutters to himself, "Welcome to the second layer of absolute demon suppression." Suddenly, an echoing, arrogant laugh shakes the room. An ancient voice boasts that the Warden has finally leveled up enough to face the legend who has been waiting eons. The terrifying entity demands Shia drop to his knees immediately to receive 3 divine commandments. Shia braces himself for a monster, but his jaw drops when he sees a literal toddler. A chubby, bite-sized kid is sitting in the maximum security cell. Shah is utterly flabbergasted. Is this pint-sized baby seriously the final boss of floor 2? He genuinely asks if he just unlocked a magical talking root vegetable. The tiny deity absolutely loses his mind, screaming that our MC needs to get his eyes checked. The kid furiously flexes his blazing aura, his godly drip, and his mystical flames demanding respect. Shia squints, tilts his head, and asks if he is some kind of magical squash. The toddler goes completely ballistic. He drops his title like a massive flex, the great sacred child, king of the fire cloud, the one and only legendary red boy. Yuan just smirks and hits him with holy brat. He totally roasts the kid, validating the nickname and absolutely triggering the creature. Boom, the kid morphs into this colossal demonic beast. He starts screaming absolute murder, promising to scorch the entire globe, slaughter everyone, and leave nothing but dead silence in his wake. He swears to wipe out Buddha's immortals and the very concept of life itself. A suffocating wave of pure demonic energy floods the entire penitentiary. Out of nowhere, massive bolts of lightning smash right into him. Instead of folding, the beast just roars for more, flexing that he's the undying king. He brags about being totally unkillable, right up until a ruthless barrage of strikes blasts him straight back into his tiny kid form. Reality check. Yuan just shrugs it off. Honestly, this absolute chaos is exactly the vibe you'd expect from the second floor of this nightmare dungeon. I mean, considering the first inmate was also throwing a tantrum about ending the world, throwing this guy behind bars was 100% the right call. Checking his own stats, he realizes his soul force just hit stage 6 with plenty of room to level up. He casually strolls forward while creepy laughter bounces off the dark walls. Suddenly, a crushing wave of energy drops the room's pressure to 0. Yuan instantly flares up his own flames, realizing every single freak locked up here used to be an absolute legend. Sure, they've been rotting in here for centuries, and the desperate itch to escape drove them insane, but completely losing their minds to corruption. Pathetic. Su immediately drops into a deep bow, paying total respect to the Warden. Yuan lays down the law on this second floor. Whoever chills out first and wants to actually talk can holler at him. Otherwise, that divine lightning is going to keep frying them until they get the memo. DG nods, totally locking in the command. Red Boy is still salty, muttering that Yuan is just some lucky punk riding the coattails of the Yangxia bloodline, refusing to bow down. Su frantically whispers for everyone to watch their mouths. He warns them heavily, do not sleep on this Warden. Playing nice and pledging absolute loyalty is literally their only ticket to staying breathing. Swallowing your pride is whatever, but losing your actual head, not a vibe. Cut to the Yuan family hall, where the head honcho is delivering a heavy speech. He boasts about how their ancestors set them up as the absolute top-tier clan for centuries, surviving the literal apocalypse purely by hoarding a mountain of resources. But here's the catch. Despite that ancient guidance, they haven't paid their end of the bargain yet. And now, that ancestral fury is creeping right back up to their doorstep. He demands a strategy from the floor. Some young dude steps up, breaking down the 3 massive demands handed down by their ghostly founders. The shopping list is dark: 100 boys, 100 girls, 10 level 3 espers, and 3 ultra-rare level 4 powerhouses. On top of that, they gotta mine deep into the spiritual vein until they hit a literal golden coffin. They've already tossed 100 pairs of kids to the slaughter. They even scraped together the 10 level 3 users. But the ancestors are greedy. They're demanding 1 more level 4 sacrifice on the altar. Leveling up to tier 4 drains an ocean of loot. Even with the Yuan clan's massive wealth, they only have 5 people sitting at that elite rank. Tossing just one of them to the wolves would buy them instant peace. A woman chimes in, backing him up and pointing out their water reserves are bursting with pure energy. Sure, it can boost your stats in a flash, but it's brutally toxic. Chug too much of that stuff and you straight up mutate into a mindless, rotting monster. Another guy groans that they are literally sitting on a gold mine, but can't do a thing about it. As for that legendary golden chalice, it's buried way down in the lethal depths of the mine. The radiation down there is totally unhinged, and hordes of demons have completely taken over. Pushing into that zone means guaranteed casualties. Dozens of people have already been wiped out, but since they were just random refugees begging for shelter, the clan treats them like total cannon fodder. The elders copium hard swearing that even if their ghostly forefathers decide to crash the party, they'll at least give them a tiny grace period to fix this. Somebody has to step up and stall for time. If push comes to shove, they are dead set on throwing a level 4 straight onto the chopping block. That's the only way to cool off the ancestral rage. But the old lady hits them with reality. Where on earth are they going to find a target packing that much heat? She demands to know if they seriously plan on sacrificing one of their own elites. If they pull that move, they'll lose the muscle needed to survive this wasteland. Ying cuts right through the panic. She casually drops that if all they need is a level 4 punching bag, she's got the perfect guy in mind. The patriarch narrows his eyes, asking how she snagged intel like that. The third miss smirks, calling it pure luck. She was actually planning to break him down and make him her personal plaything. But since the ancestors are throwing a cosmic fit, she'll just have to hand over her new toy. The boss instantly lights up, calling it an absolute win. He lays down a harsh warning, though the guy wields fire, meaning he's going to raise absolute hell if he isn't chained up tight during the ritual. He signals Sheng to roll out with her. Their mission, drag the sacrifice to the altar by any means necessary. Since both of them are mid-level 4 heavyweights, they lock in the task. The old lady is hyped. She basically celebrates, convinced this fresh meat will finally silence the ancient curse. The dude next to her nods along, totally relieved. He adds that they just need to keep tossing bodies into the grinder until their bloodthirsty forefathers are finally full. The patriarch flexes his vision, swearing this sacrifice will rocket the Yuan family to the absolute top of the food chain. Meanwhile, cut to our boy Yuan chilling in another room, staring down a massive energy pulse. He pieces it together instantly. Only this Yuan stronghold could bottle up an aura this heavy. It's gotta be that ancient core everyone's whispering about. The math starts mathing that sentient flame has to be the exact ancestor pulling the strings. Right then, the bear pipes up, saying he just eavesdropped on their entire villainous monologue. He drops the bomb. They are literally gearing up to sacrifice Yuan. Su chimes in, giving the bear props for using his wind hacks to act like a perfect spy mic. But right now, they need actual combat backup because the real bosses are kicking down the door. He pitches a counter strategy. Let's play their little game. The play is simple. Fake being weak, bait them in, then strike hard. Yuan hits him with a smirk, saying he was already 10 steps ahead of that plan. Su fades into the shadows right as the third miss struts into the room. So, what's your play? Ying presses. Yuan smirks, claiming he's in but plays the victim card, whining that the poison coursing through his veins makes trusting her impossible. If she wants his loyalty, she needs to cough up some upfront collateral. Otherwise, he'll trigger a full-blown zone evacuation and drag half this fortress down to hell with him. Ying tells him to chill, bragging about her family's limitless deep pockets. She casually tosses him a glowing gemstone. Our guy raises an eyebrow, questioning if it's some mineral-based perk. She flexes, offering him his pick of 3 espers, of literally any rank he desires, just to prove she isn't capping. She catches the rock silently, giving it a passing grade. In her head, Ying is already laughing at him. This clueless pawn has zero idea. The upcoming ritual demands insane energy, and his fate as a sacrifice is about to be pure nightmare fuel. But hey, with their handy purifier, a little toxic fallout is a total joke. The stone suddenly flares up, blasting out a massive wave of dense gravity. Yan's internal mana instantly spikes. His eyes widen. If this entire cavern is packed with these rocks, the energy yield is absolutely astronomical. The third miss flashes a wicked smirk. She thinks these outsider scrubs are so easily bought, practically drooling over a few shiny pebbles. She announces that his induction into the Yuan clan will pop off during the ancestral hall ritual, demanding absolute respect for her bloodline. The big boss is gonna love this. She promises that once the curtain falls, she'll drop the mind games and hand over the cure. Don't even think about crossing me, our MC growls. Shang barks the marching orders, and Ying motions for Yuan to trail behind. The squad pushes deep into a pitch-black, claustrophobic cavern. Suddenly, a booming disembodied voice echoes, hyping up the Yuan clan's holy ground as absolute peak territory, demanding the fresh meat be delivered immediately. The escort guards are literally shaking in their boots. They whisper rumors about the 3,000 elite Temple Templars bowing down to the ancient spirits. That is until the young master and the third miss roll up, dragging their doomed victim along. CA glances around at the trembling walls, sarcastically asking if a massive quake is about to bury them alive. He squints into the gloom. Where's this grand sanctuary? Looks like a cheap knocked-together coal mine to me. Ying snaps back, defending her turf. She insists this place is elite and tells him to open his damn eyes. Yuan focuses, realizing the walls are lined with a super rare crystal. Sure, the grade is garbage, but he asks if the entire underground network is packed with it. Ying proudly declares this is the absolute core of the Yuan, their ultimate golden goose. Our protagonist actually gives a nod of respect. But then, he drops the million-dollar question. He stares her dead in the eye. Did she seriously escort him alive into her vault, not terrified he might just ghost with all the loot? Shang bursts out laughing. He mocks Yan, asking if this lone wolf actually plotted a heist against the mighty Yuan Syndicate. He gloats that their upcoming futures are going to be legendary. Ying chimes in, purring that, once they bow to the Ancient Ones, their combined destinies will be locked in glory. Xia flashes a dark smile. Oh, the Yuan ancestor is definitely going to get his respects. Bet. Yan casually strolls forward. The duo watches him from behind, mentally roasting him as a clueless NPC marching straight to the slaughterhouse. The MC finally halts right in front of a creepy candlelit altar. Ying and Shang simultaneously shout out that the fresh tribute has arrived, ready to worship the ancient lord. A spine-chilling, satisfied rumble echoes back. The third miss turns to Yuan. She demands he acknowledge the sheer scale of the altar, but then freezes, he's still standing tall. She scoffs, asking if they seriously expect him to kiss the dirt for some so-called immortal god of Yuanwu. He tilts his head. Is this ugly thing even worthy of my knees? Shang's blood boils. He screams at Yuan for disrespecting their divine founder. The young master lunges, trying to physically crush Yuan into a bowing posture, clamping down on his shoulder and blasting him with a heavy mana wave. But Yuan, he doesn't even flinch. Man is built like a brick wall. Ying whips her spiked lash around his leg, violently yanking to sweep him off his feet, while Shang launches a brutal secondary strike. Zero effect. The MC is literally glued to the floor. The third miss loses her mind, screaming about how a poisoned man is tanking their hits. Shang grunts that poisoned or not, this guy is casually defying their combined assault. Suddenly, hellfire erupts from Yan's body. Whoever said I was capped at level 4, Yan whispers. A massive shockwave of pure fire detonates, ragdolling the two elites straight into the cavern walls. Shang coughs up blood, the horrifying realization hitting him. This monster isn't a level 4 scrub. Ying, completely paralyzed by fear, stammers out, "Are you level 5? The roaring flames around our MC blaze even brighter. Shang's brain short-circuits trying to process the math. He babbles that hitting level 4 burns through a country's worth of resources. But breaking the ceiling to level 5, that's literal god-tier stuff. Even if the entire Yuan Syndicate liquidated their assets, they couldn't breed a level 5. He screams, demanding Yuan's true identity. Shay just looks down on him. You don't have the clearance for that. Desperate Shang starts flexing his title, screaming that he's the mighty Yuan clan's backup heir. He boasts about his elite hydro mastery and corrupted seals. Ying shrieks that based on that explosive strike, this psycho came to completely wipe out their empire. Cornered, the third miss triggers a massive summoning array, screaming that Yan's overpowered blood will fuel the ritual. Shang laughs maniacally, noting that a high-tier sacrifice will give their ancestor the ultimate power trip. Ying begs the dark entity to consume the meal. A colossal, shadowy abomination materializes, purring that the quality is top tier. It drools over the premium stats of its prey, bragging about being the supreme aquatic demon lord of the 7-star abyssal caves. The monster declares its mere presence is a divine miracle, growling at Yan to get on his knees. Meanwhile, the young master is absolutely losing it with hype. The guy brags that his ultimate ancestral form is finally dropping, taunting Yan to see if he is literally choking on his own fear. Ying completely blanks at how chill the dude remains, while our main character just smirks, asking if that supposedly legendary title is even supposed to mean something. The winged companion drops some heavy lore, explaining that the 7 stellar waters of upper purity basically hold an iron grip over every single waterway on Earth. The massive bear flexes, claiming it would be wilder if he had not already sampled that exact energy. Right on cue, Sue steps into the frame, pointing out that the red flags are literally everywhere. Endless shards of fractured time drift through the battlefield. Unfazed, the bear roasts this so-called ancestor, dubbing him nothing but a glorified puddle splasher, and demands to know where this fraud got the audacity to flex the Upper Purity Grotto's name, outright declaring that this level of disrespect needs to be wiped from existence. Squinting at the squad, the ancestor genuinely questions what kind of bizarre human-bird hybrid casually manipulates raging storms and lightning. He even wonders if this guy is the legendary Thunder Marshal Lei Zhenzi, completely baffled as to why an ancient god is breaking the rules and showing up right now. Catching onto the hype, the bear acts shocked that his reputation precedes him, proudly announcing his own title as the undisputed Great Black Wind King. The ancestor deadpans that the name rings 0 bells. Offended, the bear immediately lunges in for a massive punch, screaming that the guy is just uncultured. Furious, the fake god unleashes a deafening roar, questioning what trash-tier animal dares to step up in this mortal realm. He boasts that the original Water Lord is already dead and gone, meaning the throne of merit is entirely his property now. He brags about running the water court through sheer blood, sweat, and pure dedication, and furiously demands to know who gave them the green light to step up, drooling over the fact that a beast spirit makes for the ultimate 5-star divine meal. He gloats that his barrier is so airtight, not even a single soul could slip through the cracks. Watching from the sidelines, Chung is completely starstruck, glazing the ancestor and hyping up how a true legend completely dominates the battlefield the absolute second he spawns in. He practically claps for the monster, predicting this beastly snack will level him up even higher. Meanwhile, Ying reflects on all the rogue deities and beast spirits that foolishly tried to raid the Yuan bloodline before. Suddenly, bam, the bear brutally pile-drives the so-called god, cratering him straight into the dirt, but the second the battered boss tries to push himself back up, coughing up questions about why his flawless trap did not nerf the beast, the bear blasts him with another ruthless hook. He mocks the boss, exposing that he only snagged god status by pickpocketing somebody else's merit jade. He absolutely roasts the fake, asking why a pathetic scrub thought a powerhouse like him would ever bow to a total joke. Simultaneously, the avian warrior detonates his own aura. The young master instantly clocks the vibe shift as glowing ethereal chains snap tightly around Ying. Our main guy just smirks, noting the bindings are literally as weak as wet tissue paper. Shattering them with a casual flick, he coldly asks, who is actually stepping out of line here? Full panic mode activates. The ancestor frantically screams for his 3 generals to jump in, desperately backpedaling and claiming it was all just a huge misunderstanding. Too late. The massive bear vaults into the air, completely flattening the guy, while unleashing a biohazard-level stink bomb that leaves both Yuan members utterly traumatized. Xia and his summoned pets immediately start dry heaving and puking their guts out. The crushed ancestor ugly cries for mercy, scrambling to escape, but the Thunderbird instantly walls him off, taunting the fraud and asking if he seriously thought he could just walk away. Out of nowhere, an absolute nuke of raw energy detonates mid-air, laser focusing right onto the fake god. The shockwave literally steals the breath from the Yuan duo's lungs, leaving them gasping and wondering who this overpowered mystery guy even is. Ying's brain goes into overdrive, realizing she desperately needs to alert the family head. Why? Because anybody packing that kind of heat is a walking apocalypse for the entire Yuan clan. Meanwhile, the blast sends the ancestor flying across the map. Glancing down mid-air, he locks eyes with the terrified Yuan kids. Unhinging his massive jaws, he dives at them while they scream in pure horror, realizing this monster is actually trying to snack on them. Chomp. He swallows the duo whole, barking at them to shut up. He maliciously states that he babysat their bloodline for ages, and now it is finally time to cash in his chips. After all, 2 Tier 4 human sacrifices provide the ultimate buff. The spiritual gravity in the room violently spikes as his body aggressively mutates, skyrocketing his stats. Su coldly points out that for literal years, they easily kept these water-based freaks in check. But now, by consuming such god-tier abilities as pure fuel, this guy has legitimately unlocked the rank of an elite general. The bear cracks his knuckles, suggesting they jump him together. But Xia instantly halts the squad, revealing he just leveled up past his cocoon phase and permanently downloaded the ancient craftsman's memory banks. Quickly sketching out a battle plan, he orders the crew to flank left, while he plans to rush the right side, calculating if this pincer movement will create a solid opening. The fully mutated ancestor just laughs, mocking Xia as a clueless kid. He swears he is going to eat the squad for dessert, flexing that once he levels up one more time, it is going to be an instant team wipe for the heroes. Xia just flashes an icy smirk and detonates an absolute tsunami of hellfire. Cut to India. A massive zombie horde is swarming a local church, where terrified survivors are on their knees begging the heavens for a miracle. The massive wooden doors completely splinter. The infected flood the sanctuary, viciously tearing into anyone they can catch. Amidst the blazing chaos, a bald awakened user throws down with the undead. Other superhumans form a desperate barricade, screaming at the civilians to get out of dodge. But a group of young guys just stay kneeling, throwing their hands to the sky and blindly chanting for divine glory. A nearby female fighter just watches in disbelief, realizing they have completely lost their minds. Suddenly, a literal Tangent-class zombie crashes the party. The awakened squad wildly unloads on the giant, but the brainwashed worshippers just keep looping their prayer, convinced higher powers are coming. Outside, 3 blinding meteorites shatter the clouds, revealing the absolute heavyweights, Shiva, Indra, and Kali. The surviving crowds completely lose their minds, screaming in pure hype. They start chanting that salvation has finally dropped. Without missing a beat, Shiva aggressively yanks the giant zombies into his gravity field, obliterating them into red mist with just one casual strike. The civilians fall to the floor in tears, thanking him, and thinking they just secured the ultimate victory. But then 2 glowing loot crystals pop out of the corpses, and Shiva quietly passes them to his squad. Kali crunches down on one like candy, smiling viciously as she brags about how rich the flavor of 1,000 trapped souls tastes. Indra shrugs, calling the snack mid, complaining he is actually craving a completely different flavor profile. The worshippers freeze, utter confusion setting in. With dead eyes, Shiva coldly announces, they are not here to save anybody, they are just collecting rent. Out of nowhere, an invisible force yanks the human fighters forward. Absolute panic sets in. Shiva reels them in like helpless prey, and completely obliterates them without breaking a sweat. Glowing crystals burst from their remains, serving as a straight-up buffet for the three deities. They savor the energy, flexing that fresh souls hit way harder than the already deceased. Shiva mocks the massive army of ghouls and humans that teamed up, pointing out how every etched memory was just ripped straight from their spiritual cores. Indra chimes in, scoffing at the whole concept of their so-called righteous war, calling it nothing but pure greed, wearing a mask of humanity. Kali adds her 2 cents, dropping the lore that beyond just Vansya, top-tier gods across the multiverse, only cared about throwing hands until the bitter end. Shiva doubles down, stating that even after a literal millennium of desperate prayers and pathetic resistance, true divine authority stays unmatched, making this entire realm completely unworthy of the hype. Kali just laughs it off, reminiscing about how during the 3,000-year bloodbath, she trailed right behind Aegon into Vansya's territory. Indra nods along, essentially telling them to chill and wait for the ultimate payoff. Shiva gives the signal to dip, and they blip out of existence. Surviving humans are left frozen in pure trauma, but before they can even process it, a fresh wave of undead starts shambling their way. Cut to the deep underground of the Yuan fortress mines, where ruthless guards are barking orders at everyone to pick up the pace. The exhausted miners are totally fed up, complaining they have pushed way past the safe zone. They start demanding the decent treatment they were promised, terrified of the freaks lurking further down in the dark. Enter Yuan Rui, a heavily armed 4th-rank awakened user. He steps up, laying down the law about a rat who infiltrated the Yuan estate, guzzled their resources, and snatched their precious ores. He gives them a brutal ultimatum: either keep digging or slice your own gut open to pay back what was stolen. Then he mandates that every single worker swallow a high-grade purity pill to flush out a deadly toxin wreaking havoc inside them. The crowd panics, confused about any poison, but Rui coldly drops the bomb that they are already deeply infected. He spells it out clearly: stopping the grind or resisting equals an instant grave, but popping the pill is totally up to them. The miners lose it, calling him an absolute psycho. Rui just smirks and tells them to chill. He claims the pill will totally nuke the infection and even buff their cultivation levels, pitching it as a total win-win scenario. Off to the side, a guard glazes Rui, whispering about how he has the entire mob wrapped around his finger, with just a few slick words. The guard hints that the legendary ancestral golden coffin has to be right around the corner. Suddenly, a massive earthquake rocks the tunnel, followed by a deafening blast echoing from another sector. We snap back to the action. The mighty ancestor gets swatted through the air like a bug dripping blood. Our main guy casually walks up, taunting him to keep running. Gia blitzes forward, absolutely drenched in roaring flames. The supposedly untouchable ancestor is now scrambling for his life, screaming that this kid is a complete maniac. Yuan unleashes another massive inferno blast right on his heels. The elder is now in full-blown panic mode, desperately begging them to call off the assault. But our hero is having none of it, strictly ordering his crew to block every exit. Boom! More detonations shake the cavern, prompting a random grunt nearby to question what is causing the massive earthquake. Another guard spills the tea, mentioning a rumor that Ying bagged a 4th-layer expert specifically to serve as a living sacrifice for the ancestor. He hypes it up, guessing the loud rumbling is just the elder gorging on that sweet raw energy. He describes the aura as absolutely suffocating, guaranteeing the old man is about to get a massive power spike. With energy that heavy flooding the zone, a major level up is practically guaranteed. And that is prime news for their squad, considering the ancestor is literally an ancient deity who completely hard counters anyone using the water element. With a boss-level entity locking down their defense, the Yuan Syndicate is basically destined to conquer the next age and sit at the top of the food chain. This puts the young master right in the spotlight as the ultimate prodigy. The second the family claims the ultimate throne, that kid is stepping up as the undisputed crown prince. The lackeys are already hyping him, swearing ride or die loyalty on the spot. But one younger dude tells them to chill with the fanboying and points out something lurking in the dark. Someone else chimes in, realizing the massive tremors must have cracked the bedrock wide open, exposing a hidden chamber. A seasoned fighter verifies the hype, completely stoked that the mythical golden coffin is resting right behind that wall. Grabbing a few heavily built dudes, they manage to pry the heavy stone door open. The second the seal breaks, a blinding, crazy intense light floods the entire tunnel. Squinting through the glare, the fighter demands to know what is glowing like a literal sun. A trembling voice replies it is the legendary golden casket, but it is floating in a pool of liquid energy. Zero impurities. Just straight unadulterated power juice, meaning you could absorb oceans of it, without facing a single drop of backlash or corrupted mana. And there is a ridiculous amount of it. It looks like the entire underground crystal vein was literally birthed from this overflowing magical spring. The dude does the math in his head, completely mind-blown at how many top-tier powerhouses they could mass-produce with this. We are not just talking 4th-layer scrubs. This pool could easily forge 5th or even 6th-layer monsters. It is confirmed destiny is heavily siding with the Yuan bloodline right now. But then the squad spots a figure lurking near the treasure. It is the ancestor chilling right next to the ultimate loot. The grunts start hyping him up again, realizing that once the boss absorbs this massive spiritual fountain and cracks open the legendary casket, there is absolutely zero chance our protagonist can survive his wrath. They literally drop to their knees, praising him as a descending god, convinced this relic is the ultimate cheat code that will make the Yuan Empire utterly untouchable on a global scale. Smash out of nowhere, a brutal shockwave sends the lackeys flying. They cannot even process what hit them. Out of the smoke, the main character steps up, dripping with absolute menace. Without a single word of hesitation, he instantly speed blitzes the ancestor. Jaws hit the floor. The gravity in the room cranks up to a suffocating level. Boom! A second earth-shattering blow connects, and the almighty elder is slammed face first into the dirt. The guards absolutely lose their minds, screaming for their boss and demanding to know what kind of lunatic has the sheer audacity to drop a god. To them, the impossible just happened on screen. People are losing their minds thinking they're trapped in some fever dream. Like, is this guy actually throwing hands with a literal god? Who the heck even is he? Gia smirks, realizing that intense chase scene just unlocked a missing piece of the memory puzzle. Yuan doesn't hesitate, he triggers his blazing fire steps. He breaks it down when Yang Jia's spirit form shattered into nothing. It dropped a rare memory shard like high-tier loot. The only way to crack it open, keep throwing hands and grinding levels. Meanwhile, the battered ancestor spits blood, barking at him like he's just some street rat. How dare he flex this hard? The old man demands total submission, bragging that the second he chugs that spiritual spring water, every single wound will instantly vanish, making him the absolute ruler of this domain. But our boy, he just lifts a single finger. Boom! The beast prison manifests, forcing the chaotic energy to bend to his will. The mystical waters suddenly shift, swirling together into a massive vortex. The ancestor is absolutely losing it, screaming his lungs out to cut it out. In his mind, that legendary liquid is his birthright. While the peanut gallery starts weeping for their precious leader, a guard aggressively steps up, demanding to know who gave him the audacity to rob the almighty Wayne clan. His squad mate totally panics, yelling that getting up close is practically a death wish. Their only shot, blasting him with a supreme artifact from a safe distance. The guard whips out a mystical mirror, blinding everyone with a radiant soul light. Without hesitating, he chomps down on his own thumb, smearing fresh blood across the glass. This dark sacrifice summons the Jade Beauty. Her sole mission: wipe this kid off the map and rescue their pathetic boss. She blitzes forward in an absolute blur, but the MC isn't even sweating it. He spawns a flock of blazing phoenixes that dive bomb straight for her face. The impact literally shatters her to pieces. Before the dust can settle, hovering artifacts lock onto him and a massive lotus platform materializes out of thin air. The incoming barrage looks deadly. Jia spots the threat locking onto them, but Yan just smirks, casually nuking the entire wave into ash. He laughs it off, claiming this warm-up is actually getting his blood pumping. Going all out? Nah. He's about to hijack every single drop of that mystical fountain. Desperate, the enemy commander orders a massive seed barrage. The deadly projectiles swarm the coffin, causing the old man to shriek in pure horror. Terrified, they'll scratch his precious golden prize. The atmospheric pressure spikes to suffocating levels. Our guy just stares down the incoming barrage and instantly vaporizes them into nothing but smoke. Tagging in Jia unleashes a wave of scorching hellfire, melting the supreme weapon right out of the enemy's trembling hands. While all this chaos unfolds, the magic water is getting completely siphoned into the tower. The ancestor, he's just eating dirt, crying over his stolen power-up. Suddenly, the massive coffin starts violently vibrating. The temperature violently drops below freezing, sending shivers down the guards' spines as they completely freak out. Yuan demands to know what kind of monster is locked in that box. The battered old man spills the tea. Ancient myths claim it holds the actual skeleton of a literal god. And the kicker, whoever claims those bones basically gets a VIP pass to the heavens, unlocking the ultimate title of Golden Immortal. That insane buff is exactly why blood has been spilled over this thing for centuries. The rattling gets way worse, echoing with this bizarre, bone-chilling screech. The MC raises an eyebrow, asking where the heck he even heard that bedtime story. The ancestor glares back, completely dumbfounded. Like, bro, weren't you the one who literally told me this in the first place? Before anyone can process that, a massive, disgusting tidal wave of bugs erupts from the casket. We're talking nightmare fuel. They immediately launch themselves straight down the throats of the screaming guards. Their bodies instantly convulse in pure agony, flesh melting away in seconds until nothing is left but dry skeletons. Total pandemonium breaks out as the survivors desperately sprint for their lives. But you can't outrun a plague. The swarm catches the stragglers instantly, stripping them down to the bone. In a blind panic, one fighter pops a heavy defensive shield. He screams at everyone to stay back, sweating bullets, but bragging that his force field actually blocked the nightmare swarm. That relief lasts about 2 seconds. The bugs effortlessly chew right through the magical barrier, completely swarming the guy and leaving him as just another pile of bones. Our guy just watches the slaughter casually, noting how incredibly toxic these critters are. Suddenly, a rogue group tries to sneak up on his blind spot, but Jia's reflexes are insane. He instantly torches the area, wondering out loud if these freaks are fireproof. Plot twist they are, and an absolute ocean of them is flooding the room. An eerie whisper echoes through the cavern talking about corrupt miasma and soul energy. Yuan realizes the massive stakes here. If this plague escapes the cave, the entire world is literally doomed. They absolutely have to crush this right now. Channeling an unreal amount of energy, his spirit bird ignites its aura and dive bombs the endless swarm. It unleashes an apocalyptic blast of soul-destroying heavenly thunder, blasting the bugs right in their ugly faces. But something's totally off. The bird's radar goes crazy, realizing that even after taking a literal lightning nuke to the face, these cursed bugs are still pushing forward. It's absolutely shook, demanding to know what kind of glitch in the matrix freaks these are. Like, how are they just tanking divine lightning? Turns out the swarm is actually evolving and building massive resistance. Going into overdrive, the bird triggers its ultimate move, the Thousand Thunder Cages. The sheer voltage is absolutely terrifying, crushing the entire zone with insane gravity. Fleeing bystanders don't even stand a chance. They get completely fried by the crossfire. Even the heavy guards on the far side catch the spark. In seconds, the massive cavern exit is perfectly sealed off by a deadly electric grid. Outside, a panicked guard yells that they need to SOS the clanmaster as soon as possible. Another scouts the entrance, realizing some absolute nightmare is unfolding in those tunnels. Despite the massive electric cage, the grotesque swarm mindlessly marches right into the high-voltage traps. The survivors freeze for a split second before swarming deeper into the darkness. Out of nowhere, this insanely cocky voice echoes through the cave, promising that their pathetic resistance just guarantees they'll all be eaten alive. The terrifying plague floods the deeper mining tunnels, leaving nothing but absolute devastation in their wake. The lightning crackles, totally untouched. The bird glares at the swarm, asking if these literal bugs actually think they can snack on his electricity. He screams at them to move faster, admitting his energy is draining way too fast. Stepping up, the massive bear vows to back him up. Meanwhile, the ancestor cackles like an absolute maniac, while an endless nasty wave of bugs literally vomits from his mouth. Our main guy just blasts them with raw fire. The bear rushes the geezer, screaming that this corrupted guardian's body is basically a gross bug incubator now, so he is taking him down first, but the ancestor totally tanks the heavy hit. Refusing to back down, the bear pushes harder, his eyes glowing with raw, insane power. He finally lands a brutal punch on the old man, telling him to look at what he has become, threatening to literally sit on his skull and crush it. Smirking, the ancestor asks how he even knows the golden coffin lore, flexing that this is the real terrifying truth behind the myth. Suddenly, a mysterious woman spawns in, flexing an absolute god-tier aura. The ancestor stays pinned down while she triggers massive explosions everywhere. She smirks, dropping the ultimate reveal she is the goddess Kali. Out of nowhere, a weird artifact floats up and sinks straight into the ancestor's skull. He drops a bombshell. She was the one who shoved that bug egg inside him, basically mind-controlling his entire existence. Bro was completely clueless, just hunting down her magical loot for years, until this insane day finally dropped. The coffin totally shatters, flexing a massive mana aura. The ancestor scoops up handfuls of disgusting bugs, bragging that even though he cannot handle a fraction of her original power, this tiny amount is way more than enough to crush a total NPC like him. Our guy claps back, saying literally nobody expected the bug queen, Kali of Shendu, to camp out here for 1,000 years using a fake body. He casually adds that if he had not accidentally bumped into her, she would have triggered an apocalyptic disaster in Yangxia. The bear absolutely loses it, screaming about how he dares disrespect the boss, swearing to literally rip his jaw off. He blitzes in again, but the ancestor just laughs, asking if a scrub like him seriously thinks he can block this path. The bear calls him an absolute creep, vowing to end his entire career right here. Daji drops some heavy lore, explaining these mother bugs are completely immune to water, fire, and lightning. She says they literally eat their own energy and dodge like crazy, but they still have a massive weak spot. Jia desperately asks for the winning strat. The fox reveals the ultimate counter, the triple flame of transcendence. This god-tier fire from the great Lao Jun's furnace is so insanely overpowered, it melts not just stupid bugs, but literal stars and entire galaxies. It also summons the Red Child, the ultimate hard counter to that insect queen. But here is the catch. The Red Child is super toxic and rebellious. A top-tier demon disciple, meaning taming her is going to be a total nightmare. Yuan confidently states that, because of those spiritual lamps he lit up, he has essentially unlocked wall hacks, seeing everything happening across every single prison sector, whenever he wants. And after stalking the Red Child's moves, he already cooked up the perfect plan to make her totally simp for his orders. Down in the second-level beast prison, Daji backs him up, confirming the director actually has the raw sauce to make the Red Child kneel. but she warns that unhinged kid energy is universal, and threatening her life might literally do 0 damage. She immediately questions his game plan. Our guy casually mentions he is hitting the reset button, leaving the fox totally confused, wondering if he is just straight up losing his mind. She glances over only to hear the kid announce that it is finally his turn, taunting him for freezing up and asking if he actually has a death wish. Right beside them, literal demons with a terrifying boss-level aura spawn in. Facepalming hard, Dodgy just watches in dead silence until the demon dramatically flips a card. The fox's jaw basically drops. The kid flexes about pulling the Joker, and the two of them just start dying of laughter. Dodgy suddenly realizes these guys are literally just playing cards. She loses her mind, asking if he seriously thinks a random card game is going to make the chaotic red child bow down. The kid demands her turn to pull a card but suddenly freezes, sensing a massive shadow stepping up. Boom, it is our main boy. He smirks, roasting himself for getting dragged into playing glorified Joker tag with a bunch of totally incompetent NPC guards, asking if she is not bored out of her mind. The kid furiously asks how he dares to spy on her, and Zia immediately drops a savage roast, asking if the big bad sacred baby king is actually terrified of having an audience. The kid snaps, demanding to know how he bypassed security and asking if he is seriously not afraid of getting reduced to literal ashes. Yuan smoothly tells her to chill out and drop the attitude. He flexes that he is also a pyromaniac, but his fire hits completely different, proving they are basically both just toxic artists of the flame. The kid demands to know his endgame. Our guy smirks, reminding her he already dropped the answer. He literally just pulled up to game with her a bit. Completely triggered, the kid asks who in their right mind would ever want to play with him, commanding him to bounce immediately, declaring she is not some useless NPC brat and will absolutely never bow to anyone. The fox panics, realizing this has gone horribly wrong since the kid is officially triggered. Out of nowhere, nightmare-fueled demons spawn in, flexing a truly terrifying aura. The kid glares, throwing down a hardcore ultimatum: leave right now or get absolutely wrecked. But the wildest part, she is casually grinding on his phone the entire time. Dodgy just stares, completely lost. Yuan flexes the screen, bragging about how his insane triple kill combo is about to absolutely nuke the enemy main crystal. The little girl tilts her head, clueless about what he is talking about. Our boy smirks, explaining it is just a mobile game. He drops the ultimate question: has she seriously never gamed before? He offers to show her the ropes. Meanwhile, cut back to the cave, and it is pure chaos. Lightning violently arcs everywhere while the giant bear groans that his health bar is fully depleted. The bird is desperately fighting off a literal swarm of bugs. Bleeding out, the bear begs for a lifeline, prompting the ancient villain to scoff, asking if this is the puny human who seriously thinks he can play hero. The ancient boss rants about his grand master plan, stockpiling a massive pool of spiritual juice, just waiting to be chugged the second he woke up from his coffin to hit maximum power. But now the tank is bone dry, and he is losing his mind over who stole his loot. Still, he brushes it off, bragging that these two top-tier beast bosses will make a totally fine midnight snack, and once he finishes munching on them, he promises to wipe the entire map clean, daring our main guy to even try stepping up. Suddenly, a terrifying heavy pressure crashes into the room. Boom! The little red-haired menace and her demon squad roll up instantly, wiping the bug swarm off the server. The fiends rush in for the kill, while the bird just watches in pure shock, realizing those creepy crawlies got vaporized before they could even flinch. A massive shockwave rocks the area, leaving the miners outside totally spooked, wondering what kind of absolute disaster is going down in there with all that wild thunder and blazing fire. The ancient villain is practically glitching out, unable to process the slaughter. He stammers, recognizing these absolute units as Yaksha's legendary monsters forged from pure raw fire. But before he can even block, he gets completely slammed in the face, screaming that this makes 0 sense. Cut back to our little gamer girl, intensely tapping the screen, trash-talking the enemies for swiping her crystals, and vowing to break every last one of them, with 0 survivors. Popping a lollipop into her mouth, she lights up, hyping up the sweet taste. She then casually drops that there are way more elite snacks where that came from, like fiery hot sticks, rich chocolate, and crispy chips. Our hero just gives a confident nod, smirking that this was exactly how they packed up that annoying boss. With the outside finally chilled out, he promises to hook her up with all the junk food she wants. The kid is super hyped, asking if alongside these weird magic pills, he seriously has epic games like Super Mario and Plants vs. Zombies. She is totally mind blown. Meanwhile, back in the danger zone, a demon growls, questioning why they are even hesitating. He barks out orders to scrap the trash enemy as a tribute. Pointing at a corpse still glowing with cursed bug eggs and a lingering soul tag, he commands his crew to jump it. The plan: track the energy footprint of whoever sent these bugs and assert pure dominance, because anyone dumb enough to mess around in their hood is going to pay a massive tax before they clock out. Cut to the neon city of Chengdu, where a mysterious boss lady is chilling in a luxurious bath, purring about how she has not felt this totally zen in forever. Her henchmen slide in with fresh drinks, ignoring the fact that outside multiple targets are getting quietly flatlined. This dark goddess flexes that she basically owns every valuable asset in Chengdu now. She notes that a few of her pawns are finally leveled up and ready to be watched. Suddenly, her radar pings and a wicked smirk spreads across her face. Her deadly spirit bugs have finally hatched. She is thrilled knowing absolutely nothing in the Yangsha region can firewall these nasty parasites. She boasts that her swarm will just roll through, snacking on every living breathing thing and draining all the mana in the zone. She genuinely wants to see if our main guy has the guts to block her push. Wondering what his real power level is, she decides to spectate the match herself. Hacking into the ancient villain's vision, she tunes into the livestream only to get instantly jump-scared. Her camera view reveals a massive bear up front, a lethal bird in the back, and a full squad of elite demons boxing her in. It is brutally obvious her champion is about to get completely clapped. Back in the tub, the goddess shoots up, splashing water everywhere, panicking over what she just saw. She breathes a sigh of relief, thanking her lucky stars she disconnected in time, or she would have caught that fiery splash damage too. But a split second later, her danger sense goes crazy. She lets out a terrifying shriek as the impact violently crashes into her own body. Back at the fight, the demons are just blitzing through everything, one-shotting their targets and triggering massive cinematic explosions. Trembling, the goddess gasps, horrified that they somehow tracked her hidden soul signature all the way to her private base. A giant demon projection sneers, dropping the reveal that someone hacked his signal, just to slide into her mind. Our hero's voice booms directly out of the monster's jaws, warning her to stop overstepping her boundaries, or she is going to get totally scorched. The demon erupts into a mocking roar of laughter, leaving the boss lady shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. A voice in the shadows whispers about that insane power spike, and the furious woman locks onto one target. It has to be our boy, because he is literally the only player left who can drop the legendary True Fire. An older ally standing nearby coldly points out that the kid totally saw through her trap from day one. Pushed past her limit, the goddess snaps, screaming that she will rip him to shreds. But a shadowy figure interrupts, warning that our protagonist is casually dropping overpowered trump cards left and right, meaning rushing him blindly is basically a death sentence. The elder nods, agreeing it is way smarter to camp out and study his moves first. Meanwhile, the rest of the Pantheon is already plotting their next moves. The goddess just accepts her brutal reality. There is zero way out of this, and her shattered face, yeah, that damage is strictly permanent. Cut back to the pitch-black cavern. The mysterious kid totally brushes them off, basically declaring she dropped the memo and is officially clocking out to go goof around. Shiva desperately begs her to hold up, but the brat instantly shuts him down. She warns him not to test his luck, flat out stating her patience is hanging by an absolute thread. Out of nowhere, Yuan literally spawns a juice box. Boom. He completely hijacks her attention. Our boy smoothly leans in, dropping a massive hint that there is a way crazier game going down on the surface. He pitches it as the ultimate playground, hyping it up and telling her they need to ditch this dusty spot to go crash the main event right now. Hook, line, and sinker. The kid takes the bait, flexing that her grand debut outside is going to be blindingly epic. Suddenly, the camera pans to a clueless old dude, totally freaking out and demanding to know what on earth is triggering all this chaos. The terrified bystanders start spilling the tea. They reveal that Yuan and Sun just dropped some heavy sacrifices for the great ancestor, which instantly sparked those massive shockwaves erupting from deep inside the cave.